All right, check one, two, check one, two. Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? Yo, 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 yo. Check one, two, check one, two. Yes. Check, check, check one, two, check one, two. All right. Let's do this. Today we got a cool episode. We got Hunter Biden, the city boy himself, about to go on air and tell us why crack is better than cocaine. No, I'm kidding. We're going to check out the Hunter Biden situation because he just put out an interview with my boy, Channel 5, Andrew. So we're going to see what's going on with that. Making sure all the chat is good. Going on to Kick. Making sure that one's good too. Let's see. I see my pretty self on the screen. Let's go here. Make sure that the Kick is working now. Bam! We Gucci, fammy. All right, let's go. Let's get this show started, guys. It feels good to be back. I took the day off yesterday because we went to a lavender event over here in town. It was really good food, really good ambiance, really good photos for the family. And I didn't get to get a good one for myself for my Instagram. But, you know, that's all right. We were able to get the family. And then I'm going to get the lights on. Let me get this light on over here for this one. Make us look kind of cool with the blue again. You know how I do. Let's get this on, turned on, go to blue, turn the brightness up all the way. Okay, get the ambiance of the room because we got to get that going on for everybody. Make it look all nice and pretty. And then, let's see. I'm going to clear out the space a little bit. Let's go back to the Kick channel. All right. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Let's take this down. Oh, shit, before I fall. Boom. All right, let's do this, guys. Let's go see what Hunter Biden's got to say about crack cocaine, baby. Let's go. All right, let's go to my channel over here on YouTube. Go to YouTube so I can see the chat pop up, and we don't have to delay any further. There it is. All right, turn that off. And here we go. Let's sign in. Let's go to Soul the Rage. Soul the Rage. Boom. Go to Watch History. And go to Hunter Biden, baby.
Almost a handle of vodka a day. And alcohol is the most destructive drug, not just to your body, but it puts you in more danger than any other drug that I've ever experienced. And then you add on top of that the amount of crack that I was using at the time. And crack cocaine, in terms of your physical health, is not as dangerous as the situation that you put yourself in to be able to obtain it.
How do you get crack?
One of the things I don't want to do is give a how-to to any moron like myself that may think that it's a good idea. But crack cocaine is I am fully aware when I'm talking about it in relationship to my own experience with it. It is still a shocking thing for most people, because we have been fed this perception of crack cocaine. It's more than just a drug. It's more than, like, if you say meth or if you say heroin or if you say cocaine. It comes with a whole bunch of different baggage. And because of that, places that you can go get it are some of the most dangerous places in whatever location you happen to be in. And it's everywhere. Mainly for that reason, I learned how to make my own. Have you read...
He made his own
I'm
crack
gonna
cocaine?
pretend like you're not getting attacked by a bee right now.
Hey, it's all right.
Keep my train of thought.
Without them, we would all
Just
die.
trying to root. By the way, that's true too. Birds aren't real, but bees are.
Good morning, America and the world. My name is Andrew Callahan, the host and creator of Channel 5, the largest independent crowd-funded newsroom in the United States. The following interview is with Hunter Biden, the controversial storied son of former President Joe Biden, who issued a full and unconditional pardon for Hunter during his final month in office, shortly after Hunter was found guilty of tax-related crimes and being an illegal drug user in possession of a firearm. Hunter has yet to speak to the media about this pardon and hasn't done a televised interview in years. In fact, aside from a very limited and controlled press run to promote his new book, Beautiful Things, in 2021, Hunter hasn't given a single statement to the media, especially in regards to the laptop scandal that was a crucial component in the Stop the Steal movement back in 2020, wherein millions of Trump supporters alleged that Joe Biden was being controlled and manipulated by nefarious foreign actors who leveraged their business connections with Hunter to peddle influence in the White House.
Right.
As I mentioned, this alleged intel connects to private messages and emails that were found on a laptop that Rudy Giuliani and his lawyer claim Hunter left in a computer repair shop in Delaware sometime in 2020, where after the laptop repairman, John Paul Mac Isaac, pictured here, essentially leaked its contents to the world, along with evidence of alleged corruption, tax evasion, and influence peddling.
Why'd they pick the worst photo for the repair guy, bro? You look kind of cross-eyed right there, bro.
Also leaked from the laptop is nearly a decade.
Yo, my boy was doing prostitutes and cocaine. My sheesh, he's living the dream.
Private photos of Hunter in the thralls of crack cocaine addiction. All right, in today's interview, we're gonna discuss the laptop, the 2020 election, crack cocaine, and more, with an emphasis on recovery and away from gossip and family drama. And by the way, if you'd like to listen to or download an audio version of this interview, I've uploaded a crispy WAV file to the podcast feed of our long-form program, Fivecast, which is available now on Spotify, Apple Music, and Amazon. All right, let's get into it. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Hunter Biden. All right, Mr. Biden, thank you so much for your time, man. I really appreciate it. How long has it been since you've done a formal sit-down interview?
You know, it's been a while. Been a long while. I had a conversation with Jamie Harrison, who's the former chair of the DNC. He's a great friend, loyal. And I was down in South Carolina for other things and kind of like family down there. So I sat down with him and talked about some stuff, but nothing like this.
What made you feel like now's the time for a official, unedited long form?
Well, I don't know when it is the right time or not the right time. I'm an admirer of your work, and we have a mutual acquaintance. It didn't take me much to agree to be really interested. I think the work that you've done is some of the most interesting commentary on the.
Damn, even Hunter Biden respects Channel 5. Dog, my boy made it. You got the White House officials fucking listening to your fucking. Yo, that's dope. Hopefully one day we don't get there, because I don't want to be known by anybody in the White House, bro.
We're living in the expanded moment that we seem to be continuing to live in of the from 2020 on. I hadn't seen much of the earlier work that you had done, but I do know that I at least appreciate the sincerity with which you approach everything that you do.
I appreciate it. You said 2020 on. Do you feel like that's the year the world kind of went crazy?
No. I think that's the year that we all kind of woke up to the realization that things are crazy. But no, I think that they've been going crazy for a while. And I don't know whether crazy is the right word. I think that I don't know how interested people are in my take on why I think the world is a little bit crazy right now.
Well, I think there's probably millions of people out there who just want to know how you're doing.
Personally, I'm great. I tell everybody, and Melissa gets kind of upset with me because it has been obviously a difficult time. You know, the past 5 years have not, at least from any outsider's perspective, been fun. But for me, as a person in recovery and being able to maintain that recovery through this and stay clean and sober throughout it, it's one thing I allow myself to take some pride in. And I know about my life is that I survived almost certain death. And I mean, I don't know if you read my book, but I'm pretty transparent about it. Having survived that hell kind of prepared me to be able to make it through kind of the public humiliation that, I don't know any other way to put it, that I've experienced over the past close to 5 years now. And it doesn't seem to stop, but I'm more grounded in who I am and what matters to me and what I'm grateful for on a daily basis than I've ever been in my life. And physically, I'm in a hell of a lot better shape than I was since my last drink or drug 6 years ago.
So it's been 6 years?
Yeah, just over 6 years.
When you say you almost died, can you kind of give us some more context?
I was a drinker, and at the end, my addiction had progressed so much that it was potentially deadly on a daily basis. the thing that was the most concerning and the most real about, facing death was in actuality the alcohol. Once you fall into that lifestyle, and I wouldn't call it a lifestyle because there's no life to it at all, you enter a completely different world in which you're living kind of completely outside of the bounds of any communal norms. I don't know. It's a scary place to be. And I met some of the most truly heroic, astounding, thoughtful, kind people that I've ever met in my life that are living, lives of quiet desperation, not quiet, very loud desperation, but even in that, found space in their hearts for empathy and kindness. And I've met some of the most awful, predatory people that I've ever experienced in my life.
So you feel that the thralls of addiction do oftentimes swallow up very genuine, earnest people, but at the same time, that underbelly is home to a specific breed of evil as well?
One of the things that I've realized is that addiction is one of the most universal conditions. I don't know many people that have not been impacted by it in some way, whether it's addiction to drugs or addiction to behaviors. They have the same dilatory effect on not just you, but more importantly, on your immediate community, your family, and then it just spirals outward. And I don't know anybody that hasn't been impacted by drugs and alcohol in a really significant way, or at least a way in which it's created trauma in their own personal lives and the lives of those that they really love. And so while it's universal, it's something that we rarely talk about. And it's kind of the way in which we treat drug use it's something that someone else is doing, and that someone else happens to be your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, yourself, your coworker, and it only becomes a problem when it becomes a problem for you.
Do you think that you would have been treated differently by the media if your addiction was to an opiate or perhaps methamphetamine as opposed to crack, which kind of has a racialized context to it?
Well, maybe, I don't know. Because it depends upon what media you're talking about. Because what is the media? I think it was just an added bonus for them that they could say crack addict, and everybody would go, "Oh my God, he's a monster." So I think for those that wanted to use it as a bludgeon, it's easier when you slap the word crack addict onto it. It made me a lot easier target for the Don Juniors of the world, the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, just because of their inherent kind of meanness about things. But I'm not a victim here. I was a crack addict. I wrote about it. I was transparent about it. I wasn't naive to the idea that somehow that would be something that anyone or everyone would be able to fully comprehend and have empathy for. We're lacking empathy across the board, not just for Hunter Biden. But I guess I was a little bit surprised in terms of a lot of people in the press, whether it was the New York Times or the New York Post, kind of dismissed addiction as somehow unique to my family, or without taking into account what they were doing to other people that were looking to get clean and sober. One of the things about getting clean and sober, at least I found, I don't know what your experience in your life or with your friends or others, is one of the things that keeps us in the cycle of addiction is our guilt and our shame, is the lies we tell ourselves and the lies that we tell the people that we care about the most. And you get clean and you get sober, and what ends up happening is you still hold on to these secrets. Like, I smoke crack. I was a crack smoker. They know that I did cocaine, or they know that I was drinking, but they don't know that I was also an inveterate drug user. And so you keep that secret, and that guilt kind of boils up. And the only place that you can talk about it is in rooms full of virtual strangers, which is really helpful. But it isn't it doesn't release you from that awful feeling that I'm about to be found out, and that anxiety. And so then you get triggered, and your brain tells you to do the only thing that it's learned how to do, is that you need to save yourself. And the fastest way to save yourself is a drink or a drug. So you get caught in this loop. And the favor that they did for me is I don't have any more secrets. Now, not everything that's been said about me is true, but there are the things that most people would be very embarrassed about, I've been very open about. I spent more time on my hands and knees picking through rugs smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine. I probably smoked more Parmesan cheese than anyone, and so I don't get triggered.
Yeah, does crack look like Parmesan cheese? Is that what? I don't know what it looks like, so I've never done it. So yeah, Parmesan, smoking Parmesan cheese. You know what I'm saying? I eat that shit, but I don't smoke it.
Same way. But the thing that scares me is for people that look at the way that I'm treated in the media, whatever the hell the media is, and think, do I want to get honest? I mean, seems to me, if you look at that as a test case, better to keep some things unsaid. And I think that's really dangerous for people, at least in my experience with recovery.
As far as the media goes, what do you think are the 3 craziest things you've heard about yourself in the press?
Oh my God, the list is forever and forever. They got stuck on for a while, even Fox News, that I funded the Wuhan lab. I said that to someone a long time ago on camera as in response to a question like you just asked. And you gotta be really careful. Somebody's gonna be able to cut that and say, I did not fund the Wuhan lab.
I did.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah,
exactly. Me and George Soros. Supposedly me and George Soros have a lot in common. The one thing I'm positive we don't have in common is that I am very, very far from being a billionaire. But those conspiracies are kind of the craziest. You know, I just heard Jake Tapper is going on TV saying that, you know, I basically acted as the chief of staff.
I think Hunter was driving the decision making for the family in a way that he was almost like a chief of staff of the family.
Does that strike you as pretty bizarre?
I think I spent 12 days in the White House in the last 2 years of the administration. I had a lot of other things going on. I think the one that was like you feel like
I was banging whores and doing. I was banging whores and drinking Coors, baby.
got hit in the gut, you know, by an elephant. Is when Rudy Giuliani and Bernie Kerik went to the Newcastle County Courthouse here in Delaware and talked about me being involved in, I think, you know, child sex crimes and stuff like that. And I mean, literally with nothing. That one was the last and the only one that was kind of hard to wake up from. Is like how do you ever take that out of somebody's head after they've heard it, you know? But I mean, truly, the list just goes on and on.
Did you try to like sue for defamation or damages or anything after that?
No, and I mean, I am in a defamation suit right now. I mean, one of the craziest ones is what Patrick Byrne said about me. And let me get this straight. He said that I was the key person in ensuring that the sanctioned Iranian oil money that was being held in South Korea was released at the behest of myself and somebody in Pakistan. And I took a 10% fee off the $8 billion for my family.
We have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think.
And then I had traveled to Tehran and to the Middle East in 2022 and 2023 in order to effectuate this. And then that ultimately, his followers made the direct connection that that money was used to fund Hamas for the murder of over 1,400 Jews on October 7th. That's the kind of stuff. And now, I know you guys look and say, like, but who believes that? You know, I don't know. The million people that read that tweet, you know. I had one guy in California who is I don't remember his name, but he's associated with SpaceX, a big investor in SpaceX, a very, very wealthy guy, claim just months ago that I rented a house from him and that I trashed the house and I had the Secret Service stiff him on the rent, and that I tried to pay him with a book of art made of my own feces.
His ex-landlord claims he stiffed him on a whopping $300,000 in rent. What happens to the back rent that Hunter Biden owes my family? Is that pardoned now?
And, you know, like, how insane is that, right? You know, but you look into the background of this person, and he's a major investor in SpaceX. He's probably worth a few $100 million, and he has this huge following on X. Elon Musk retweeted that, and it went, you know, and it went viral.
It's pretty messed up, man. There's also some people, though, who just think that if you leave the country, you're a spy. You know what I mean? Like, why is he going so many places?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know, The really interesting thing is they've created this a character that is both in some sense a ne'er-do-well fail son that has not ever accomplished anything, and a criminal mastermind all in one. I kind of feel like, you know, pick one. Most of my travel during that period of time when my dad was vice president, and by the way, I didn't travel anywhere when my dad was president. I don't think I left the country. But during that time, I was the chairman of the board of what's called the U.S.-UN World Food Program. And I was also chairman of the board of the Truman National Security Project, chairman of the board of the Center for National Policy. I was a professor at Georgetown University, adjunct professor for over 4 years in the master's program of the School of Foreign Service. I taught a course on advocacy, and largely based upon the implementation of a thing called PEPFAR, President's Emergency Plan for Aid Relief in Africa. And as the chairman of the board of the U.S.-UN World Food Program, it's kind of like what you know of, like, as a kid growing up, like UNICEF. UN has voluntary aid organizations in which each nation state that is a part of the UN voluntarily contributes to the continued operations of UNICEF, UNHCR, UNESCO. All of these organizations are all voluntary aid organizations. UN World Food Program is the largest voluntary aid program in the United Nations, and it is the largest humanitarian organization in the world. It serves over 80 million meals on a daily basis in 72 different countries, and it is the first on the ground because it controls all the airlift and communications for all of the relief efforts globally in any natural disaster or civil war or conflict. And so the UN, US, is responsible for about 65% of the budget of the World Food Program, which was my responsibility as chairman of the board. And I increased the budget of the World Food Program, which just won the Nobel Peace Prize 2 or 3 years ago, by 50% when I was chairman over my term, to like $2.4 billion. It's all gone now. Trump ended all of that. But point about traveling. So I went to the Philippines after Typhoon Haiyan. I went to Kenya to Dadaab when refugees were flowing in from across southern Africa and Ethiopia. I've been to Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan, and I've been to all over the world. 75% of my travel during that period of time was on behalf of the World Food Program and other, you know, NGOs that I worked on behalf of.
So I want to back all the way up to the very, very beginning. A little short bio, or we could do a long bio too. So you're born here in Delaware or born here in Pennsylvania?
In Delaware.
Okay, in Delaware.
Yeah, Wilmington.
Wilmington.
Yeah, 10 minutes from here, 15.
What are your thoughts on Wilmington, Delaware? Nice place?
Oh, yeah. One of the things that I still do love about the East Coast and Delaware and the Mid-Atlantic is the history. And so I'm a little bit of a history geek.
Yeah, because Delaware doesn't really get much representation, because you got Philadelphia, powerhouse of history and culture. You got Rocky, a lot of other things going on there, too important stuff.
Yeah.
And then
we agree on that. I'm basically living in a suburb of Philly. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say that, but you got Baltimore, The Wire.
Yeah.
You know, you got people on horses in the streets out there.
Yeah.
People on ATVs. And then Delaware's kind of sitting in between. People know that it's a corporate tax haven. People know that the Biden family's from there. What's something that people don't know about Delaware that they should?
Delaware's the first state. I don't know if they should know this, but it's the first state to ratify the Constitution. When Thomas Penn basically colonized Pennsylvania, he carved out Delaware, and we called it the diamond and the jewel in the crown of the colonies. Delaware is almost, you know, a state of almost all coastline. Here's the thing that's interesting about Delaware. Delaware is geographically and historically and emotionally both a southern and a northern state. So the northern part of the state feels very much like Philadelphia. The southern part of the state feels very much like South Carolina.
So do you see like Confederate flags in Dover?
Maybe not Dover, but definitely Gumboro. You know, I think that the National Association for the Advancement of White People started in Gumboro, Delaware.
How are they doing?
I don't know. It was a long, long time ago.
Seems like they're doing pretty well.
I think they probably had a real comeback. But that's because Delaware was a slave state that fought on the side of the Union. And the Mason-Dixon line, actually, Delaware is the only state that the Mason-Dixon line does not bisect. And that is because it starts at our western border, the actual line for the Mason-Dixon line, and right in the middle of the state. So there's 3 counties in Delaware, and if you go below the canal, you're in the southern part of Delaware, Kent and Sussex.
And you were born in the 70s?
I was born in 1970. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
A couple years after the Summer of Love.
Yeah. My brother was born 1969, February 3rd, and I was born February 4th, 1970. And my sister was a year and a couple months after that, in 71.
Now, I know that you've talked about this story before, but there was a tragedy pretty early on in your life. Can you kind of tell people what happened for those who don't know?
Yeah, my dad got elected to the Senate on December 18th of 1972, so I was almost 3 years old. And my brother, myself, my little sister were with my mom and the dog in a station wagon, and we were hit by a tractor trailer. My mother and sisters were killed instantly. My brother and I were trapped inside the car, but they got us out. And
Fuck.
I had significant head trauma.
Damn, that sucks. That sounds like a terrible fucking nightmare right there.
He basically broke almost every bone in his body and was in traction, and we were in the hospital together for weeks. And family and this community saved us. And my aunts and uncles moved in with my dad, and he figured out a way to be with us and be a dad to us and also be a senator, commuted every day. And so I grew up here. I mean, I spent a lot of time with my dad. My brother and I had this rule with my dad, is that we could go with him whenever we wanted to. And kind of no questions asked. And obviously we didn't take advantage of it, otherwise it would have gone away, but we were smart enough to do that. But we spent a lot of time on the train going down to the Russell Senate office building with my dad, and just to be with him. We did everything together. The thing about my mom and my sister dying and my brother and I being in that accident, it's like the realization that I have with addiction and being someone public is that I'm in no way unique. You know, everybody's had a tragedy in their family. And when you're in the public eye and as transparent, I think, as my family has been about those tragedies, and whether we wanted to or not, you have this incredible wellspring of other people that come to you and want to talk to you about your own experience or their experience. Like, how'd you get through it? And like, I had the same thing. And you realize that we are almost all universal in that way. Is the one thing that binds each and every one of us is not necessarily love. People can go through life without being loved. It's not the only experience that we will all have between the time we're born and then we die is pain. And being able to recognize pain is a thing that connects us all. It's a real gift, I think, at least, and given me a lot of strength when I needed it.
How do you feel that particular experience impacted you growing up?
I don't know. I think it's something that's a lifelong journey to be able to figure out what that kind of a trauma has on you. I don't know. I mean, I used to fight against the idea that it had anything to do with my addictive behavior. I don't fight about that as much anymore. It kind of makes sense to me in a way. I think that some of the genetics make sense to me in a way too. But in terms of that trauma and how I see it today, in the way that people responded, it's all about the love that I experienced during that time. I look back and I think of the way in which my family surrounded me. I was given the gift of having known and having two mothers that I consider my mom, both of them, my birth mother and my mom now. And I feel incredibly lucky for that. Instead of thinking of it as some tragedy, I feel incredibly lucky that I had my aunts and uncles that literally moved in with us. And I got the experience of having an extended family. My uncle is my best friend in the world, outside of my dad and my brother. And that, I don't know whether we would all be as close if it weren't for that. But you know, I mean, you come from a big Irish Catholic family. This isn't like, oh, woe is me. Yeah. You know, I mean, everybody's gone through this.
It was definitely a cultural kind of instinct to not allow ourselves to be defined by traumatic events and to take responsibility for the way that, you know, we've handled things that have happened.
Oh, yeah, I think so. And I think ultimately at the end of the day, we all have to take responsibility, regardless of the reason. The consequences aren't always fair, but I think the biggest question is whether you use it as an excuse or do you use it as a catalyst to be more empathetic with other people and also yourself.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Yeah, and it sounds like the kind of double-edged sword you're talking about, or the flip side of the coin, is that even in the wake of tragedy allowed for your extended family, like your uncles and stuff, to become closer because they recognized that you needed like an extra layer of support. And so do you feel like without that happening, there wouldn't have been as strong of a bond within the family?
I don't know. I do know this, is that my family is just incredibly close-knit, but I can't imagine that, I mean, obviously, yeah, I think your relationships are forged by the circumstances, and the more dire and consequential the circumstances, the stronger the bond. I mean, I don't know what your experience is, but I do know this, is that I feel very lucky. And the reason I feel very lucky is because this state, not just my family, but the people in this state. It's like when I was on trial here, I walked out of that courtroom after the conviction in Delaware in the gun case, and the first thing I said to the group of people that were there, my family and closest friends, is that how grateful I was. I mean, I'm truly grateful. It was like being able to go to your own funeral. I looked behind me and realized that no matter what, there was a whole courtroom full of people that knew who I was. And I had a whole family of people that were like aunts and uncles to me. I felt lucky, and I still feel lucky, and I don't take it for granted.
I think in a lot of ways, catastrophe reveals character. You know, you're able to see how far someone's willing to go to help you, or how much they care about your well-being when things aren't going well.
Yeah.
And I feel like you've had a couple different cycles of that throughout your life.
Yeah, that's, it feels like a never-ending cycle of that, you know. But, you know, I mean, that's life. I hope that at the end of the day, like, look, I'm trying to figure out how to make as clear as possible. Addiction is not an excuse, but it is an explanation. There are consequences for people, as you know, or anybody that's in recovery or spent any time, is regardless of whether those consequences are legal, financial, relationship-wise, or anyway, is that, you know, that addiction, and when I say addiction, I mean alcohol too, because I don't know of any more destructive drug than alcohol, there are consequences. And I'm still appropriately paying the price for some of it. We're trying to make amends for stuff that are personal, that I believe that I still need to make amends for. I don't believe that there should be a continued, that somebody should have to wear Scarlet A for the rest of their life. Yeah. You know, it's interesting the way that people talk about addicts, because if they just step back for a second and examine their own lives and the people that they idolize, I mean, I guarantee you at least 50, 60% of them are in recovery, hopefully, or experienced some level of addiction in their lives without kind of attaching this, you know, Scarlet A to everything that they do.
How old were you when you first started, I guess, drinking or experimenting with drugs?
I think the first time that I think I write about this, the first time I took a drink was a party where I stole a glass of champagne and hid under the table, maybe 8.
Champagne.
11, something like that.
Okay, so before high school.
Yeah, but you know, that was like my first memory with alcohol was that. I don't think then I didn't like continue drinking after that, but I can remember that distinctively. But then in high school was, you know, when I started to drink. I played football, so you wouldn't really drink during the football season, but you know, weekend drinking, yeah.
So just like standard going out Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
No, obviously no crack.
No. I didn't, you know, I experimented with drugs in high school, but drugs as an issue did not occur until crack.
So it was just like you didn't go from cocaine to crack?
No, it wasn't as linear as that. And so with me, what ended up happening was when my brother was dying, he was dying in a very slow but certain way because he had glioblastoma, multiform stage 4 cancer, which basically you have a 2% survival rate. And even that 2%, your chances of being fully intact physically and mentally are, you know, basically 0.2% of people survive without, you know, their life, but almost a 98% certainty that you're not going to live outside of 2 years. And so my brother never wanted to really know those numbers. And so I remember, you know, I haven't read all of the book, but the people have given me little synopsis of like this guy, Alex Thompson, who no reason anybody would know who the hell Alex Thompson is. He has this whole thing, I understand, in which he says like the Bidens covered up those cancer diagnoses. And I feel like saying, what the fuck are you talking about, man? You get a terminal diagnosis, okay? What do? Do you accept it, go home and die? Or do you say, I'm not dying, I'm gonna be part of that 2%. I sit down with the oncologist, and the oncologists tell me that there are new procedures and there are new experimental things that they're doing as it relates to X, Y, and Z at MD Anderson or at Sloan Kettering, and I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna try that, and I'm gonna survive, and I'm gonna run for governor. My brother was the Attorney General. He was no longer the Attorney General. He did not run for re-election as Attorney General, but he was considering running for governor at the time. When my brother would be asked, he'd say, I'm okay. I'm okay. And he'd keep doing his job, and he was in private practice at this time. And so, what does Alex Thompson think my brother would owe fucking anyone to say, oh no, I'm dying, I'm not gonna run for governor? And why would he do that? Why would you give up on life? And it's almost like somehow that this human being is not a human being. Like, he has not experienced life. He has not had anyone in his life that is, you know, and I find that really hard to believe in a day and age when I don't know.
Did his brother die? Is that what he said? Shit.
Anybody that hasn't had somebody in their family that has cancer. And so what do you say to them? Oh, you have cancer? Oh, so you're gonna go tell your boss that you're dying and you should quit now? No, you don't. You go do your chemo, you do your radiation, you get up in the morning and you eat better, and you go on a different diet plan, and you get experimental procedures done, and you fight and you fight and you fight. At least that's what my brother did. Anyway, my point being, it was slow. And I knew that there was going to be a real transition. And I knew that there was going to be in the entire family, not for any other reason than proximity. I was with him all the time, as was his wife, and as was his children, and as was the rest of the family. But I was with him all the time. And so I knew what every doctor was saying, and I stayed, I was clean and sober through that period of time. And, you know, off and on, I had some relapses, but I had gotten sober in 2003 from alcohol, and I was clean and sober basically for an 8-year period of time, and then I cycled in and out. But when my brother was sick, I was ostensibly clean most of that time. And when he died, it was a awful, I mean, my brother kind of connected us all in a way that it was almost impossible to imagine him not being that glue. I mean, it's the hardest thing of anything I've ever been through. And I know people are close to their brothers and sisters. It's not unique. But the only dream that I ever had, nightmare that I ever had as a kid, was losing my brother. Like the one that you wake up in a cold sweat. And I did. And it was really difficult. And my wife of 20 years stopped talking to me. You know, maybe 20 years of reason.
You lose your brother and your wife stops talking to you, like, during that kind of fucking crisis? What the fuck?
Not to have a relationship, but it was pretty awful timing. And I fell apart. And I went to rehab almost immediately. And I stayed in rehab for a long time. Inpatient, outpatient, for close to a year, and between up in a place in Pennsylvania and then back in DC to be near my kids, and was not wanted by my ex-wife back in the house. And so for the first time in 46 years, I'm living alone. I don't have my brother. The rest of the family is in this awful state of grief. And we feel rudderless, I think, for the first time in my life, completely rudderless. And anyway, long story short, is I kind of held it together for about a year, and almost exactly a year to my brother's death. And then I admitted that I slipped up with a drink, and the doctor, the outpatient program that I was in, I was going to 4 times a day and getting tested. I said, look, I drank, so we want to test you anyway. And I said, if you test me, it becomes a part of a record, and I don't want it as a part of a record because it's not protected by HIPAA. And he said, well, you can't come back in if we don't test you. And I said, well, this is what I did. And they said, it doesn't matter, you're telling us. And said, we need it for our records. I said, well, fuck you. And I walked out to the park across the street, and Lincoln Park in D.C., which is not very far from the White House, which is I knew to be a kind of sometimes an open air drug market. And I saw someone that I knew from my past life as being in the streets, a woman that I referred to as Bicycles, and I knew that it was kind of a suicidal thought. I said, "Do you got any crack?" She sold me crack, and then that was it. From there, it just progressively got worse and worse.
What kind of places did it take you?
Physically, it took me to, geographically, it took me to some, the worst parts of any city, town, state that you've been through. And, I know that you've been through these places I've watched, but, it takes you to, metaphorically and literally, to the Super 8 motel off the highway, rooms for rent on an hourly or daily basis, for tens of dollars. And that's kind of where it takes you.
Takes you to public housing too.
Yeah, and not safe places. Places people live, but, not safe places.
How long was the run for after you saw Bicycles?
And that was in 2016, and then June of 2016, about almost 3 years. Yeah. Now, there were periods where I would stop. I would try to get help, or half try to get help, or appease people in my life and say that I was getting help. And so I did a whole host of different things to try to pull myself out of it. I did try, and people would come in and out of my web and try to help me, and my level of toxicity would drag them down until they would kind of disappear. And then people that would come into my life that were nothing but blood-sucking leeches that would literally saw vulnerability and latched on and drained me of literally every thing that I had, whether from emotional well-being to my physical well-being to my bank account. And that was the ebb and flow for almost 3 years until I met Melissa. The one thing that is true about it is that, as I said before, I met some people in that period of time that are living and have no escape. I had an escape, my family. I thought that I had burned all bridges. There was no exit. I was in a hotel in a big city, and I don't want to name it the city, and this drug dealer who had pretended kind of to be my friend, would organize these, things around me where they just would live off of me for like days at a time, and they'd get hotel rooms and they'd bring people in, and you'd be like a big party, and I would find myself invariably kind of like trapped in the room and kind of trotted out to deal with hotel security or whatever at any time. Someone had given me something, and there was a spa tub, like a big hot tub pool, and they'd found me floating face down in the pool. And this person saved me. And I woke up after about 12 hours where they just held me. My whole point of the story is that this person put themselves at an enormous risk to save my life for nothing other than to be human, because every single other person that was there, literally, they stole the shoes off my feet, stole my clothes. I've gotten over the fact that, Matt Gaetz or Eric Trump is going to use this story as another, data point for how fucked up Hunter Biden is. But I don't give a shit anymore. And what I don't give a shit about is because people, even in the midst of their addiction, some people can be so incredible and generous and humane and caring. And this person had literally nothing to gain, and I don't even know their name, but they saved my life, and they sat with me, and they nursed me back to health until I was good enough to be able to get up and realize. But literally, for what? The most likely outcome for them was that the hotel walk in and and I was dead, and they get blamed for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I guess my point is that I think I was worth saving, and I think there's millions of people out there that are suffering from addiction that are worth saving.
You mentioned one thing earlier that I thought was pretty interesting, is that, you know, you would take breaks throughout this period of time.
Yeah.
And I think that when you're in active addiction, especially, those tolerance breaks can give you the illusion of control. Because you're like, oh, I'm just going to chill for a bit.
It's the oldest
I'm
story in the
so
book.
good at, you know, moderation. Wow, I'm the best. But in your mind, you're like, I'm chilling so that I can mentally be on board for the next bender.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm talking about?
100%. And I mean, it's the oldest story in the rooms, at least my experience, is that so many relapses start with the assumption that, you know, like, well, look, I can smoke pot. Or, you know, like, I can drink beer, which is not hard liquor. Or, you know, I can drink, but I'm not going to use hard drugs. Or I can take prescription drugs and not drink.
Yeah.
You know, and or like the very beginning, I remember when I first thought, like, maybe I should stop drinking so much. You'd say, well, you know what, I'm not going to drink for the month of January. And I don't know how many people that I know do that, but I would make it 10 days. And you say, well, I'm not going to drink for the first 10 days of January.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it's like, well, I'm not going to drink on weekdays in January. And then it's like, well, I'm not going to drink on Wednesdays in January. And it's like, fuck it. But yeah, you know, you tell yourself that. And it's the same with any, you know, you get 30 days away from the drug, but you haven't created any new habits. And you put yourself right back into the environment in which you were using. And all of your problems have just built up and built up and built up. And that.
Man, I don't really have a problem like that. I guess when I go out, I want to drink, right? But I haven't gone out like that in a minute, so it's like I don't drink at the house for some reason. But these motherfuckers drinking every day.
Anxiety comes crashing down on you, and you don't have any outlet other than your brain. And this is the thing that people don't understand, is this: why do addicts drink and drug? Because it works.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Let's take a quick break here and look at the media coverage of Trump's executive order to cut funding for PBS and NPR across the U.S., a political move that will have massive ramifications for how the country is informed. As we know, different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narratives, which is why independent reporting matters, and we here at Channel 5 are 100% committed to bringing y'all raw, unfiltered coverage straight from the streets. But before we hit the streets, we get informed using what you might ask, ground news. Ground news is a dope-ass news aggregate that lets you see exactly how different media, how many actual sources are covering a specific story. Stories that might
If I had money, I'd buy ground news for sure.
Because it would take.
If I had money, I'd buy ground news because I'd be going through shit. It's like, bro, I just want to know what the fuck people are saying. I think it would help.
What I believe.
Someone give me an account for Ground Network, and then I could just. We need money for Ground Network, people.
In my rewired chemistry of my brain was telling me is that you're going to die from. Like, you cannot, like, you have to take care of this. I know the fastest way to take care of it. The fastest way to take care of it is a drink or a drug. Unlearning that is a really, really difficult process.
Did you find that, you know, a lot of addictions, especially, are kind of comorbid, they go with each other? So you said alcohol was one. Do you feel like drugs and alcohol, specifically like stimulants and alcohol, work really well together? Or did you ever find yourself smoking crack just without drinking?
No, it almost invariably, I've found with all the addicts I've had personal experience with over my life, whether it's the meth addicts with the benzodiazepams or the cocaine users with alcohol. I mean, really hardcore addicts, or when I say hardcore, what does that mean? And most people try to find like some kind of stasis in which they can withstand the downsides of whatever their addiction is, but it never works. It always falls out of balance, and you always overdo one and don't prepare enough for another. Let's say this: alcohol causes more death and violence than every single other drug combined times 5.
Do you think a lot of that has to do with the normalization of alcohol culture, or do you think it's the substance itself?
Both.
Because it's like, everywhere you go, you see.
So let me tell you about alcohol. One of the things, my dad never drank. My brother never drank, really. And the reason that they didn't isn't because of some bad experience that they had with alcohol. It's because they witnessed what alcohol did in the lives of the people around them.
You're not talking about like Irish ancestral memory here.
I am kinda.
Okay, cool. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, I really am. I'm talking about, like, I think it is in our bones. I look at my family tree, and one of the cool things about your dad becoming president is the Latter-day Saints, who have the largest database of genealogy in the world. I have this really a lot of material on, you know, both sides of the family, the Bidens, the Finnegans, the Hunters, and but mainly the Bidens and the Finnegans. And you go back, particularly on the Finnegan side, and you see Francis W. Finnegan died age 32, consumption. All these people that died age 39, left 4 children, consumption. And it's just a catch-all disease, and what it is it's alcoholism. You died of alcoholism. And the reason is this, alcohol is the only drug that impacts every single organ in your body. So from your brain to your liver to your kidney to your spleen, it enters your bloodstream, and it's the only drug that you can die from withdrawing from.
What about Xanax?
Except for benzodiazepams, which are in large quantities you can die in because it has the same impact that alcohol does on your body. Because once you withdraw it from your body, it's the only drug, along with benzodiazepams, that can send you into seizures, because your body is saying, I need this to live. And so it has tricked it so conclusively that the sugars of those alcohol in every single organ scream out, and basically you have seizures and die. The way in which alcohol as a disinhibitor works, you know, causes people to do some of the most ridiculous, fucked up things that you can possibly imagine. From what they do in terms of what they say, to the car that they get in and get behind a wheel, to the anger with which they respond. Most people with alcohol, it simply is an amplification of their worst qualities. And your worst quality, mine was never violence, and I'm not going to judge what my worst qualities were, but maybe there's delusions of grandeur. It's my worst things, but like that, it's a really, really toxic mix.
For me, it's like extremely depressive nostalgia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll like hijack the touch tunes and play some song that makes me think of a different time.
Yeah.
I'll start getting really sad and talking about how I missed 2008. So your kind of most prolific bender was during the Trump era, between 2016 and 2020, which I think is important to clarify. It is not when your father was in the White House.
Exactly. 100% not. There's this conflation that people have. I mean, you know, I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the West Wing of the White House.
I think it was Don Jr.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about old White House.
Yeah, when my dad was there.
Oh, so they just got to blame you automatically.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally going to do an FBI, another congressional investigation, because they've convinced themselves that it had to be me, that there was a little tiny. And I guess my point of even bringing it up is that no. I have been clean and sober since June of 2019, and I have not touched a drop of alcohol or a drug, and I'm incredibly, incredibly proud of that.
And why would you bring cocaine to the White House?
Why would I bring cocaine to the White House, stick it into a cubby outside the Situation Room in the West Wing when I wasn't there? Anyway, this must, who the fuck knows?
And politicians, I mean, they do blow, right?
I testified before the House Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means Committee. It was a whole big family shindig on the Republican side. All of them showed up, from Marjorie Taylor Greene to Lauren Boebert to Matt Gaetz to, you know, they're all sitting there. Now, none of them had the guts, except for a couple at the very end, to ask me any questions. At one point, in the 7 hours that I was being deposed, in which, by the way, I demanded that they do it in public, and they refused, and the reason is because they're fucking morons. Matt Gaetz, of all people, was giving me shit about my drug use. I said, really? All the people at this table, you're gonna talk to me about my addiction, Mal?
Like, I know an addict when I see one. Oh, let's go. Hey, I'd be pissed off too, though, not gonna lie.
And I said, how many of you have had your own experience with alcoholism and addiction? Because I knew at least 4 or 5 people in that room on the Republican side that were in recovery. And I knew of 3 that have been accused credibly of being drug users. And I knew that every single one of them had somebody in their family that was absolutely facing a serious drug problem.
I think there might be a lack of understanding there, because they think that cocaine is fundamentally different from crack cocaine.
I don't know what they know. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, because they think cocaine, Scarface, very cool. Crack cocaine, they think The Wire.
oh, in that sense, oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like they don't know how similar the chemical compounds are.
Well, the only difference between crack cocaine and cocaine is sodium bicarbonate and water and heat. Literally.
That's it?
That's it.
And those things are pretty much
Bruh. Yo, how does he know all this? Well, he did it, I guess. You gotta know what you're doing, but dang. It's pretty crazy. Like, crack cocaine, baby. Okay, let's see. Cocaine. Form, white powder, cocaine. Hydrochloride, sorry. Snorted, injected, rubbed on gums. Onset duration, slower onset, snorted, lasts 45 to 60 minutes. Addiction risk high, especially injected. Ooh. Health risk, nasal damage, risk of infection, infected.
Free.
Hold on. Legal history, Schedule 2, lighter historical penalties. Okay, solid rock-like crystals, smoked, free-based. Immediate rush, lasts just a few minutes. So what the fuck? So crack cocaine only lasts a few minutes and you're done? Lung damage, worsened asthma. Damn, I can't do it. My asthma is already bad. All right, Schedule 2. Historically harsher penalty, now reduced.
go to like a science store.
This is free. You can go to your neighborhood convenience store and just get. Anyway, I don't want to tell people how to make crack cocaine, but it literally is a mayonnaise jar of cocaine and baking soda.
How different is the experience?
It's vastly different. And like for real, I feel really reluctant to kind of have some euphoric discussion. I know you're not asking me to do that, but have some euphoric discussion about crack cocaine.
I think this might be kind of the opposite here.
Okay, no, it's the exact opposite. I'm saying I don't want to have the experience of some euphoric recall. That's how powerful crack cocaine is. Does crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it safer than alcohol? Probably. People think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite. When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off all the impurities so that it could bind with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable. That's all. You know, all of these actors and, you know, people in the past that talked about they had a problem with cocaine and freebasing. They were smoking crack.
So straw on the stove is the same thing.
Not exactly, but close to it. But it's a little bit different. But anyway, my point about it, your point about it, which I think is true, is that there's a thing about crack that is really insidious. And what it is that anytime, you know, I think one of the reasons that they believe that smoking cigarettes is so addictive is because it combines three really important things. It's habit forming, there is an oral fixation, and there is a ritual combined with it. And so the idea of hand to mouth is a habit and a fixation that we learn very early, even as children. With a pacifier, with a spoon, with your thumb, even to breastfeeding. Okay, so really, I don't want to get into the psychology of it because I'm no expert, but I do know this, is that you combine with that ignition, combustion, and then you combine the ritual. You have your cigarette in the morning, you have your cigarette when you get out of the car, you have your cigarette with your coffee. Crack is that on steroids. It's over and over. There's ritual to it. There's a ritualized part of it. The combination of all of those addictive behaviors together becomes like really powerful. And the drug in and of itself is a more immediate euphoric sensation and connected to it than, in my experience, cocaine alone.
Does it require more frequency to maintain the high?
Yes. Yes. And the capacity to use more than you could otherwise with powder cocaine, just physically to be able to ingest it.
So you're kind of saying that cocaine reaches a certain plateau of euphoria where you can't necessarily get any higher?
In my experience, yes. This is like a PSA. If you want to completely, utterly fuck up your life, you know, I don't think that anything is necessarily, oh, you do it once, you're addicted. But there's about the closest thing that statement could be true would be with crack cocaine.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the impact in communities in the inner city in the 80s, it led to an entire generation being destroyed, left without parental guidance and stuff like that?
You know, when I went to Yale Law School, and I had a professor, Duke, who was one of the key voices in the country at the time from a policy perspective and a law perspective about the inequities of our drug laws. And you could very much make an argument that, by the way, the Clinton crime bill that my dad helped architect was the consequences of what you call the crack wars during those period of time. The result of the war against crack cocaine, or was it the result of the crack cocaine itself? I'm not saying that crack in and of itself is in any way safe or recommended, but the response to it, I think, was far more destructive in those communities than the actual drug itself, which, by the way, like all drugs, all addictions, are completely dependent upon the way in which a community responds to them. Nobody gets clean and sober without community. Nobody gets clean and sober without support. If, you know, the response is, you know, met with just violence, from the dealing to the destruction, I don't, you know.
Do you think that, like, looking back at the crime bill and stuff, your dad and that kind of...
Oh yeah, I mean, my point was, when I was at Yale, I wrote my senior analytical thesis was on the disparity between crack and powder cocaine sentencing. That was in 1996, in which, I mean, we knew then, and, you know, that's when my dad became president. He did away with all of that. And I think that Obama did part of it, and he eradicated it all. And then he pardoned almost everybody at the very end of his administration that had been swept up and were still in prison as it related to those disparities in federal sentencing. Obviously, he has no control of the state. But hundreds of people were commuted sentences and were pardoned.
And you feel like your paper at Yale kind of helped implant that idea in his mind and help forward that cause?
No, I don't think he remembers my paper at Yale more than anybody remembers my paper at Yale. I think I'm the only one who remembers my paper at Yale. But I do know this, is that at the very end, I was the only thing that I can say that I truly weighed in on with my dad was on that level, and he was pushing on an open door. I think people forget the historic record number of people that he pardoned based upon the drug laws.
Also, he pardoned Leonard Peltier, or commuted his sentence from life imprisonment in Florida to house arrest at the Turtle Mountain Reservation.
I was never more proud of my dad. And again, literally, the only things that I advocated for were those things.
Peltier and the sentencing reform.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just did a report up in North Dakota about his homecoming event, and it was definitely interesting. I didn't think it would happen.
Hey guys, here's a quick preview of our upcoming episode that's being referenced, called Leonard Peltier Comes Home.
Today is a victorious day as our relative is here in the flesh.
President Joe Biden commuted the life sentence of Leonard Peltier.
The 79-year-old has served nearly 50 years in prison after being convicted for the 1975 killing of 2 FBI agents.
A young man who's spending his life in prison for something he almost certainly did not do.
Leonard Peltier and others killed Williams and Collier in cold blood on the reservation because they happened to be there at the wrong place at the wrong time.
He's considered by a lot of people to be America's longest serving political prisoner.
People today don't understand the FBI of 73. They went after Martin Luther King. It is in that context that Peltier was gone after.
The Peltier group, who could have just driven away, came to the agents' cars, Williams and Collier, and killed them both at point blank. I think I speak for all FBI agents. It's a kick in the balls. That's, yeah.
I know in my heart I never killed nobody.
Howdy there, Jake Fowler here with the C5 crew in beautiful Belcourt, North Dakota, homelands of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians. Right now, we're standing at the entrance to the casino here, and they're hosting an amazing event to honor the longest-held political prisoner in the United States, Leonard Peltier. So let's check it out.
My spirit name is One Who Carries a Light. Turtle Mountain, born and raised, just here to celebrate Leonard Peltier coming home. There's a town that you enter before you come into the Turtle Mountains. We got word that there was all sorts of community members who stood out on the side of the road, children, elders, probably 20 below, maybe even colder with the wind, and they're out there fists high, cheering on Leonard, and it was a powerful moment.
If you could describe today in one word, what word would that be?
Coming today. Thank you, Turtle Mountain.
I want to be described. Someone that loves these people.
Thank you for inviting us.
So I've been studying his case, and you have to realize there are elements that were inside of the FBI that still, to the very end, were very threatening. Said that there would be huge consequences within that community of the former and current FBI agents who still firmly believe that Leonard Peltier was responsible for the death of that agent. Anyway, so I knew an inordinate amount about the case and had studied the case. I was in a course of a guy named Stephen Bright, who ran the Southern Center for Human Rights, not the Southern Poverty Law Center. Two different organizations, same purpose, but the Southern Center for Human Rights, which mainly dealt with representing people on death row. One of the cases that we touched on, because I don't think Leonard was ever taken off of death row. Anyway, we worked on Hurricane Carter's case, and I became friendly with Stephen Bright, who's a leading expert in unjustly imprisoned people. And so we studied Leonard's case. I was really proud, because it was a really courageous thing that I think that my dad did by letting him out. And I think some people take it for granted that, well, why wouldn't the president do that? It was the right thing to do. He was 80, blah, blah, blah. Because you have a lot of really powerful people that can really mess with your life, and particularly in this atmosphere, by doing the right thing.
What do you think is the biggest inconsistency in the government's case against Peltier?
The two cases that were held against his two accomplices, who both were acquitted, and the lack of evidence that was allowed in Leonard's case as related to the lead up to that event on Pine Ridge, where the tribal police force, along with the FBI, had basically created a goon squad. And over 60 individuals had been tribal members and living on the reservation I think it was over 60, had been murdered by this goon squad, had been taken out. Or was it 60 or 16? I can't remember the exact numbers. But they were on a mission basically backed by the FBI. And the judge never allowed all of that information, which they had got, into the case when Leonard was tried. And I can't remember all the other inconsistencies, but one of the things that also is that the woman that they said was Leonard's girlfriend, when they were able to extradite him from Canada to the United States, they used her testimony to justify the extradition from Canada. Once they got him back, she completely recanted and said that she was basically threatened by the FBI to say that she was Leonard Peltier's girlfriend and that she witnessed the whole thing, when in fact they hardly even knew each other. She had lived on the reservation but didn't have any relationship to Leonard. But there's a whole bunch of other inconsistencies.
On a deeper level, what do you think it was about Leonard that scared the federal government in such a capacity?
That's a good question. If you believed Leonard, then you had to understand the rest of the story of what the federal government was doing, which was they were systematically murdering members of an organization that were setting out to highlight the injustice that was occurring on reservations across the country.
Shit. Doing all that, I'm surprised more federal people didn't get off, bro. Especially, well, you didn't have the internet back then too, so this shit wouldn't have happened. This shit wouldn't have flied. Because once this shit gets out, everybody's out there with all the information. So this Indian reservation shit can't happen anymore. And then also, not related to this, but the school that was killing all the Native American kids, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna fly no more either. There's too much information out there, which is great. I think it's a great thing that we can communicate with each other and tell each other from across the world what's going on, Kind of desensitizing a bit, but at the same time, the information is key.
I think that we are in such a ahistorical, is that even the term, time right now? I know why they want to erase history. I know why they don't want to teach about the actual history of this country, because to do so makes a lie out of almost everything that they are trying to achieve. And how could anyone see the way in which Native Americans then and now are treated on Pine Ridge by the federal government, to the degree that they basically paid for and implemented a program to systematically murder those that were simply speaking the truth? Our government, the FBI. By the way, they were able to do much of it at his, but all of the documentation was available. All of the communications were available at the time of the trial. And the judge wouldn't allow that information to be shared with the jury.
Yeah, because if you look at the bigger picture, American Indian Movement was just one of many groups they were targeting.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe one of 150.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 40, 50 years later, what has it been? How long was it, Leonard, in 48?
Something like 50.
Yeah, almost exactly 50 years, I think, right? 75. Why do we still hold on to that? Because it still makes a lie. I don't believe in conspiracy theories in the sense of I don't believe that the government has the capacity to carry out a conspiracy. You know, a secret plan. It's all in the open, man. There's no conspiracy behind what ICE agents are doing in the streets of Los Angeles, you know, right now. Or, by the way, in the streets of Detroit or Chicago or Philadelphia or Tampa or whatever the hell they are, is that they're openly terrorizing people for the purpose of scaring the shit out of them. You know, people look at this moment in time and they get this impression. I used to think it was hyperbole. I'm not so sure now. And the comparisons to 1930s and 1939 and 1932 and Kristallnacht and this is the time and are we before this, are we after this? And you know, I look at what we're going through right now as more associated with a moment in our own history, which was Reconstruction.
You're talking about, for reference, after the Civil War.
Yes, from 1865 to 1877. What people don't understand about Reconstruction is that we just fought the Civil War. All of the freedoms which the Constitution guaranteed was guaranteed for black citizens that had just been released from slavery. And people think there was this great migration, it all fell apart. The black population, because of the weight of slavery or whatever other excuse you want to make, kind of fell into this communities of poverty and disenfranchisement and blah, 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 blah. Total bullshit. Between 1865 and 1877, the South Carolina state legislature was a majority black.
I was going to say the state senate that was, I think at the time, based in Charleston was almost all black.
Yeah, all black. And on top of that, because by the way, it's a vast majority African-American state after the Civil War in South Carolina. You know, and by the way, which was where the first slaves were delivered in the 1600s, right there in Charleston. And so what happened after the Civil War? This amazing thing, this amazing renaissance. These people that jumped in, that had been in slavery for over 200 years. These communities are thriving. And then you have in, what was it, Colfax, Louisiana.
Is that where the first Klan started?
Not where the first Klan started, but the first major lynching occurred in the sense of this, is that you had in Colfax, Louisiana, you had black lawmakers that had gone in to secure the vote in this little town in the courthouse. And white supremacists surrounded the courthouse and they rolled up a cannon and they said, we're going to kill all of you unless you come out and give up this effort to, you know, and they're all wearing masks. Part of them were the local law enforcement. And so the black leadership comes out and they murder them all. And then they go on a rampage and they kill 105 African Americans in Colfax, a little town in Louisiana. What happens? Nothing. So the U.S. government doesn't do anything. The Union troops throughout the South won't take any action. Local law enforcement in the state does not prosecute any of the people. And then the federal government does prosecute a number of the people, but the Jim Crow Supreme Court overturns their convictions. So nothing gets done. So what ends up happening? That happens all across the South, all across the country, is this campaign of violence, a campaign of intimidation. And by the way, remember, how many states at that time? 16 states, 18 states at the time?
Not too many.
You had 14 members of Congress that were black. You had 2 United States senators that were black between 1865 and 1877. And then the door shuts, because everybody gave in to the corruption of the Supreme Court, the corruption of the president, Johnson ripping the rug out from under the entirety of Lincoln's Reconstruction plan. All achieved through violence, corruption, and making a complete and utter mockery of the Constitution.
And there's also this perception, if you look at whenever segregation on public transport was codified with Plessy versus Ferguson, I think it was in 1902, there's this perception because of the voting records of that time that most people supported it. People don't understand, or some people do, but the Klan emerged as a voter intimidation force. It wasn't just simply terror for terror's sake, that was a part of it, but it was to specifically target black area polling stations, voting booths.
It did. And by the way, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Whether it's voter suppression through violence and intimidation or disinformation, it's the same goddamn thing. It's whether it's an algorithm or whether it's a cross burning in your yard. That is what we have fought. We are caught in this loop. It's like the permanent Reconstruction loop, okay? The permanent Jim Crow loop is that every single time that we get closer to that idea, that promise, that potential of a more perfect union, what ends up fucking happening is they come in and they shut the door down because there's this there's this evil symbiosis between money and power. So what do? If I said to you, look, I'm going to tell you a story from the past. It's about a minority group of people that live in a country. It's a constitutional democracy that has had its problems in the past, but it's an economic powerhouse, and it is the center of learning, it's the center of culture, it has a deep and rich history. But there is a minority group that those in power that came into power through democratically elected means are going to target this minority group because they're stealing all the jobs.
Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken.
They're not originally citizens. They're not the original people.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you.
On top of that, they're spreading disease and distrust. And they're criminals, and they can be violent. They're eating your dogs and cats.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
And what we're going to do is we're going to send masked men to this marginalized group, and we are going to take them, put them on planes, put them on buses, put them on trains, and send them to a prison camp in a foreign country. What am I describing right then? Am I describing Germany? Or am I describing the United States right now? Because I will tell you what, if you think that the prison in El Salvador is not a fucking concentration camp, you're out of your fucking mind. Tell me anybody that's returning from there. You saw those pictures. Do you think anybody's getting out of there? Or, you know, is it a rehabilitation center? You think, I've been to those places in South Sudan and around in those areas. You think anybody's getting out of those South Sudan prisons? Ever? Ever? Out of your fucking mind. That's a death camp. They're done. They're over. And if you're not dead, you would want to be dead if you were in that prison. And we just sent a bunch of people without due process, some of them most likely legally in the United States. Like, I think of that poor guy that they said was a gang member because he had a tattoo on his arm that was a makeup artist. And they say he's MS-13. He literally a makeup artist that fled, I think, I'm making it up, Venezuela, because of a dictator, and came to the United States and sought asylum, received asylum, and they literally take this poor guy and they pick him up, and he has a family, and he has friends, and he has an entire community, and they give him no due process, and they put him on a plane with maybe a bunch of other criminals and send him to that fucking hellscape. He's dead, and nobody gives a shit. And I mean it. Like, we sit here and we talk about the one guy because there's a clear legal path to being able to get him back. What about all those other people? Am I not supposed to feel for someone? Am I going to be like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration. Fuck you. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you got food on your fucking table? Who do you think washes your dishes? Who do you think does your fucking garden? Who do you think is here by the fucking sheer fucking just grit and will that they figured out a way to get here because they thought that they could give themselves and their family a better chance. And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the fucking criminals? White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a fucking violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, you know, Rahm fucking Emanuel. So fucking smart, Rahm Emanuel. And said, we got to understand that these people are really mad. And we got to appeal to these white voters. Rahm, the only people that fucking appealed to those fucking white voters was Joe Biden, 81 years old. And he got 81 million votes, and he did not because he appeased their fucking Trumpian sense, but because he challenged it. And he said, you can be an 81-year-old Catholic from fucking Scranton that doesn't understand it, but still has empathy for transgender people and immigrants. And then nobody said, oh, Joe Biden's gonna turn us into a socialist state, no matter how much they said it. But these guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to lead. I say, fuck you. How are we getting those people back from fucking El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the fucking president of El Salvador and say, you either fucking send them back or I'm gonna fucking invade. It's a fucking crime what they're doing. He's a fucking dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
Yeah. The craziest thing to me is especially interviewing migrants and like hearing about the journey they went through to get here. You got some people who walked for 30 days to the deserts of Mexico into the Arizona desert in 110-degree hot summer. Their feet are bleeding. They have a gallon of water. There's people dropping dead while they're walking
who they physically cannot stop to help because they are so determined, and because the coyotes trafficking them will kill them if they stop too. And then finally get to the US just to do menial labor. And you have people saying like, do it the right way. It's like, trust me, if there was an easier way, they would have done anything but that. And secondly, I feel like anybody who goes to that length to get here deserves to fucking be here. I mean, deserves to be an American. Like, we didn't do shit to get here. I mean, I'm sure at some point, like, our great-grandparents did get on the boat from Ireland and were like, fuck, I don't know what's gonna be over there. But it wasn't like the grueling conditions that people experience on the way here. And it's just the lack of humanity, and also the lack of understanding as to how American corporations economically dominate those countries, and how US intervention has created unlivable conditions there too.
And are the incredible beneficiaries of that new blood that enters our bloodstream year after year after year. The only thing that makes us different from fucking China or Russia or anywhere else or Europe or anywhere, and the only reason that I believe that we as America are different beyond the fact of the idea of the Constitution, the idea that we represent, is immigration. And I can't even believe sometimes I'm having this discussion with anybody. How do you think that we are reborn every generation? How do you think that we attract the smartest people in the world to the United States of America? Through immigration. I mean, you sit here and, I mean, like, just think about it. You got some motherfucker who's made over, what, $251 billion being a United States citizen that got here and stayed here illegally before he got his citizenship, sitting here lecturing us on who we should allow into the United States of America and giving us a fucking Heil Hitler along the way. Are you fucking kidding me?
And talking about how gangs are like a threat that's gonna come here from other places. I'm like, MS-13 started in the Koreatown in LA.
Yeah.
Not to mention, like, the US prison system invented gangs.
Yes.
Like, we are basically like the creators of worldwide gang warfare, like the styles, basically everything about it. And so it's just crazy, the idea that like we're gonna build a wall to keep gang members out, yet 21 Savage is on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, exactly. Or, you know, or we sit here and watch Sons of Anarchy. It's just such bullshit. It's just such racism. It's just so easy pickings, and it just makes me so angry. Have you read the quote from Dietrich Bonhoeffer?
No, it's a cool name though. I wish it was my name.
Dietrich Bonhoeffer was a philosopher in the 30s in Germany. He fled Germany, but he went back to be part of the resistance inside of Germany against the Nazis. He was a devout Christian and real intellectual writer and thinker about how to apply the principles of Christ in your everyday life and in society. And he wrote this piece about the Third Reich. And of course, he was imprisoned and murdered by the SS. And he wrote this quote, and I'm paraphrasing, but basically it says, is that the real problem, and he was obviously in the context of what was happening in the world at that time, is not evil. You know, it's kind of like, you know, Hannah Arendt's, you know, The Banality of Evil, you know what I mean? When she witnessed Eichmann trials and Eichmann himself. It's like, evil is boring. The real problem is stupidity, is ignorance. Because how do you defeat ignorance? You can point out to people that are willing to hear of the evil of someone. And I mean this sincerely. I don't know anyone personally that if you took Stephen Miller, isolated, and you played a clip of the things that he says.
Every day we arrest another alien they let into this country who raped a child, who beat a woman.
Quote, all the kinky-haired, swarthy-skinned, long-despised phantoms, all the teeming ants toiling for the white man's comfort.
And his little physical demeanor, and not be able to say, there's something fucked up about that motherfucker. However, how do you identify and change the mind of someone who is so ignorant that they cannot discern between a fact and an outright lie?
Which brings me to the one conspiracy that I believe in. Well, I believe in some, but really is that
I've watched your shit. You believe more than one.
That's true. But modern conspiracy theories and that lore that often convinces dumb people that are doing important research is the true conspiracy. Because freedom and understanding would be reading alternative histories, reading
actually digesting information and processing the crazy things in the world. And also, like you said, coming to terms with the chaotic and unknown variables that lead to some of these situations.
Wait, explain that to me again. What's the conspiracy in that?
The conspiracy is that most mainstream conspiracy theories, flat Earth, chemtrails, QAnon, all that stuff, is deliberate misinformation to convince dumb people that they're doing important research and keep them away from the truth, which requires a higher
Oh, I
intellectual-
totally believe that. Yeah. Like, look, here, I'll give you the hierarchy of things. You have Steve Bannon. If you want to understand what the intellectual direction of what we'll call it the MAGA movement is, just listen to Steve Bannon. He spells it out. He says flat out. He says that he's going to bring the war that they've known for a long time, that if the war for the United States of America is going to be won on the streets of Los Angeles. Steve Bannon flat out said that, you know what we're going to do? Before the election was even over, he said that we're going to contest the election. We're going to say that the mail-in ballots were fraudulent, and we're going to contest the election, and we're going to go as far as we can, and we're going to break the institutions as much as we possibly can.
Almost 100% believe strongly that the 2020 election was stolen.
And we're not going to allow this to be stolen in the canvassing room.
And we'll break the courts, and we will break Congress, and we will break the Constitution. And he lays it out exactly what he intends to do. My point being is on the hierarchy of that, it goes from Steve Bannon to fucking Alex Jones. And Alex Jones talks about the flat earth, and he talks about whatever Alex Jones talk about.
I eat babies. I eat them every night. I eat them with barbecue sauce. And I flew to the moon last night with a witch, and I took DMT with Easter bunnies.
Sandy Hook and things like that. This unholy alliance has come together because of one really big reason. They've all figured out how to become incredibly fucking rich because of it.
So maybe the conspiracy isn't, Russia telling people what to do and how to think. It's just profit incentivized content creators farming outrage through these ridiculous conspiracies.
Yeah, and I have, like, for instance, what is that? What's that thing called? It's a technique that the Russians perfected, and of course they had like a term of art for it.
Neuro-linguistic programming. What? NLP, neuro-linguistic.
No, it's more along the lines is that if you say the most outrageous thing possible about someone or a group of people, that by the time, if you say it over and over and over again, Rachel Maddow did a whole thing on it. I can't remember the term of art.
We'll put it on screen here.
Basically, here it is. And they did it. This is how, I'll give you the example of how they did it. The way that they did it is when Vladimir Putin came to power after Yeltsin in the early 2000s, okay, remember? And everybody looked at him and he said, hey, this guy may be okay. He is he's a technocrat, and he is, and he's really smart, and he has seemed to be able to quell all of these, and control all of these oligarchical tendencies that are occurring. And so what he systematically did is he eliminated all potential dissent from inside of Russia. And the way that he did it to many people was he took people that were of good stock, that were decent human beings, that were family people, and he accused them of being pedophiles. Everybody said, what, are you kidding me? And it didn't matter. They would send out these things. They would say they're pedophiles. They're pedophiles. They're pedophiles.
Use
they're pedophiles.
loyal press organizations to distribute that.
Yeah, or just, at that time, as that time goes on, in whatever way that you distribute it, to the point that what he did to a couple of them, including one guy, I just saw an interview of him. He's an oligarch. He made it to London. They planted pictures on his laptop. London police raided him, and he spent 5 years defending himself. And I forget what it's called, but my point being is that I believe in those conspiracies. I believe that there is a real conspiracy in academia to not actually tell, the true history of the United States or of global history.
Interesting thing about erasing history is it's only possible when you create a monolith out of the past, like capital P past. Like I always think about the way they do that. If you watch some of like the Charlie Kirk debates, he says, well, why should we talk about the past? I'm trying to move forward to the future. Don't be a victim. Don't feel bad about things that happened. And it's playing on like a trope in psychiatry that you should just move on, but they're using it to like cut the connective tissue between the present and the past. So they want you to believe that the past has no connection and nothing that was done by the ancestors or anybody else, or even the older people of today, has any coherent connection to modern times. And we need to be utopian and look forward, because looking back will only cause that trauma to repeat itself, and it's just total bullshit.
Yeah, it almost invariably ensures that we're going to repeat the past.
Yeah.
It almost, and by the way, isn't that the point?
Hey guys, it's me again. So obviously Hunter here is somebody who's dealt with a complete lack of privacy in the past couple years. But you don't need to be the president's son to have your data leaked. In fact, it's most likely happening to you right now. And the perpetrators weren't backed by Russia and didn't have to steal your laptop or hack your iCloud to get in. Corporate surveillance is real, as we all know. And data brokers around the world probably have a folder out there somewhere labeled, Andrew wants to buy new Nikes, or interested in Rogaine for you. I'm not saying that you specifically have hair problems, but if you do, it's okay. It's a part of growing up. That's why I use Incogni, the privacy tool that makes invasive data hoarders delete your information. Maybe you're looking for a job on Indeed, or you just got out of like a 4-year relationship and you're signing up for a dating app like Tinder or Hinge. Or maybe you're scoping out the housing market on Zillow. Well, guess what? With every account you make and every search you make from your account, your name, email, home address, IP data, and shopping history is being painstakingly collected and sold to whoever's paying. Mostly to companies you've never even heard of. Data brokers. That's where Incogni comes in. They reach out to data broker sites on your behalf, file official removal requests, and fight back when companies try to play dumb and hold on to your info. After I signed up, Incogni hit up 86 data brokers that have my information. And a week later, I noticed a massive drop in spam emails. No more creepy phone calls from healthcare providers I never contacted. No more emails from longevity pill companies that somehow know my blood type. It was like a whole new reality set in. And now they've got an extra level of protection. You know those sketchy people to make it easy as hell. Word to Hunter Biden. Just use code Channel5 at Incogni.com/Channel5 to get an exclusive 60% off. And supporting Incogni means helping to support us here at the office and helps keep Channel 5 corporate data leak free. All right, you guys, stay safe out there. Back to Hunter Biden.
So I want to talk about the 2020 election, because I feel like that's when your personal affairs kind of took center stage as far as the media cycle goes. You also mentioned, before we get into that your sobriety date was before the 2020 election cycle. When exactly do you think you had your last go?
Officially June 1st, 2019.
Oh, so pretty significantly before.
Yeah.
And you met Melissa right around then?
Yeah. Yeah, I met Melissa in the beginning of May. We got married in the middle of May. I tell the story, and I have enough sense to recognize that if I was being told this story by my daughter in real time, I would say, you're out of your mind. It was a miracle that I found her. I met Melissa, and within literally an hour, I was telling her my whole unvarnished life history and the immediate problems that I was facing, which was crack addiction. She literally said, well, that ends now. And it did. I mean, not that minute, but over the next 2 weeks. And then I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. And I said, well, why wouldn't we do it right now? And so we literally called Justice of the Peace to the house. She came and she married us. For me, it was a miracle. For Melissa, the really hard part started then, in the sense of, like, getting clean and sober is not easy. It's even harder on the people that love you. And if they're that support system, it's a full-time job in that immediate period of time. Because, as I said to you before, the dangerous part is withdrawing from alcohol. And it can be kind of scary. And she went through all of that, and she went through the entire process with me. And she did things that I wouldn't allow anybody else to do. I saw in Melissa somebody that, without any history between us, looked at me with as much love as I looked at her. And I accepted that love in that moment. And a lot of it was tough love. Like, I mean, she took my car keys, she took my wallet, she took my clothes for a period of time, so I couldn't leave the house.
Wait, took your clothes?
No, I didn't have anything. I mean, it would have been impossible. We were living in the Hollywood Hills. There was nowhere to go. And if I could go anywhere, there's nothing to buy anything with, so.
I can remember covering the 2020 election about a year later, and I think it was the first Stop the Steal rally at Reading Terminal Market in Philadelphia, and I saw what I thought was a BLM flag, Black Lives Matter, but it actually said Biden's laptop matters.
Oh, yeah.
And so I asked the guy, what the hell does that mean? And he just sort of kept yelling the slogan over and over again. Couldn't get much out of him.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, what happened with that?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. And I really mean that sincerely. Like, you'll have a lot of people that will come up with something about the laptop. But I always say to anybody, I mean, you're steeped in and just through your work, the right-wing narrative around it. And my question to anybody that is keeping an open mind is, what is it that you think the laptop proves? Or what you call the laptop? So everybody has a laptop. So when they say Hunter Biden's laptop, what is it that they're talking about? Do you know?
Well, I know that your entire iCloud was connected to it. All of your personal text messages, private photos, all that kind of stuff.
Like everybody's laptop.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so,
you left it with a repair shop owner who, for some reason, gave it to Rudy Giuliani. Not exactly sure how that's legal. He distributed it to the press, particularly I think the New York Post was involved in the spearheading of this mass dissemination of your private materials. From what it seemed like, it was a lot of private text between you and your friends, family. Your entire sort of private life was on there.
Yeah, and again, so everybody has a laptop. Everybody has a cloud.
I'm assuming not.
No, not everybody has a laptop. Everybody has a digital life. Almost everybody has a digital life. Everybody has a digital life, pretty much. And that includes voicemails and pictures and text messages and emails and location data and, you know, everything. Everybody, you do, everybody that is here right now. By whatever means, they got my digital footprint going back decades. Over 20 years. Again, I ask anybody, you're steeped in this, and this isn't a challenging question, but it kind of makes my point. What does my laptop prove about criminality or anything, other than what I had already readily admitted to, completely transparent about, is my drug addiction?
Well, I'm trying to remember specifically what the most radical conspiracies that I heard. I think that a lot of people are concerned or curious about various international business dealings.
So I served on the board of well over a dozen different entities, way more than that, including major global organizations. I was the vice chairman of the board of the National Passenger Rail Corporation, which is otherwise known as Amtrak. It's the largest passenger rail company in the world, which is more than just a rail company. It's also a real estate company. It's also a commercial real estate company. It's a residential real estate company. And it is probably the largest owners of property in urban metro centers of any organization in the country, and a huge employer and a multi-billion-dollar business. And I was the chairman of the corporate governance committee on that board, and vice chairman, and elected chairman, and then resigned before the Obama administration took. As I told you before, I was the chairman of the board of the UN World Food Program, responsible for sustaining a budget above $2 billion a year for the World Food Program and the contribution the United States makes to the global relief effort as it relates to hunger. I was chairman of the board of the Center for National Policy. I was on the board of Catholic Charities. I was on the board of Jesuit Volunteer Corps Northwest. I was on the board. I mean, I keep going down the list of board memberships that I had. And a year and a half before my dad was to leave office, I was approached by a Ukrainian natural gas company through one of their board members to consider being of assistance to a company that was being threatened by the Russian aggression and the invasion of Crimea and the incursions into Donetsk and the Donbass. And I took them on as a client because I was a partner of counsel, at Boies Schiller Flexner, which was a major national global law firm, in which I focused on corporate governance and commercial law. And I represented them for about a 3-month period of time. And through that representation, they asked if I would join the board, which I did. The day that I joined the board, I announced it and sent out a press release of the reasons why that I was joining the board, which came and went, and did not become an issue until Rudy Giuliani, along with a guy named Andrei Derkach and a number of others that have all been convicted of treason for being Russian agents, came up with a conspiracy that Joe Biden was involved in a bribery scheme.
The FBI arrested the person who offered those allegations for falsifying his testimony to the FBI.
For over a 10-year period of time, I worked with a group of people that had a cross-border private equity firm inside of China, and I had a business that was based around advisory for multinational global funds, private equity funds, doing infrastructure work and others. And I was asked to join a fund, the startup inside of China that was had a headquarters in Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, and New York. And I had a 10% equity stake in that, of which I paid, I made my equity contribution in that, just like every other member of that.
Federal officials are looking at his foreign business dealings, including his ties to a Chinese energy company.
And those are my two
Yeah.
Foreign business dealings.
Yeah, because I was kind of looking into it, and it seems like the conspiracy is that through those connections that you had to these, I guess, foreign governments, they were using you to leverage pressure onto your dad
Again,
somehow.
like what?
Well, that's the thing, is that when you're looking
And
for...
I'm not putting you on the spot. And I guess my whole point is that I asked these same questions to the House Oversight Committee. I've been investigated by the House Oversight Committee, the House Ways and Means Committee, the House Judiciary Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, the Senate Oversight Committee, and I have been investigated by Maine Justice, the U.S. Attorney in Pittsburgh, the U.S. Attorney in Philadelphia, the U.S. Attorney in District of Columbia, the U.S. Attorney in Los Angeles, the U.S. Attorney of Delaware, the Special Counsel's Office. Not one single person has ever accused me of a crime based upon anything that was in or discovered as it relates to my laptop. Not one. Not a single thing about my laptop. So this whole idea that there was some conspiracy to cover up the laptop, they uncovered 20 years unvarnished of every single communication that I've ever had over a phone or by text or over email or computer in any digital way. There's not one communication that you can even remotely say is evidence of a crime. Not one. Not one time. Not one communication. I would challenge anybody to show one instance other than me seeking drugs for myself, my own personal use, okay? Or women as it relates to, people that were in the drug trade that I would seek for the purchase of drugs. One single instance in which anyone has used any one of those communications as evidence of any kind of crime at all. Now, take that, okay? That's it. So you say Hunter Biden's laptop. What? By the way, I'm talking out there to people that I would assume are, or want to be on my side, or at least want to be on the side that I'm a part of. What about Hunter Biden's laptop? How about this? Well, it was a cover-up. Twitter took it down, and it was a big cover-up.
Hey, Mama, what's up? Aw, thanks. You want me to help you?
Alright, I just put 2 little...
Oh, okay. Sounds good. We're gonna be leaving at 10:40, no, 10:15 tomorrow?
10:15, 10:20, yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Hunter Biden interview?
Yeah. Hunter Biden interview. Channel 5. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm just like, oh
Does
man.
he look like he did cocaine?
He definitely did that. And he admits to did that. And crack cocaine. I was like, no, he was in deep. Oh man, it's pretty interesting. But he's saying that they looked into his records and his phone and his laptop and didn't see any crime as far as the overseas governments like trying to put pressure on him. That's what he's saying, and that's what he's saying. The comedians found nothing on me, so it's like I don't know what they were talking about. Yeah, I got drugs for myself and for the women I was with at the time, but I was like, there's nothing about pressure on the government. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I mean, nothing digital, but
I mean, most of the media too is on his side or his family's side, and also his dad pardoned his whole family.
Yeah, I'm like, why'd you get it? Yeah, exactly. So it's like,
yeah.
I take it with the greatest love. Everything that's being said right now.
I mean, he can do this interview because he didn't get in trouble, you know what I mean?
Exactly. He got pardoned.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah. Are they awake?
I heard someone touch the door, so I'm just gonna head back to the room.
Okay, sounds good.
Love you, Daddy.
Alright. Love you. Oh, can you close the door?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, okay.
I just did it at 77.
Okay.
I might put it up like, I don't know, we'll see.
We'll see. Oh, yo, this guy wants me to growl. Rambling Redhead. That's wild.
You know, and you have Matt Taibbi and all these guys who say, yeah, it was that Twitter took it down and Facebook took it down.
It seems that big tech only censors media companies, only censors stories when they're negative towards the Biden campaign.
You know why they took it down? Because what they did was they published naked photos of me and women.
Let's say prostitutes and whores. Let's not say women, all right? When you buying the girls and giving them crack cocaine and giving them a motel, it's not a fucking... not a normal woman, all right? It's a streetwalker. That Figueroa Street, all right? He was getting whores. He was getting whores and drinking Coors, all right?
Which is in violation of their terms, and which, by the way, is a criminal act under the new federal law that was passed by accredited to Melania Trump, with universal support in the House and the Senate. That's why they took it down. It wasn't a cover-up. And then you had 100 former national security officials come out and say, this looks like it could be a Russian op. Because it is. Because in the course of an election, what happens? You have Rudy Giuliani in conjunction with Steve Bannon, in conjunction with Miles Gow, who's in jail, who is, I don't know how many other counts of fraud and bribery, and is a Chinese national, was working directly with Steve Bannon, and a number of others, including Bernie Kerik, who, God rest his soul, is dead, that basically came out and said, we have Hunter Biden's laptop. And the big reveal about Hunter Biden's laptop was that I was a crack addict. But, unfortunately for them, I had already admitted that I was a crack addict in the pages of the New Yorker. It did a, 13,000-word article with Adam Entos, in which I told everything about myself and my own struggles. And they just simply conflated the two. They said, well, Joe Biden fired the prosecutor in Ukraine to benefit his son. Completely debunked. The person that said that I took a bribe for that happens to be a guy named Shokin, who is in prison for lying to the FBI on a Form FD 1023. In prison, admitted to it, admitted that he was enticed into making it up on behalf of the Trump team side. The only other guy that came up and said that there was illegal and wrongdoing and bribery was a guy named Gal Luft, who was later convicted or an abstentia, both by the EU and as a arrest warrant out for him by Interpol and the United States as an arms dealer, selling Chinese weapons to the Iranians and to the Libyans. And so, again, I ask, so Hunter Biden's laptop, so what? So what?
It sounds like it was just became political cannon fodder to, make that election cycle as colorful as possible.
How do you defend yourself against it, though? So if somebody says...
Well, let's start with the fact that your private photos were leaked by somebody that was supposed to be repairing your laptop.
Some people will go, well, hey, wait a second, aren't you just leafing through someone else's private property? It can be perceived that way, but again, he hired me to do that.
Number one, I literally have no memory of ever dropping my laptop off there, okay? This guy swears that I did, okay? Regardless, to your point, okay? This is Wilmington. That laptop repair shop is in Trolley Square. I had family that owned a business that was literally the opposite side of them. There are literally within a stone's throw of where that person is in a very, very small community, at least a dozen people directly related to my family. Every night he used to go to 2 or 3 different bars in which he could have literally turned and talked to anyone and said, do you know how to get in touch with Hunter?
You're talking about the laptop
repair shop guy. Somehow that doesn't happen. But somehow this guy, who's supposed to be repairing a laptop, he says, decides what he's going to do is he's going to review the material, and what he sees is he thinks is evidence of a crime.
McIsaac says he also found documents that show payments made to Hunter Biden from a Ukrainian energy company that have become the center of a political firestorm.
More emails from Hunter Biden's laptop keep surfacing.
I want to know where Hunter Biden's laptop is.
Let's get the truth.
For real. This Hunter Biden laptop thing got crazy, huh? All that payment.
What's in this laptop?
Now again, the evidence he thinks is of a crime is my drug use. He thinks it's embarrassing. And all of a sudden, who ends up with my laptop? The one person in that moment in time that had more to gain than anyone else.
I got the hard drive legally, completely legally. Why are they worried about how I got it?
Why don't they just say it's untrue?
Rudy Giuliani and his lawyer on behalf of Donald Trump. How is that possible? Does that just happen to happen?
You think that somebody that knows you may have been paid off to orchestrate some kind of data?
I don't know. And at this point, it's like, who cares? So then I get in an argument about, like, okay, well, who took the laptop? How did the laptop disseminate it? Was there really a laptop? Because there really isn't, by the way. Here's another anomaly of this. There really isn't a laptop. There's a hard drive. And then there's an amalgamation of a hard drive. There's an original hard drive that he says he has, and he argues with everybody else who says that there are like 400 gigabytes more that were added onto that from the dark web.
You never got a laptop before you wrote that story, did you?
That's correct.
You got a hard drive.
Hard drive.
And you received that hard drive from Rudy Giuliani, right?
Yep.
Who had been openly associating with an agent of Russian intelligence in the months leading up to your story. You agree with that, right?
I guess.
So you think the repair shop story is made up?
I don't know, but all I know is that whatever this amalgamation of stuff is came from a whole host of different sources.
Yeah.
Because you can look at it now and the stuff that like who thinks this is right? Who thinks it's right that every picture that you've ever taken, the ones that you would be embarrassed by and the ones that you would be proud of, should be on a website controlled by a guy that is a Christo-fascist fucking incel that lives in Indiana or Illinois? I forget which one.
Let's hope Indiana, because it's worse.
But really, who comes up with a 435-page dossier about all the crimes that it details, but literally it just is it is an entire fiction that makes money off of. Who thinks that's right? And so, but again, I get these discussions where, well, their laptop really doesn't exist, but what is it? Like, you go down these rabbit holes, and you do exactly what they say. As long as they say laptop loud enough, often enough, you automatically, and Hunter Biden, crack cocaine, and, here's the picture, and here he is shirtless smoking crack in a bathtub, and, I keep flashing that over and over again, and I say Hunter Biden, laptop, Ukraine, China, Hunter Biden, laptop, bird flu. Like, literally, you keep doing that over and over and over again? What, like... None of it bears any resemblance to reality. The reality is this. I ran into legal trouble based on two things. One is I failed to pay my taxes on time during the worst time of my addiction. Remember, I said to you that I started in the downward spiral of my life, and I did not come out of that until May of 2019. When I came out of it, I immediately started to try to pick up the pieces of my life and put them back together. And like anybody that comes into recovery, you don't come into the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous or anywhere else. You don't come in on a winning streak. Nobody comes in like just having won the lottery. Everybody's on the balls of their ass to come in, and they got a lot of things to clean up in their life, and some worse than others. Mine, at this point, was about relationships and my finances. And one of the things that I realized is that my accountant had died. I go to get a new accountant. I figure out how I'm going to pay for the new accountant, and they go to get the transcripts of my previous taxes, and they say, we don't have any record of your taxes being filed in 2016 and 17, which would mean the years 2017 and 18, like the worst years of my addiction. Now, for 15 years of my life, I had my own business, and I had a partner, and I had an accountant, and I had a staff of people that did my taxes. Like somebody else did my taxes. They had authorization to sign my name and send my taxes in. And they had a tax account, and they would pay it out of the tax account because it would be withheld from my income. That all fucking completely fell apart when I was smoking crack every 15 minutes, and my business failed, the people in my life left, my wife divorced me, it all went away. And when I realized that my taxes had never been filed, they'd all been filled out, signed, checked attached, but never sent in, because that was the final step of my responsibility. I realized that I didn't. I filed my taxes, and I paid penalties and interest. That's one thing. Second thing is, in 2018, went and I bought I was here in Delaware. It was a period of time in which I had one of those times that I was trying to get clean and sober, and I had just come back from a rehab. I came back here. I went to get my phone replaced at AT&T. Next door, there was a survival gun shop, and I went in and just to look around while I was waiting for my phone. And on a whim, I bought a handgun, put it in my truck. Somebody in my life thought I was going to hurt myself with it, threw it in a trash can, and I made them go back and try to find it. And when they couldn't, I told them that they needed to call the police and file a report that the gun had been lost. The gun was recovered. It had never been loaded, never been fired. It was in my possession inside of a lockbox for a total of 10 days. They charged me with tax evasion, 13 different counts in 3 different jurisdictions. By the way, over 50 million Americans a year pay their taxes late. There are over $100 billion in taxes that there are identified people that have not paid, that have failed to pay their taxes for over 5 years, okay? There's a box that you check. In that box, when you go to purchase a gun, says that you're not addicted to a narcotic, illegal substance, including marijuana. And I checked that box because in my mind, it was a state of mind question. Are you in the moment right now addicted to any illegal drug? Well, even though it had not been used in the commission of a crime, even though they never ever fired the gun, even though I never bought it with the intent to do a crime, even though people buy guns every single day, obviously, that smoke marijuana, and it is equally against the law to check that box if you do, or to own a gun if you smoke marijuana on a regular basis in any way. They charged me with 3 different counts that could be up to 30 years in prison. Those are the 2 things. And this is obviously a special counsel that had come to an agreement with me and a plan in which I would have a diversion agreement and a plea agreement. And they blew it up on purpose at the behest of the right wing.
I got sober in 2019. So the acknowledgments in his own words, he read his audiobook, are that, hey, I was not sober when I was not off drugs when I was purchasing that gun, which is illegal.
My whole point of all of that is that was the culmination of years of investigating me. Nothing about Ukraine, nothing about a laptop, nothing about my father, nothing about bribery, nothing about China, nothing about children, nothing about nothing. None of it.
I'm on your team.
No, I know you are, and I get so tired of having. I'm not saying to you, but it's just like it's like spitting into the wind, man. Like, what's the point? Like, it is just like, how do I fight against New York Post? How do I fight against Fox News in their echo chamber? No matter what I say, they can say whatever the hell they want to say, and they know it. They absolutely know it. They can say whatever they want to say. For over a year, I was the #3 most spoken about person on Fox News without having done anything in 3 years. Like me personally, I have not left the country. I had not left the state of California. I had not left my house on more than 2 or 3 occasions for the simple fact of not being harassed. I literally sat in the garage by virtue of my choice and my desire and painted for 3 years. And then they accused me of crimes for painting.
What do you mean?
No, that I couldn't sell my paint, that it was a clear conspiracy to launder money and to curry influence by selling acrylic on canvas abstract painting by Hunter Biden.
How do you prevent a purchaser paying too much so as to ingratiate themselves with the first family?
All of a sudden, the Iranians are going to change their nuclear weapons program. I mean, it's such fucking insane bullshit. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers...
With Trump Mobile, we're going to be introducing an entire package of products.
They're selling gold telephones and sneakers and $2 billion investments in golf courses and selling tickets to the White House for investment into their meme coin.
Overnight, President Trump returning to the White House after a black tie gala for the biggest buyers of the Trump crypto coin.
The Qataris give him a jet, and the Emiratis put $2 billion into their cryptocurrency, and the Saudis are going to build a tower. And I mean, by the way, that's just what we see. And I even hate mentioning my name in that, because either I am the biggest fucking moron on the face of the earth, or like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, what is Fox News talking about? Anybody that mentions my name in Crime Family in the same, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, okay, believe the worst case scenario that you believe about me. Believe that I was painting paintings, not because I've been a painter my whole life, not because it literally saved my life, not because it's really meaningful to me. Believe that I was painting paintings to somehow curry favor with whomever, okay? As compared, like if you believe the worst possible thing that they've ever said about me, what they are openly doing, they're openly doing, and nobody's batting an eye. Don Jr. is opening a club called the Executive Club in Georgetown, in which it is promised that you will be able to rub shoulders at the cost of a $500,000 initiation fee.
The $500,000 membership fee would make it the most expensive private membership club in the country after Mar-a-Lago.
To join the club with people and decision makers in the cabinet of his father.
Now, the launch party on Saturday night included a who's who from the Trump cabinet, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Attorney General Pam Bondi, SEC Chair Paul Atkins, Dr. Oz, and a lot of others.
What is that other than literally the sale of influence? And by the way, that's just like a side thing for them.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, that's what we know about now.
Exactly, yeah. And that's the stuff that's out in the open.
Yeah, it's stuff you can Google at this moment, at this present moment.
I don't get it. I don't get why people don't understand that it is the biggest grift that there is. And just look over here. Look at Hunter Biden, the crack addict. Look at him. Laptop. And then I get in an argument about the provenance of the laptop and what it was and where it came from and who, and these random, like, morons like the laptop repair shop owner and, the blind laptop repair shop owner that wears a Scottish...
I know you're not supposed to judge people, but that guy looks like a fucking moron.
Oh, my God.
Do you fear for your safety every day?
Yeah, I don't leave the house.
But regardless, I mean, by the way, watch him speak, and anyway... Whatever. I don't know the motivations other than I think that a lot of people that are just so in need.
I mean, you're just mad that he got you, bro. That's all it is. You're just mad that cross-eyed dude got you. Like, he got you pretty good. He's put out all your laundry and made the president look bad. And it was just like, not good. Made President Biden look bad, and it was just like a bad time on his end because he's like, trying to hold it together and losing to Trump, and then that shit comes out. It's like,
some kind of relevance, and so they convince themselves. I don't think that all of these people just come at this. I mean, I've watched the way in which you have communicated with and had sincere conversations with people that are crazy, and but you did it with empathy, and you do it with a open, at least in my opinion, is that the thing that I like about and I'm not blowing smoke, is that you do it with sincerity. You listen, and you give space for them to not be laughed at. And so I don't want to make fun of these people.
Well, the thing is, the reason I do that is because I have a fundamental belief that most people think they're doing the right thing. Most people out there don't wake up and say, I'm gonna repeat misinformation, cause harm to people, and make people feel like shit. Those people do exist. So I always look a level deeper. Kelly, for example.
To help with context, this conversation that I'm having with Hunter is in reference to my recently released independent documentary film called Dear Kelly, which chronicles the radicalization of a middle-class family man from California into a die-hard January 6 MAGA soldier. The protagonist is a man named Kelly J. Patriot, who I first met in 2021 at the White Lives Matter rally in Huntington Beach.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Quins.
You can see at least 2 men carrying Trump 2020 flags and one going head-to-head with protesters who surround him and rip his flag down.
They just try to cancel you. If they don't like your position, they just attack you and try to cancel you. Attack you and try to cancel you. Attack you and try to cancel you. Attack you and try to cancel you.
After meeting him, I took a 4-year deep dive and captured what I believed to be a powerful portrait of a family broken up by economic downturn and then reactionary political discourse that preyed on those financial hardships.
Do you guys know who Hunter Biden is? I've heard that Hunter Biden and Bill Joyner are tight. He's tied in with the White House. Oops, careful. If you go this way, look out for Bill Joyner.
If you want to watch Dear Kelly,
It's not on YouTube or anything like that, but it's currently available on streaming for a $5.55 rental fee at www.dearkellyfilm.com. And I'm being pretty badly sued over the film right now for reasons that you'll come to understand if you watch it.
Fuck Bill Joyner.
So to be transparent, I can use as many streams as I can possibly get right now. And for those of you who are into physical media, we also have a limited quantity of around 100 Dear Kelly DVDs here in the office right now. I'm pretty stoked about these. We just had them made, and those are actually listed for sale right now at www.dearkellyfilmdvd.bigcartel.com for $25.55 with like $3 or $4 shipping. It's not just a film. If you've already seen the film, this could also still be beneficial to you because it has multiple deleted scenes and then a whole new director's cut with full commentary from me, Uncle Pill, and our buddy Elliot. So if you want to see that, if you want to watch the movie at dearkellyfilm.com, or you want to cop a DVD, so I'm going to put the link to both those things in the pinned comment and the description box of this video. Anyways, when talking to Hunter about Dear Kelly, I was explaining that in addition to tracking a through line directly from the 2008 financial crisis up to January 6th, the film also explores exactly how batshit conspiracy theories begin to fester in the darkest corners of the internet, like from a human perspective, asking the question, who's telling them this shit?
Who is feeding him this information? Who is using him as a pawn to forward their own agenda? Who's taking advantage of whatever grievances or economic or social insecurities he has to make him think this way? And so I think that the evil, and you know, maybe that's kind of a simple term, I would call it the sort of nihilistic, capital-driven, self-interested crowd who just want to grow their own profile and make as much money as they can by giving people misinformation. That is where I'm more critical of. So what I was curious about when I met Kelly is, what are your media consumption habits? Where do you get your information from? You're able to understand the informational ecosystem, and then you can kind of get to the bottom of it. And so I was really curious, going back to when those contents of the laptop first leaked, I want to help the audience understand the anatomy of a smear. Because we know that there was nothing in those files that was significant enough to hold you liable for any criminal prosecutions. But how does it work? Because we know that it went from the repair shop man to Giuliani. Who were the first journalists to take that story and make it the massive story that it was?
Miranda Devine at the New York Post.
Miranda Devine is on the case in her book, Laptop from Hell.
Has made an entire cottage industry in 2 books and her own podcast now. And she's an Australian journalist. I don't know when she came to the New York Post to work for the Murdoch Empire for, I think, in some form or fashion between Australia and the United States.
So those 2 things are interesting. So you have New York Post, which is definitely based upon ad revenue and clicks as more of a tabloid. And then the Murdoch family is a bit of a deeper agenda with more committed investors.
Yeah.
Were they different, or were they together?
I don't know enough to know the level to which
Hunter Biden laptop launched her whole career, bro. Yo, she got hooked up fat with that laptop.
The Murdoch family involves itself in whatever choices the Post or Fox News is making about the stories that they're going to tell. I just don't know, and I don't want to speculate, but I do know this, is that it's all a business. So what I figured out really quickly is that everybody that is, by the way, really smart people that have been in the business of politics and communications and media for a long time, people that I trusted, that said that I trusted in the past for good reason, because they're smart and they care, and they have a great track record, said, look, it's going to pass. The only way that the story continues is if you feed it by responding to it. It's so outrageous that the only way that it stays in the news and stays a thorn in your side is if you respond to it, okay? So when the laptop story came out as the October surprise, the advice was, don't respond to it, because the insanity of what they were saying about, like Miles Gow was going out there with that guy in New Zealand who took the hard drives in New Zealand and was pressing a story about how I was running sex trafficking rings in China, okay? And they were doing all this stuff. And it was so outrageous. 68 national security people came out and said this has all of the hallmarks of a Russian operation, because it did. They didn't say it was, but it had all the hallmarks of it. And so everybody said, just don't respond, don't respond, don't respond. Well, what I figured out is this, is that it doesn't matter. Once they had a story that involved the son of the President of the United States, drugs, sex, nude pictures, mysterious figures across the globe, all in the mix of the biggest political story in all time. It was just too much of a moneymaker for them. All they had to do, if you go back and look at all these stories, it didn't matter whether it was a story about, what color shirt I was wearing that day. Every single story included a picture of me naked. Every single story, the story that you would come to with the title and Hunter Biden heads to court today. It was a story of me, smoking a crack pipe in a bathtub without a shirt on, or with a blurred out woman in a hotel room. Almost every single one of them. And so they would draw people's eyes with that, and then people would click on it. And so instead of doing one story about me a day, they would do 2 stories about me a day. And then the Daily Mail picked up on it. You know how many times the Daily Mail over the course of the last 6 years has reported that I was from witnesses that I am in rehab, or that I was seen at an Airbnb, or that I had bought a home in Beverly Hills and crashed a Ferrari.
How many times? 500?
I'm really not joking. I mean, dozens and dozens of times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe 30 times.
Yeah. It just became a moneymaker for them. It just became, I think Miranda Devine said it's the #1 revenue generating story in the history of the paper.
Yeah, because you also, like I was saying, you have the individual egos and pockets of these journalists who are looking for a juicy story to make a name for themselves.
Yeah. And meanwhile, it became this thing. And, I really don't mean it like, oh, poor, woe is me. But it became this thing. Where do I start with my defense? Do I start with my defense about the fact that, the special counsel charged me? Yeah, I didn't pay my taxes on time.
Yeah.
But then I paid with penalties and interest. But then this happened, and but wait, what about the gun? And you were a crack addict, right? And when were you a crack addict? And there was cocaine found in oh, wait a second, you were doing business in Ukraine? What about that bioweapons lab in Ukraine? And don't you have some connections to George Soros? I mean, you can go down that chain, like I said before, from the reality-based kind of conspiracies that are trumpeted by Steve Bannon all the way down to Alex Jones.
Yeah.
And below.
I mean, I just feel like, maybe this isn't a woe is me thing, but I mean, it's just kind of sad. Like, I don't want to, make you play the victim here or anything, but you...
Bro, are you going to feel bad for, all that shit for somebody? Oh, I don't know. Your dad's the fucking leader of the free world and you're doing this shit. You should have known better. It's going to be public. You're in the public eye.
A year plus sober, you've just married the love of your life. Things are starting to look up. And all of a sudden, all of your private messages and photos for 2 decades are now owned by the political opposition of your father and are being published by a sort of horrible ecosystem of these carnivorous journalists who are just looking to destroy and dissect every element of your private life. Do you feel like sobriety became harder after the October surprise?
You would think the answer was yes, but what it ended up doing is that it ended up, I had for the first time ever to truly make a choice in sobriety, in full sobriety. A month of sobriety for the first time in my life to make a choice whether to live or die. And what I mean is that I knew there would be no coming back. If I lost it then, at that moment in time, the level of shame and guilt that I would have had in blowing it for everybody, I would have rather have died. So there was the first time in my life in which I was able to literally say, are you going to get up in the morning, get out of bed this morning and exist without a drink or a drug, or are you going to kill yourself? Because that was the real choice. Because how could you ever make it back from that? In that moment, if I had relapsed, or in any moment since, but my level of confidence in who I am has given me much more of a reason to not be that dramatic about it every morning. But in that moment, if I had used, can you imagine the fallout from that?
It would have been bad,
It would have been a failure that I know and that I truly don't believe that I could have recovered from. And by the way, potentially a lot of the people that I loved, I don't know whether they could have recovered from that.
Yeah.
And so the incredible gift that they gave me was a freedom that I had never known. which is to fully comprehend the choice that you have in life. Is that you can wake up and live, or you can wake up and die. And every day since then, to varying degree of success, I've chose to live. And I know that that sounds hyperbolic, or maybe it just sounds a little melodramatic, but I can tell you from my perspective, it has not been melodramatic or hyperbolic in any way. And I've chosen to live every day since then. And I really do mean it. I'm in a better place inside than I've ever been in my life because of that. If that,
yeah,
I don't know if it makes sense, but
makes perfect sense to me. So you mean to say, you know, when those headlines first broke, the emotional impact was so strong that you felt like, for one, if you would have relapsed, you would have gone down a hole that you never would have been able to dig out of. And because you were able to survive, and also because overexposure has kind of whittled down your sensitivity to certain headlines, pictures, and buzzwords, that you're now stronger and able to face things with less fear.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, what happened to me is literally their worst nightmare, particularly if you've ever suffered, you know, from addiction. You can imagine having every most embarrassing moment of your life, or, I mean, some that aren't even embarrassing, but just private. Literally, not just published once in your local newspaper, or, you know, in a magazine article that went away, but by everyone, over and over and over again.
That's legacy right there, baby. Your dick is out on the internet and you're fucking smoking crack pipe with prostitutes. Like, that's legacy that you created. You're not even a rap artist. It's crazy.
Consistently, and then add on top of it, and then add on top of it, and so then everything that you do is a whether it's positive or completely neutral, to move on with your life, is reframed to fit their narrative. So, like, take the painting, for instance.
Well, yeah, to clarify, you had an art show pretty much in the midst of all of this controversy. I remember, like, I was trying to cover it, I think, back in the day, but it was almost impossible to get press because I emailed the gallery where you had the show, like, the day before. But I remember that thinking to myself, that's cool that he's putting himself out there. Didn't realize that it had also been spun into the laptop web.
Well, by the way, not only spun into that, but what it ended up happening is that the gallery got attacked, literally physically attacked. Someone came into the gallery, assaulted two of the people that worked there, spray painted the walls. They set up a protest, like, for weeks on end in front of the gallery. They doxed the gallery owner. They doxed the people that was known that purchased the paper. They got subpoenaed. My gallery owner had to spend close to $500,000 to defend himself before Congress. I came to the conclusion that one of the reasons that I didn't choose a life that is as an artist at a younger age, because I didn't have the courage to do it.
Well, like, you were kind of scared to put yourself out there in a way that's not, like, traditionally.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so I took a different route, and I went to law school, and I became a professor, and I opened up a law firm, and and by the way, I think I did all of those things pretty successfully, but when it became the only thing that I could do to not sink into absolute and complete despair was to fall back on the thing that I love to do the most, was to paint. That's what I painted. And then somebody came by just by happenstance one day, who had a gallery in New York, literally a friend of a friend. He said, "You should do a show." And I said, "I would love to do a show." And then I was scared to death when I did it. And in the first show that I had in LA, I didn't offer anything for sale. I just did the show. It wasn't even for sale. And immediately it became this thing, you know, like, I realized that, you know, that also gave me a gift, which is this, is that I don't give a shit. I paint. I paint every day. And I paint for the people that I love. I paint for myself. And one day I'll have another show. But I really don't give a shit what the fucking New York Post or James Comer of Kentucky, the chairman of the Oversight Committee, thinks about my fucking paintings. Or what anybody really thinks, for that matter. I guess the whole point of even talking about it is that it wasn't just the fact that they, of the investigations, congressional, the DOJ, all of it. It wasn't just the constant from, like, the Murdoch, media.
Hey, at least as an artist that smokes crack, you know what I'm saying? Like, you take the drugs to enhance whatever you're trying to do. So, as an artist, I get why he got into it now. Like, he's a painter. And painters are fucking crazy. They'll do everything psychedelic because it's just like, or like any type of like muse. Painters are pretty wild people.
Empire and all of the ancillary organizations around it. In the New York Times, you know how many stories the New York Times wrote about my art?
How many?
I don't know, like a dozen? To what end?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, to what end? I mean, at the time that they were writing about my art, Jared Kushner was in Saudi Arabia after being the head of the Middle Eastern Policy Group for the White House and covering for the leader of Saudi Arabia in the murder of Khashoggi, collecting $2.1 billion investment. When he was doing that, and they were selling golden sneakers and Bibles to people off their donor list, the New York Times was still writing stories about the legitimacy of me deciding that I wanted to be a painter or not.
Well, as you mentioned, it's a business. Businesses are profit-driven, and they know that there's a bigger appetite, a larger media market that's going to prefer to hear about Hunter Biden's potential artistic career after the scandal versus a typical, you know, Kushner, Trump family corruption thing possibly happening in a different country. They know that, you know, Trump's audience is going to be more hungry for anything about you than about, you know, it's the classic diversion thing, too. It's like, don't look at what I'm doing, look at this guy.
You know, one of the things that's interesting is that when we first talked, I said to you, when we had a brief conversation about whether we'd do this or not, and I said, you know, I suspect that many people in your audience, like your kind of, for lack of a better phrase, your loyal listeners, would kind of have probably looked at me over the past 5 years and said, you know, we don't know if Hunter Biden is the villain that they say that he is, but kind of a sleazeball. You know, I recognize that, and the question that I have is that how do you move forward in this world if every discussion you begin is a defense of, you know, I know why I went on the board of a Ukrainian natural gas company. A lot of it had to do with money, 100%. You know, I had an organization that was willing to pay me for a service that I was 100% qualified to do. I went to Yale Law School. I served on dozens of boards before this. I was an expert in corporate governance. I have a encyclopedic knowledge of the region. I had served on a major infrastructure company's board and had done work in global aid relief throughout the entire world and had an enormous list of connections of my own. And I was qualified to be on that board. And it gave me the freedom at a time when I really needed the freedom to be with my family, to focus on my brother's health. And I chose to do it. And I was transparent about it. And I did it.
Nothing wrong with making some money here and there.
But by the way, I you know, you say that, and I could say that, and you know, in light, and they'd be like, oh, you know, it's just the, you know, like, there's this reporter Ken Vogel, and he calls it like soft corruption, as if I could separate myself from my father in any meaningful way that would not disadvantage or remove the advantage or potential disadvantage of being his son. So, for instance, if I had decided to be a painter, I chose something when my dad became president that was completely 100%.
This motherfucker gets Greninja fucking third round. What the fuck, dude?
Outside of any of the purview of what I thought of the federal government. What control does the federal government have, or the White House or administration or president could have on whether somebody buys a painting of mine or not? It became a national scandal. So how can I possibly argue that I've not had enormous advantages afforded me because of who my dad was? But I certainly have paid the fucking price too, and I've been held accountable in ways that nobody that didn't have my last name would be held accountable. And I've been afforded options as it relates to that accountability that nobody that didn't have my last name would be afforded that. Mm-hmm. And I'm not looking for sympathy.
It's just interesting. I mean, the way you
It's
put
just
it,
a fact of life.
The way you put it's actually pretty fascinating. Like every way that you've been able to get ahead kind of boomerangs
This
to where if you
fucking-
do anything that is seen in the public eye as being like negative or problematic, it gets thrown back in your face 10 times harder.
Yeah, and the thing is this, is that here I am. I'm a 55-year-old man. I've raised children. I'm a grandfather. I'm obviously a father and a brother and a son and a grandson and a nephew and a painter and a business person and a lawyer. And I'm sitting here like talking about my dad. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, Jesus Christ, I don't know if that makes any sense, but my point is...
I interviewed
that,
Tom Hanks' son once.
Yeah.
And he's got a similar dilemma. He's a rapper, he's a weightlifter,
Yeah.
he's also in recovery. He does a bunch of cool stuff, but still, you know, people want to ask him, hey man,
Fucking
can I meet your dad
bullshit.
one day? Or he still has to come.
This fucking had double siren. He had everything he needed. Fucking clown, bro. I hate this fucking game. Hate this fucking game sometimes, bro. Fuck.
About what it's like being Tom Hanks' son. I remember he said he was getting a haircut, and the guy was like, yo.
Double Cyrus, fucking Rare Candy, and Greninja. Third, fourth, fifth fucking turn, bro. Fuck this game, man. He had every fucking card he needed. Double Cyrus, fucking Rare Candy, and Greninja. Fucking bullshit, dude.
Hey, yo, Pops, I love Forrest Gump. He just walked out because it was round 1,000. And I take it that you've had a similar experience.
Yeah, I can't judge, anybody else's relationship with their dad. Is that all I know is this, is that I am more proud to be my dad's son than anything in my life. I mean, truly mean that. I don't know, I'm not exaggerating. I haven't seen somebody depict it in fiction, in a movie, in a book, story from a friend, real life, my own experience, that anyone that is as good as father as my dad is. It's just that, I mean, the one single thing that I aspire to, what I don't know whether I'll ever achieve to the degree that he has, is the way in which he has been a father to me, to my brother, to my sister, and a grandparent to my children, and a father to so many people that you'll never meet. There is story after story after story that will never be told of the kid that he met on the rope line that stuttered, and he was 12 years old. And you do know ones, but I'm telling you, there are dozens. My dad, any given moment, you turn around and he's on the phone with somebody you met on the train whose brother just died, and they're having a hard time because their mom's drinking again, and he'll slip him his number. As President of the United States, as Vice President, story after story after story, while still having the time to never not be there for me. I'm not kidding, and I think people think it's like an exaggeration. My dad does not go a day without leaving me a message by phone or by text, not a single day that I can remember in my whole life. And that goes from my children. And it's all born out of, from him, the lesson he learned from when he lost my mom and my sister is that you will have a day in your worst moment, like he did, in which you won't be able to pick up the phone and call that person ever again. And so, like for me, I heard this, who's that guy? Chuck Todd, you know, the guy that got fired from MSNBC or whatever he did, you know, I mean, he used to be like one of the big reporters. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I saw him say, you know, thing about Joe Biden is that it's all a lie. He was a horrible father because who would put their loved ones through that they knew were suffering from addiction through the grueling process? He is it's beyond selfish. There's no one that could do that. It could be good. Like, what the fuck do you know about fucking anything? Like, telling me, and by the way, what percentage do I have to say now what I say about my dad? Other than he literally is exactly who you think he is, or exactly who he appears to be, exactly who he says he is.
How's he doing now?
He's okay. You know, the one thing about my dad is that he'll never complain. Sometimes I wish he would, you know? And I mean that not only about like the big things, but like, you know, like the little things. Sometimes I get scared that I'm not like, I wish he would complain a little bit more. But, you know, to your question, how is he? It's just like, he's just out. He just keeps going, you know?
I mean, with the health stuff, though, I saw in the news.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, he has, you know, he has a very advanced cancer. It spread beyond, I mean, so this is all public, so it spread beyond his prostate. For some reason, they did not do a PSA. I guess after the age of 70 or 75, if you don't have prostate cancer, the standard of care is not to give a PSA, and they didn't while he was president. And he went in and got tested, and he had prostate cancer, and it had spread to his bones along the spinal cord. It's called bony mets, I guess, is the metastatic bone cancer. His bones are strong. He's strong. He's in good health otherwise. He's in great health otherwise. And they can treat it, but it's not curable. And so that's all the public knowledge of it. But I think that is literally everything that there is to know about it. They do this thing called hormone therapy, and and it makes you tired and stuff like that.
But seeing him day to day, he's doing well?
Yeah, like, you know, I mean, what was it, yesterday he flew to Galveston, Texas, and showed up at a tiny little church, AME church, to celebrate Juneteenth. And the day before that, we were up in Philly out to breakfast with my sister and my mom. And he's working on his book, and he's, you know, writing speeches, and he's, you know, talking on the phone every day, and he's going out every day, so.
Did you kind of see him dropping out of the race?
Hunter Biden W? we got a Hunter Biden fucking fanboy over here, fucking Connie. I'm playing. I mean, yeah, he seems like he's doing better, right? Like, he went through all that humiliation ritual and got the money from Ukraine and took care of his brother and went, fucking had whores, fucking drugs, his naked ass, fucking all over the internet. And he's still not in jail. He's still got a pardon. And nobody gives a fuck about the Biden laptop no more. So it's like, bro. I mean, you bring it up, it's like, oh yeah, fucking cokehead son, so that's his legacy. But it's like, he got away with whatever he needed to do, you know? He's the OG city boy, baby. He's the city boy. He runs that account.
See that coming?
No. I was. I thought that we had cleared all the hurdles that they had set up for us. And so, if you remember, it was a horrible debate, and there's no arguing that it was anything but an absolutely horrible debate. And I think it scared the shit out of
That was a shit show. That was a shit show for Biden, bro. I was like, what the fuck is this motherfucker saying? Nobody knew. And then that's when Kamala, well, first of all, his Democratic Party fucking backstabbed him, put in Kamala without no Democratic, what was it, no primary, right? But she is the vice president, so it's like you could take the motherfucker out. But I was like, damn, bro. That was a tragic situation right there. Really bad.
a lot of people because that were already concerned about his age. But as I say about everybody, the thing that we're going to have to grapple with as a society that's bigger than Joe Biden is this: how we handle people that age in front of our eyes. And recognize that they may have lost a physical step, but that does not mean they don't have the mental capacity to continue to do their job, and whether there still should be to be valued. So my dad grew old in front of everybody's eyes, and the difference between whether or not you thought that he was politically viable based upon your own biases, or whether you thought that he was politically capable based upon his accomplishments. Just remember, Joe Biden got 81 million votes, and it wasn't because of Donald Trump that Joe Biden got 81 million votes. Joe Biden got more votes than anybody that's ever run for president in the United States before, by a large margin.
It was because they hated Trump, though, right? That was like the big old thing. Like, it's like, I'm not Trump. I don't know. I have to look at it again.
Just think about it this way. The maximum number of votes that Barack Obama had got just 8 years earlier was 69 million, okay? Population hasn't grown that much.
Damn, he's talking shit on Obama now? Ooh, he better watch his back.
They had the highest voter participation of any presidential election since 1901. Joe Biden had the most successful midterms of any president on either party in their first term since FDR in 1932. We won more state legislative, we won more state houses, more governorships. We picked up a seat in the Senate, which has never happened since 1932, and we held the Republican gains in the House to an all-time low, lower than in even 1932. Then, with the slimmest majority of any president ever, with a 50-50 Senate and a 4 or 5 vote majority in the House of Representatives, he passed more legislation in 2 years than any president has in 8 years since Lyndon B. Johnson, including the Investment Reduction Act, the Recovery Act, including the PACT Act, which was troops health care, the first gun legislation that has been passed in in a generation, and the list goes on and on. And he came off of that, and for some reason, the intelligentsia of the Democratic Party, with 2020 hindsight, believes that Joe Biden should have considered not running again because of their perception that he was too old. And so then the drumbeat began. And the New York Post the New York Times, on a near daily basis, egged on by the Pod Save America saviors of the Democratic Party, with 4 white millionaires that are dining out on their association with Barack Obama from 16 years ago, living in Beverly fucking Hills, telling the rest of the world what black voters in South Carolina really want, or what the women in the waitress living outside of Green Bay, Wisconsin really believes. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I can't believe that we do this over and over again.
Yeah.
Or I hear Rahm Emanuel is going to run for president. What a fucking, David Axelrod's going to run his campaign for him. That's like, oh boy, there's the answer. There's the fucking answer. Genius is all. You know, all of the things that they've won. You remember this, is that everybody talks about Joe Biden now as if he was somehow the choice of the Democratic Party. Bullshit. We lost Iowa, we lost New Hampshire, we came in second in Nevada. David Plouffe and David Axelrod went on TV. They said that there's no way Joe Biden can get the nomination, not a chance in the world. Mike Bloomberg is going to crush him in California. Elizabeth Warren's going to beat him in Massachusetts. There's going to get wiped out in Texas. He doesn't have the money to run. A lot of rural voters said, fuck you, we love Joe. A lot of urban voters said, fuck you, we love Joe. And they voted for him overwhelmingly. And not only that, everybody said, well, he'll never be able to beat Trump. And then they said, well, he'll never bring us out of COVID. And then he said he'll never be able to pass bipartisan legislation, and he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, and he's living in a different generation, and he's living in a past time. And over again, David Axelrod would go on and say, you know, the thing about the president is that he is just a man whose time has passed by, and he doesn't understand Congress. We passed bipartisan legislation more than any president since Lyndon B. Johnson, and who had a supermajority in both the House and the Senate, with Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. And who did that? That didn't happen by me.
My pappy did that, motherfucker. My dad did that shit.
That didn't happen in the Obama administration. That happened because Joe Biden got on the phone with Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin and Chuck Schumer and the rest of the party and Republicans in the party, and he passed a fucking bill because Mitch McConnell didn't stand in the way like he did to every other president other than Joe Biden. And he got it done. He did it. Him alone. And then they said, well, look, it's all going to come down to this State of the Union speech. It's going to come down to the State of the Union speech. That was it. And he knocks it out of the park.
And it was that one debate that caused the full backslide.
Yeah, man. And I'll tell you what, I know exactly what happened in that debate. He flew around the world, basically, the mileage that he could have flown around the world 3 times.
Yeah.
He's 81 years old. He's tired as shit. You give him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage, and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights. And it feeds into every fucking story that anybody wants to tell. And Jake Tapper with literally how many anonymous sources. If this was a conspiracy, Andrew, you know this, somehow the entirety of a White House in which you literally living on top of each other has kept their mouth shut about, you know, like what? And what's the conspiracy?
Yeah.
That Joe Biden got old? Yeah, he got old. You got all before our eyes. The people that came out against him were who? Nobody, except Speaker Pelosi, Speaker Emeritus Pelosi, did not give a full-throated endorsement, which allowed everybody else.
There was like Nancy Pelosi, George Clooney, like the whole Hollywood elites. They did not fuck with Biden for some reason. I guess they went to like a charity event, and it was a fancy dinner, and I guess he was talking, and then George Clooney was like, "Who the fuck is this guy? I'm not gonna vote for him." And then from there, it just like a rumor spread out, and then it became this whole thing, and then the debate happened. So there was rumors of his decline, and then a debate happened. So it wasn't him flying all over the world. Maybe he should have stopped flying. He should have stopped flying all over the world, get some rest, and go up against Trump. I mean, in that case, he underestimated Trump at that point, right? He didn't give him the respect of like getting some well rest and all that good shit. Like he thought he had it in the bag. He fucked up. You know, you're 80 years old. You're not fucking a young gunner. You're an old head. You need fucking rest. Yeah, I mean, he fucked it up.
It's gonna go okay. Except who came out full-throated? Progressives, AOC, Bernie, the entire progressive ring, Ro Khanna, the entirety of the progressive side of the Democratic Party said Joe Biden has got more of our agenda accomplished in 4 years than any president in history. The largest investment.
What is the agenda of the Democrats? What is the agenda? What's like their spearhead thing? I don't know what they're going for right now. So I don't know what this agenda is he's talking about.
Into climate change in history. Just that alone, okay?
So climate change is the real fucking winner for them?
And so he gets over the hump. He goes and does a Stephanopoulos. Everybody's okay. That's not enough. We got to see him give a press conference. For what? You remember that? It was about a 2-hour-long press conference, and he gave a tour de force, around the world history lesson about the existence of NATO, Russian aggression, and Ukraine. They said, okay, well, wait. He's got to go give a speech in. He's going to speak to the NAACP, because the NAACP and the Hispanic Caucus and the Black Caucus said, if you fuck over Joe, don't count on us. Because you know what they're doing? They're trying to take South Carolina away as the first primary state. The first time in history that the heart and soul of the Democratic Party gets to have its voice heard first, after 50 years of Iowa and New Hampshire with 3% black population states.
I thought it was less.
Less than that.
New Hampshire's got to be closer to 1.
Closer to 1.
I saw a few blacks.
Finally, and you know what? You know what you have? You have the Pod Save America motherfuckers saying, you know, I don't think South Carolina, was only there because of Joe Biden, and Joe Biden would get, and that's what he did to save his own self. Why should South Carolina have the? What the fuck? I mean, are they out of their fucking minds? Anyway.
So moving forward, you feel like
Hunter is fucking hilarious. When he talks and he gets mad, bro, he's like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, he gets like that junkie kicks in, bro. He's like,
Did he want to drop out?
No. So we got to Nevada, and he made the speech before the Black Caucus, and then right before he was about to give, which was rousing success, and he then was going to give a speech to the Hispanic Caucus, who was in Las Vegas at the same time in Nevada, and he woke up in the morning and he had a severe case of COVID. And the pictures of him getting on and off the plane were just devastating. And then the vultures descended. George Clooney's, came out with his, maybe it was a little before that, with his op-ed, and then you had all the money people, and then you had a whole host of other people that had, I guess that, Truman saying it can be applied to Joe Biden more than anybody else. If you want a friend in Washington, get a dog.
Why is George Clooney always saying shit? I thought he was just acting in Ocean's 11 and stuff like that. He's seriously been saying shit.
Yeah,
he's a big donor, like one of the huge donors, right? He's a big donor and he has a lot of influence. So why wouldn't he say anything?
Here's what he said. He said that the president needed to be introduced to him at a fundraiser that he was ostensibly the host of. There's this gigantic fundraiser in which George Clooney wasn't really the host. He was the entertainment, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, you know, God bless him. I appreciate when entertainers and movie stars and people of conscience and, you know, that are on our side want to do, you know, raise money and stuff like that. If you're with the president at any given time, have you been like at a rope line for the president or anything like that? Anyway, what happens is that you go to people come to take pictures, and usually before or after an event, the president will line up, people will come, and they'll take a picture with them, and they'll say hello. And there's a person that stands next to the president, and they say, "Mr. President, George Clooney and Julia Roberts." "Hey, George, Julia, how you doing?" "Mr. President, Andrew Callahan." And you may have been filming him all day, and he may know George for the last 30 years, and he may have met him 15 times. But the guy on his shoulder, who's usually a military officer, has one job, to say the name of the person that's walking up. That's it. And George Clooney is now, to rationalize why he attempted to cut the knees out from a sitting president, the most successful president in the history of his party in his life in terms of the legislative policies that he wanted to see passed, had to justify somehow him going above and beyond to write an op-ed in the New York Times to try to force the sitting president of the United States out of the race. And so he makes up this story about how the president had to be introduced to him.
Oh, like he didn't recognize George Clooney?
Exactly.
Because of like dementia or something?
Well, I don't know. Well, that's the implication, right?
Yeah. Damn. He didn't. It's just like the whole Mamdani thing. Hey, he didn't recognize a billionaire. He didn't recognize an actor. Like what? I mean, if he's forgetful or dementia, that's one thing. But if George Clooney's ego got in the way of the whole presidency, that's wild. That's what Hunter Biden, I think, is saying. He said George Clooney's got a big ass ego. He didn't get recognized by the president because he's not important to him, obviously. And he got butthurt, and he's like, I don't know if I could vote for this guy. Just fucking gave Trump the thing right there. No, one of the cogs.
Like he's forgetting things.
Yeah, and by the way, I remember
one of the cogs in the machine of that election.
Story is that George Clooney wasn't going to show up to that fundraiser, and he was bitching to the White House staff and to the people, the senior staff, is that he was so angry that the president would criticize the warrant that was executed for Netanyahu, and the president, when asked, said, would they arrest Netanyahu if he came to the United States? He was so angry that the president would criticize the arrest warrant that was executed for Netanyahu. And the president, when asked, said, would they arrest Netanyahu if he came to the United States? And he said he would not have the authority, nor would he do that. And I guess George Clooney's wife was the principal architect of that arrest, of that warrant for Netanyahu. And I don't judge that in one way or another, was the right thing or not. He was very, very angry that my dad did not, I guess, like, pay homage to her or something. I understand, defending your...
Hey, yeah, defend your wife, because, bro, if your wife makes a warrant for another prime minister's head of Israel, and then you go to a presidential election, and you say, my wife did... Well, he didn't say my wife, but he's like, hey, are you going to do this, warrant to take out the head of Israel? He said, fuck no, I'm not gonna do that. Biden's like, hell no, that's like my dog, or actually he's the head of the Mossad. Hell no, I'm not gonna do that. And then George Clooney's like, what the fuck? You're not gonna take my wife's name respect? All right, that makes sense. Now it makes more sense now.
For something, but I mean, I saw the text messages that he wrote, reams of text messages, like how dare he do that? And he kept promising that he was going to embarrass the president and pull out of the fundraiser.
Before we continue about the vultures, I have a George Clooney story. Hopefully we can leave it in. My only really famous Hollywood friend is actor Jack Black, from School of Rock. And so we used to be neighbors in Los Feliz. And so Tenacious D did a concert in Sydney, Australia. This is a day after they tried to assassinate Trump in Butler, PA. And I guess Jack Black's guitarist or whatever jumps up on stage and he yells something to the effect of, hey, next time you try to shoot Trump, aim a little bit closer.
Don't miss Trump next time.
George Clooney is blowing his phone up, being like, if you don't kick your band member out of the band and like publicly denounce this guy, like, I don't know what the consequences were, but it was kind of like, you're out of what, we don't know. And so his hand was basically forced to be like, oh, sorry, my band member has serious mental health problems, we're breaking up the band for now, the tour's canceled. And so, I mean, it is cool to see Hollywood actors voice more progressive opinions, but
Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck.
Oh my god, dude, Hunter in his fucking... Yo, when he gets triggered, bro, he goes ape shit. He gets like... he gets like those people on the corner of the street just talking shit. And like, yo, he gets animated. Fuck yeah, dude. Yo. Hell yeah. I gotta play that again. This is the best thing in this whole interview. It's just him popping off.
Tours canceled. And so, I mean, it is cool to see Hollywood actors voice more progressive opinions, but
Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him and everybody around him. I don't have to be fucking nice. Number one, I agree with Quentin Tarantino. Fucking George Clooney is not a fucking actor. He is a fucking, I don't know what he is. He's a brand. And by the way, and God bless him. You know what? He supposedly treats his friends really well. You know what I mean? Buys them things. And he's got a really great place in Lake Como. And he's great friends with Barack Obama. Fuck you. What do you have to do with fucking anything? Why do I have to fucking listen to you? What right do you have to step on a man who's given 52 years of his fucking life to the service of this country and decide that you, George Clooney, are going to take out basically a full-page ad in the fucking New York Times to undermine the president at a time in which, by the way, what do people care about the most? Why do you think that the Republicans have an advantage over us? Because they're unified. They will go along with anything. I wasn't asking anybody to go along with anything. I was asking people to go along with this. The most successful administration in my lifetime. And I'm including the Obama administration, I'm including the Reagan administration, I'm including every administration in my lifetime. We have gotten more done for the agenda of the things that your generation and my generation cared about than any president in history. And we didn't get it all done, but more than anybody else, with the slimmest majority ever. And everybody said that there's no way that he's ever going to be able to do that. And you know what George Clooney did? Because he sat down, I guess, because he was like given a blessing by the Obama team or the Obama people and whoever else, and David Axelrod and whoever the fuck else, is to go, okay, yeah, you know what? We are going to insert our judgment over yours. Me and James Carville, who hasn't run a race in 40 fucking years, and David Axelrod, who had one success in his political life, and that was Barack Obama. And that was because of Barack Obama, not because of fucking David Axelrod. And David Plouffe, and all of these guys, and the Pod Save America guys, who were junior fucking speechwriters in, on Barack Obama's Senate staff, who have been dining out on the relationship with him for years, making millions of dollars. The Anita Dunns of the world, who's made $40, $50 million off the Democratic Party. They're all going to insert their judgment over a man who has figured out, unlike anybody else, how to get elected to the United States Senate over 7 times, how to pass more legislation than any president in history, how to have a better midterm election than anybody in history, and how to garner more votes than any president that has ever run. And they're going to replace their judgment for his.
Not to mention, too, about actors. When actors take up very, staunch progressive opinions, it gives working-class Americans the perception that left-leaning beliefs are elitist. Because they're seeing all these rich people that they perceive to be these untouchable celebrities in the shining lights in the marquee as being liberal. So it's really easy to market conservatism as a working man's countercultural thing.
And what was the one thing that Joe Biden, no one ever could pin on him?
That he was a
left-leaning, rich, liberal elitist.
Yeah.
The one thing that Joe Biden was not, that they could not take away from Joe Biden, he was the stuttering kid from fucking Scranton that fucking worked his way up, and that he said some fucking things that were a little impolitic at times, but you know what? He reminded me of my dad. Not my idiot dad, but my dad who brought us through the tough times. And I knew at the end of the day that Joe Biden actually cared about me. And you know what? I think Joe Biden is a little bit as confused about what transgender is as I am. But and I know that he also is not going to do? He's not going to beat the shit out of my kid if I decide to let my kid be transgender. But he's going to say, I don't get it. Explain it to me. You know what I mean? Explain it to me. That's who he is. He's the guy that's going to be asked in an interview when he was vice president, well, what do you think about marriage between a man and a man? And he's going to say, I think love is love. Doesn't mean that he has to necessarily understand it, but all he knows is his own personal experience. But he wasn't shoving it down your throat, like George Clooney shoving it down your fucking throat.
Also, I know you're a man of peace now.
Who says that?
Well, but if you did see Jake Tapper, would it be time for a little bit of a schoolyard fight?
Look, man, I mean this sincerely. It's almost not worth commenting on it because he's completely irrelevant. And I really mean this, who's Jake Tapper's audience? Jake Tapper?
Hey, we got another one in the chat for YouTube. We got a couple in Kick, and Twitch is chilling. Shout out. Oh, he just left. Fuck you from YouTube, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
My mom or something? I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
For real, though. I don't even think it's your mom anymore.
No.
By the numbers, what influence does Jake Tapper have over anything? He has the smallest audience on cable.
They came in, they dipped out, bro. I was trying to give a shout out too, but the delay, bro, they fucked it up.
News. And beyond that, I think that the book is right now on Amazon that he put out. I mean, his ratings just went to
Hey, Connie, there's somebody in Kick that's like... There's somebody in the Kick chat that was like, yo, please, just one growl needed. I'm begging you. Just a simple growl. I just need one growl from you, bro. Growl, please. And I was like, you want me to growl? What the fuck? And he's like, so do it. And I was like, I'm just gonna keep playing this Hunter Biden. Yo,
put the book out.
why does a person want me to growl? That's weird. Especially if it's a dude. I'm like, ugh.
You know, they did a 2-week infomercial for it. I mean, it was such a money grab, such a disservice to everybody that he serves with, that the journalism that he purports to take part in. And he's very personal. He has a real problem with me. He does this whole rant about how I was the acting chief of staff and that I took control of the White House and I orchestrated this cover-up of my dad's health and well-being at the same time as who would ever trust a person like me that was a crack addict that got their sister-in-law addicted to crack cocaine, things that he has no notion of or idea about in personal, you know, like, Jesus Christ, Jake, grow the fuck up.
Well, a lot of these dudes now, you can...
Like, really? Is this a personal thing with me?
I feel like this is the Trump era now. You're seeing a lot of like liberals and progressives kind of start to shift a little bit right, or at least capitulate to right-wing tendencies because they're following power and capital. Like, I don't know if you've seen this A24 movie recently called Warfare. It's a really good movie, but it's borderline like valorizing the Iraq war veterans, which I think I respect veterans in general, but like with no context as to like what was going on in Iraq, like why we were there, and sort of like paints the locals as these sort of
Is this based off the book
I think
that
so.
he did, that he said that he wrote, he would take 15 minutes with his coffee and he wrote a book in like 6 months
believe it was.
because he's some kind of fucking genius?
But the point is, like, A24 is the same company that made Moonlight and was making movies that were all about like trans issues 4 or 5 years ago. So now you're starting to see, you're seeing money move right. So I'm not surprised that somebody like Jake Tapper, who's probably concerned about revenge.
That's it. And by the way, again, it all comes down to money. Every single thing is that you can see the choices that these people make. What is the historical value of a book that is not sourced? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know of any on-the-record source of any significance other than the story that's being repeated over and over again, which I can tell you I was there. I watched George Clooney be introduced to my dad with 30 other people in line, and the guy said, Mr. President, George Clooney and Julia Roberts. That's it. That's the story. There's dozens of witnesses. Other than that story, there's literally no sourcing. So what's it about? It's about money. It was a money grab. Jake decided, I could basically do this infomercial. I'm going to pick up the entire right wing because they're going to want to read this book, and they're going to do exactly why they're not reading it. They're not buying the book, and they're criticizing them. But what they're also doing is they started a congressional investigation, and now I have to deal with another fucking subpoena because Jake Tapper has decided that he's through anonymous sources going to create some conspiracy of a crime. And here we are. To what end? To what end? As the world falls apart around us, why do I have to fucking spend my time worrying or thinking about or even talking about somebody as irrelevant as Jake Tapper? I mean, really, Jake Tapper in history? Where does he stand? I don't know.
I saw him in the streets of Ukraine, in Lviv, during the war, and I think he thought that I was a right-wing sort of troll or something. So I was like, "Hey, Tapper." I don't know why I said, "Hey, Tapper." I just thought he would respond. And he just like started fucking walking away as fast as he could. And I was like, "Tapper!" And he was just like out of there. So, I mean, that made me think, all right, this is not really my guy. But backing up a little bit.
You know, I've known Jake for 30 years.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Jake, if you see this, you should have said what's up to me. Moving back to the vultures that ensued after that, I feel like we kind of lost track a bit. You're talking about the decision to drop out, and you're talking about the day after COVID. Vultures.
So he gets out of that, he comes off of the plane, he looks absolutely distraught and disheveled, and it's the exact wrong image at the exact wrong time, and then they descended, and they truly descended. This is my recollection of what happened, and it is not his, and he will be able to tell his of why he decided and what he decided and what he did. But what I felt happened is that he was given a choice. Either they decided on a nuclear option. They said, we are going to blow up the party if you don't drop out. We're going to protest this all the way up for the next month, all the way up to the convention. Every single moment and every single day is going to be a test of your ability to put one foot in front of the other without tripping and blowing the whole thing up. We're going to hold you to such a microscopic accountability in terms of your health that if you have an off day and misspeak, if you do one of the things that Donald Trump does 35 fucking times a day. You see the other day when Donald Trump pointed to the Declaration of Independence and said, you know, I'm against war. I think we could have saved 600,000 lives in the Civil War.
You look right up there. I don't know. See the Declaration of Independence, and I say, I wonder if the Civil War. It always seemed to me maybe that could have been solved without losing 600,000 plus people.
As if there's a connection between the Declaration of Independence and the Civil War. But can you imagine my dad did that? Can you imagine if he opened up that treaty with the Prime Minister Starmer at the G7 in Canada and all the pages fell out, and then he said that he just signed a treaty with the European Union, with the Prime Minister of the UK standing next to him? Can you imagine? And then if he got on a plane and said the reason that he was going home early from the G7 is because he had a major announcement the next day, and then the next day he put up a flagpole? Can you imagine any of those things?
So you're saying...
Where the fuck is Jake Tapper? Where the fuck is George Clooney? George Clooney's making money off of play because he's such a God's gift to the defense of democracy that he is doing a play on Broadway for us. Thank you very much. He was given a choice. We are going to fight you every step of the way. The party is going to implode. We are going to have a floor fight. We are going to attempt to stop you. We are going to challenge you. We're going to have the Black Caucus, the Hispanic Caucus, the progressive wing of the party against the liberal elite money side of the party. And that they were going to try to dry up all the money. And so they decided that they were going to do a nuclear option. So Joe Biden, I think, did the most selfless thing that I know of any politician in the history of this fucking country did. He stepped aside to save the party. And in that void filled the only person that he would ever endorse out of the gate, because he chose her as his vice president. There's no choice in that. And by the way, I love Kamala Harris. I think that she would have made an incredible president. I know that she was an incredibly loyal vice president. And she did everything that she could to support my dad. Everything. And to support me and my family, personally. I mean, I truly love her, like family. And I think that she would have made an incredible president, and I think she ran an incredible campaign. You know who did not want Kamala Harris to be president and did not want her to be the nominee? Nancy Pelosi didn't want her to be. None of Nancy Pelosi's people wanted her to be. They wanted an open convention. They wanted a floor fight. They wanted I don't know what the hell they wanted, but they wanted to be the ones to anoint whoever they were going to anoint to become the next president of the United States.
Who do you think that would have been?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have any idea.
They didn't have anybody. They didn't have anybody in mind. Like, AOC wasn't like that big back then. Gavin Newsom was, I think, in money decline. I'm trying to think of who would have been a great candidate for them. Democratic Party. Yeah, I have no idea. They had nobody. That's why they had to go with Kamala.
Is that they definitely did not want Kamala Harris. And again, which undermined her, which undermined the campaign. You know, I mean, I look at these people and talk about like, well, where were they? We had 100 days. She literally was handed a $100 million check. She ran her ass off. She had an incredible organization, incredible grassroots organization. David Plouffe took over the campaign.
I don't know about grassroots, bro. All right. They like throwing that word around, like, no, you had $1 million. That is not grassroots at all.
You know, what did they do? Where did they spend their money?
Those camo hats they thought were going to make the kids go crazy, but most of the kids are pretty Palestine-pilled.
Look, I'm telling you, one of the reason I think that whether, you know, I'm not a conspiracy theorist completely, but I don't know what happened in that election. I don't think that it was her fault necessarily. I don't think that it was anybody's fault except this. One of the reasons that people would stick with my dad is because of the loyalty that they had to him. And you had...
We're back on 3 with YouTube. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to you, bro. Hopefully you don't leave again right away.
Be unified. You have to make it feel like you're part of something. What they proved, what the Democratic Party proved, is they have no guts. I mean, by the way, I say party. The elite, white, ultra, I wouldn't even say liberal, because it's not liberal. The old school, moneyed, liberal wing of the Democratic Party.
Like the people who donate to the colleges.
The people that donate to the colleges, the people that donate to the, multi-million-dollar checks to the DNC and the DCCC and the DSCC. The Schumer people and the Pelosi people and those people, not the rank and file of the Democratic Party, not the Black Caucus, not the Hispanic Caucus, not the progressive wing, not the people that came out for AOC and Bernie and those people. I'm talking about not the heart of the Democratic Party, but the controlling interest of the corporate side of the Democratic Party. Right. They proved to America that there is no loyalty in the Democratic Party. 81 million votes in 2020 was all about Donald Trump and nothing about Joe Biden. I'm asking this question. If that's the truth, then what? Did people become more comfortable with Donald Trump after 34 felony counts January 6th and a civil lawsuit in the E. Jean Carroll case?
I think a huge issue too, especially in my generation, was like the post-October 7th Israel-Palestine situation. I think there was so many people that felt like that was kind of like the BLM 2.0, you know, with the campus protests and
where are they now, Andrew?
Who
those protesters?
Some of them. Well,
when he said that he's going to turn Gaza into a literally, Trump-branded golf course, and he's on track to doing that. He said that he would have the conflict, the war over, the day that he took office. More people have died in Gaza between when he was inaugurated and today than at any time between October 7th and when my dad left office. And where are they now?
The protesters?
Yeah.
They're still active, but not as active. I think part of that has to do with just the fact that the conflict's been going on for longer. But I'm saying this made a lot of people not even vote.
Oh, I agree with you.
You know what I mean? Not for Trump or Harris. They're just like, you know what? Because you talk about a media market. Like I had a lot of friends who were just so buried algorithmically in the Hamas-Israel conflict that they're just like, that's all they're seeing. And so if they're only seeing these, like, and the images are horrible. The videos are like nightmarish. So if you're consuming this all the time.
I'm in that algorithm.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
And then like you just see this, you're like, all right, well, if this huge issue is not going to change, then why would I even participate? And that's the sort of, they call it the black pilling. It's like the nihilism that's setting in. And I'm glad that you don't have that. And I resist it all the time. And I think that our generation will learn for next election. Because Trump wasn't able to do that many destructive things between 2016 and 2020 and a lot of our lives compared to what's happening now. The situation in LA, there being no taco carts in Los Angeles on the streets, not seeing one multicolored rainbow umbrella in anywhere in LA, that's something you can feel in the streets. And so I think a lot of the crowd that said, nothing will change. It's just going to be two sides of the same coin. It's just the establishment. And I fell victim to a lot of that thinking too, you know, especially because I was only around both probably Antifa and like the Proud Boys for like 4 years. So I'm only seeing, you know, radical, you know, fronts on both ends. And now I'm looking back thinking, damn, it would be a lot better right now if Trump was not in office. You know, just straight up, like, I mean, just on a day-to-day basis. I know that people like to blame the media for sowing fear and discontent, but it's This LA situation is the first time that I can say, and maybe it's just a result of underexposure, that I've seen like genuine fear amongst the populace of a large metropolitan area.
It'd be interesting, like you said that you wanted to get out and start roaming again, and to see if you see that across the country. But I mean, by the way, I you know, I'm afraid. I'm afraid for the people that I love. I'm afraid for what he could do. I mean, he constantly continues to talk about me, you know, and there's still threats of criminality and lawsuits and you know, all of that kind of stuff. But I can't imagine what it's like to be a someone here that has gone through the legal process to apply for asylum, that's going to the next court case in, you know, the Newcastle County Courthouse here, and wondering whether you're going to end up in a prison camp in El Salvador, and legitimately believe that that's a real possibility. How long do people put up with that, I guess, is the question. And friends and neighbors. One of the things that shifted the post-Reconstruction era, Dred Scott era, into the civil rights movement was the Fugitive Slave Act, and watching community members literally being ripped out of their house by people in masks and hoods and taken away and never seen from again. How do you turn back the clock here? I don't think there's turning back the clock in the trust of our allies will trust us on anything for a long while. But here in the United States, in terms of, you know, the guardrails to democracy, like, what will it take?
Do you think the Democratic Party's dead?
No, I don't think the Democratic Party's dead. I think that there's some really incredible leaders in the Democratic Party. Wes Moore gives me incredible amount of hope. He's incredibly dynamic. He's so goddamn smart, and he's truly a genuinely decent human being. I love Governor Moore. I think that Tim Walz is an incredible leader. I think that Kamala Harris is an incredible leader. Whether or not they can run again, I don't know. Or whether or not they want to run again, I don't know. I think that the Democratic Party, you know, that thing that Will Rogers said, I don't belong to any organized party, I'm a Democrat, is that everybody in every election before a president or somebody is nominated to lead the party says the Democratic Party's in disarray, there's no leadership, nobody's doing anything, and everybody, that's always been the Democratic Party. But someone will emerge. There will be a leader that will emerge. The stakes are too high. Whether they'll succeed in this environment, I don't know. And that's the question. How far are people willing to go? And I don't mean violence, but in terms of putting themselves in jeopardy on behalf of the American people. How many congressmen, congresswomen are going to show up to detention centers to get arrested? How many senators are going to go and demand to be heard at these show trials and press conferences by, you know, the likes of Kristi Noem? How many people are going to go and challenge Tom Homan to arrest him on the spot? How many people are going to demand that ICE agents take their masks off? Because it's just fucking un-American for law enforcement to be masked, unmarked, pulling people with no due process, no habeas corpus off the streets of the United States. We fought a fucking revolution against the king based on two things in particular: habeas corpus and due process. And we're so willing to give them up? Anybody that sets foot on U.S. soil had those two guarantees, and that set us apart.
Fuck this game, bro. Fuck this game right now.
Just literally fought a fucking revolution over it. And here we are, having a debate about whether we want to defend illegal aliens. I don't want to defend illegal aliens. I don't want to do this. You know what I want to do? I don't want to defend...
I need one fucking rare candy right now. And they give me it. 2 rare candies out of 11 cards, bro. And this whole time.
Process and the humanity of actually a living human being that fought his way to get here. That Tom Homan, individually, and Kristi Noem, of all fucking people, don't have a right, and Stephen Miller don't have a right to say, you're gone. You go to a concentration camp. Because nobody's going to give a shit about you.
Do you think that, kind of coming full circle, your experience with addiction and having those kind of lows has helped you feel more sympathy for people who are being disenfranchised and being dehumanized by the press and by politicians?
You know, I think I don't know about it from I'm certain that my own experience, yeah, but I think more than anything, it comes from watching my dad, who has given his entire life to this. And by the way, like, you know, you can have, I understand generation to generation, from political party to, you know, inside the party to progressives to, you know, you can criticize my dad for some of the choices that he's made in terms of the things that he supported. Sometimes I do too. I don't agree with everything that my dad has supported, but I know this, is that at base, the one thing that you cannot challenge about Joe Biden is that everything that he's done was with the intent of making people's lives better, not enriching himself, not doing it for his friends and donors, is to, you know, actually impact the lives of people in a way that, as you always talk about, the people that he grew up with, the neighborhoods where he came from. Just make it a little bit easier to make it through the day, understanding that people sit around their kitchen table, if people sit around their kitchen tables and have time to do it anymore with their family and eat dinner and talk about, like, how are we going to pay for college if you get into college? Like, more than that, how are we going to pay for groceries next week? How are we going to pay for groceries? How are we going to pay for, how are we going to pay for baby formula? That's what people are fucking worrying about. 90%, nobody's sitting here talking about whether, what George Clooney wrote in the New York Times editorial or whatever.
On a totally different note, you mentioned baby formula and babies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know that there are some adults who identify as babies.
Some days I identify as a baby. I didn't tell you that.
But have you heard of this subculture?
No, I have not heard of this subculture.
All right, guys, it's me again. Brace yourself here. I'm about to show you a preview of our upcoming return episode for our secondary show, All Gas, No Brakes, which, if you missed the news, we've decided to resurrect after the 4-year
He's gonna show off the furries during the Hunter Biden interview. That's classic fucking transition to the next thing we gotta do. I gotta show you. Oh man, dude, Andrew's next level right now. He went in on that one. He said, next clip. That was good.
Of buying the rights back from our former parent company. Yeah! Now, this episode is not like on Patreon. This is not any kind of advertisement.
Let them know.
I just want to get people excited about it because I know a ton of people love All Gas, No Brakes and are anticipating a return sometime soon. So here's a little...
I'm going to take a piss real quick. Hey, motherfucker, you left too? We back. My bad. Yo, I had to take a piss real quick. All right. Let's finish off this fucking interview.
View that I hope can get you guys a little bit stoked on what's...
Who they please.
Yeah. They have...
Who do they...
All the things they enjoyed as little tykes.
Absolutely.
You know what you should ask them? Is who do they support? Who do they vote for? I wonder who the adult baby diaper...
Girl, you know who the fuck they voted for, bro. What are you talking about? You know who the fuck they voted for. Come on. That's not even the fucking question right now.
Versus population. Are they more Democrat or Republican right now?
Yeah.
Who do you think they are?
It'll be interesting.
Because Trump looks more like a baby than Harris. I mean, he's sort of shaped
by the
like
way,
a baby.
there's that whole conspiracy, you know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
That Trump's a baby?
No. Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
Oh.
No, we could start it. We could start a conspiracy.
Oh, the baby. Eating the babies.
Oh, no, not
Oh.
eating the babies.
Yeah.
I didn't know that one.
Well, that was a big one back in 2020.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, adrenochrome, you know.
Oh, that, yeah.
Well, really, it comes from the
Hey, wait. Why'd it get all weird when he said, "Oh yeah, that"? Like, oh yeah, that's normal. That's what we eat, baby. Look at it freak out a little bit. Hold on.
in 2020.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, adrenochrome, you know.
Oh, that, yeah.
Well, really, it comes from the book.
Why did Hunter get all crazy? Yo, adrenochrome, killing babies. Like, yeah. Oh, fuck, I did that too. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, every president, people do that. Come on now. Come on, Andrew. Come on, Channel 5. Get with the program, buddy.
And loathing.
I was thinking about the diaper thing. I heard the whole diaper thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because eating a baby and being a baby are two different animals. One's illegal.
Yeah, what?
The other maybe should be. Well, some elements of the adult baby stuff I understand.
Yeah.
The music is comforting. Baby nursery music.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You mentioned oral fixation.
Oh my God, is she gonna actually make me go through this conversation about the old baby diaper fucking thing?
Okay. Do you see our involvement in the Middle East as something that should be limited or increased?
Oh, I definitely think it should be limited. It's really interesting is that, you know, I am a firm believer in the right of the state of Israel to exist, but I'm also a firm believer in the right of the state of Palestine to exist. And so I sit here and I believe in a two-state solution, and I believe that
it was promised to them 3,000 years ago, brother.
any of these conflicts you should have been able to find that was the only obvious and potentially realistic path forward, because on either side you're not going to sit and allow for or condone a genocide or mass upheaval of an entire population. Somehow Israelis and the Palestinians have to find a way to coexist, correct? And I do know this, is that if you don't start there, then you end up where he is, the current president, which is that the Palestinian population of the West Bank and Gaza have to be completely removed from the region.
Right.
So then the idea of a mass deportation of millions of people is the most unreasonable and unrealistic, impossible thing to even conceive of. But even if you could, where? And there's not one of the regional partners could possibly handle that. Not the Egyptians, not the Jordanians, not the Syrians, not the Lebanese, not the Saudis. There's nobody that would take that population.
Do you think that's because they're concerned with their trade relationships being threatened, or they just don't want their country to become a hotbed for Israeli bombardment?
Oh, I think that they don't want it to become a hotbed for poverty unrest. I think that they look at the lesson of Lebanon, in which the Palestinian refugees settled in Beirut, and Beirut has never been the same, and Lebanon has never been the same. It's completely collapsed. It collapsed, by the way, because of pressure from the Israelis, because of pressure from regional partners, because of pressure from internally, because of the political pressure, because of the Shia-Sunni split, and then you have this situation in which nobody wants the Palestinians, but everybody wants to protect the Palestinians, but nobody wants to take the Palestinians.
It reminded me of that Paul Mooney joke. Everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga.
And they don't want to move.
It's their home. Yeah. So what do? And the same as this. If you're an Israeli and just a citizen, not a part of this government, not a supporter of Netanyahu, you are somebody that is sitting there and you watch what they did on October 7th and you go, how the fuck can I possibly live this way? How can anybody live this way? How can you live this way without eradicating the threat? And that's humanity. I know that there's no way about talking about this without really offending so many people.
Yeah, it's what I call a can't-win topic.
There is no win in the topic, other than to say this: there's only one way forward, and the only way forward is a two-state solution and a diplomatic solution. Bombing the shit out of whatever remains of Hamas in Gaza and turning it into a golf course, like Donald Trump said, is not going to work, no matter what. Unless you literally kill every single person that inhabits Gaza right now. You would have a generation upon generation that would justifiably haunt Israel
and haunt the United States.
And haunt the United States and haunt any of the Western allies.
9/11 every weekend.
Yeah, and why people can't understand that. Same goes for Iran. The Iranian people, the Persian population, that is not a part, which is the vast majority, adherence to the Ayatollah or a supporter of the dictatorial government that rules Iran right now. They don't support their government. But I'll tell you what they also don't support. They don't support being bombed to the fucking Stone Ages by the United States and Israel to rid them of the leadership that they have not risen up to rid themselves of. It seems to me that's up to them. And Bibi Netanyahu has been promising us that Iran was on the verge of a nuclear weapon for, 22 years now? Longer than that. I think he first wrote it in a book that they were months away from a nuclear weapon in 1996. And then he said it again in 2000, and then he did it in 2004, and then he did it during the Iraq War, and then he did it a few months ago, and then he did it a few weeks ago, and then he dropped bombs. But he's been wrong every time, but he's the boy who cried wolf, and one day the wolf is going to, the wolf is going to be pushed. They have no other option. If they do have the fissile material to
Connie, you little traitor, you left me.
Create a crude weapon, which, according to Secretary Moniz, former Secretary of Energy, they have enough uranium to create basically a crude nuclear bomb. They can be transported by rail car or tractor trailer. Now, the ability for them to deliver that payload into Israel would be almost near impossible with the intelligence capacity and capabilities of the United States and Israel, because you would not have safe passage through Syria now without Assad. So even if they could do it, their ability to deliver it is almost zero. Does anybody think that Bibi Netanyahu is not doing this to save his own ass so that he doesn't end up in jail? Because he has a favorability rating inside of Israel of about 22%, that the Knesset is completely in disarray. Look, here's a real question I have, and it's got me in trouble, not to relate to anybody but Bibi Netanyahu. If the Mossad had the plans for the October 7th attack a year before it occurred, why were you not prepared? Why did you not have soldiers in the southern part of Israel where the attacks occurred for like up to 7 to 12 hours?
Maybe the same reason they didn't capture Osama after the Kenya bombings.
Maybe, but I don't know the answer to that. But no one has been able to actually ask that question in earnest, because we have still been in the fog of war, because we've maintained the fog of war. I don't know if you've read Tom Friedman. I think it's probably the most prescient thing that's been written about this in at least many months. Tom Friedman wrote a thing, is that the worst thing that's happened to the people, the Jewish people, is the Israeli government. Jewish people globally. The threats to their lives, the anti-Semitism that it has generated, the implication that if you are a Jew that you support Netanyahu. By the way, not Israel, not the right of Israel to exist, not that you aren't a Zionist as my father is a Zionist, not that you do not believe that Israel and the state of Israel is sacred, but that you are associated, almost implicated with the horrific acts of Bibi Netanyahu, of a man who last night went on TV and said about the awful sacrifices that he's had to go to because his son has had to cancel his scheduled wedding twice now.
He said that on TV?
On TV. And then said, and his wife has gone through so much pain because she's had to put her life on hold these last 2 years since October 7th. And he hadn't said one fucking thing about how many people that are still hostages that he refuses to negotiate for.
That 100?
That to me is a monster. And I support Israel. And I definitely support my Jewish wife and my Jewish son. And I believe in the right of the state of Israel to exist in peace and in prosperity. How do we talk about it without offending everyone? And I think my dad tried his hardest to be able to figure that out. The people that you said that stood up and, would just felt despondent because they didn't think that anything has changed. At least my dad was saying over and over again, the only solution is a two-state solution. We must find the answer to the two-state solution without dropping bombs. He took away the bunker-busting bombs from the Israelis. He tried to curtail Netanyahu's thing. He forced Netanyahu to open up shipping lanes and aid lanes at the Rafah crossing to be able to get food aid in. He put pressure over and over and over again. And now, by the way, that is not even remotely happening. What is happening is they were bombing food lines. There's no one in there to be able to record it. The World Food Program, the UNHCR, none of the aid organizations are able to make it in. Doctors Without Borders no longer can make it in. There have been more journalists killed at this war in Gaza than in any other war combined. And nobody's doing anything about it. And if you don't think that Donald Trump gave Bibi Netanyahu all the free hand he wanted to when he said, what I think is that I think it's great waterfront real estate and the U.S. will own it. Literally said that. And so I do really ask you, where are all those young people that I saw show up en masse on campuses in front of the White House every single day? There were hundreds of people outside of the White House chanting Genocide Joe. Where are they today? Because it's 10 times worse than it was, and the end is near. And so I think that the one thing that we all have to do, your audience, those people that you're talking about, those people that became despondent, the Muslim Americans, Latino Americans that all said that they're going to vote for Trump because they believe this, that, or the other thing, that are now in ICE detention centers or we're facing a world conflagration in Iran and in the Middle East, you know, at the scale of which we haven't seen since Iraq. I think that we all have to fucking unite. And what they did to my dad in 2024, and the reason I think that we failed in November of 2024 is because we showed the world that we did not have the one thing that is required to lead, and that is unity. That there was a purpose to us getting up in the morning and being together. That there was a purpose for the Black community to trust the Latino community, to trust the gay community, to trust the Jewish community, to trust the communities that were at risk, for transgender people to not be embarrassed to say that they're transgender or can be concerned about whether they're going to get beat up. One thing that we all have to do is just unify. I mean, there's so many more of us than them. I always point out to everybody, and I talk too much, I'm sorry, but I always point out to everybody that Donald Trump garnered 75 million votes, okay? That is, what, out of 350 million people, it's
pretty much the West Coast.
28% of the entire population, okay? And that is who we're being governed by now. 28% of the population. That is not the majority of Americans, you know?
Yeah.
It's not. It's the majority of people that voted in the last election. We just have to convince normal people of what's at stake. I think there's lots at stake.
Maybe not if they watch this podcast.
If we're counting on us, man, I think we're in trouble. Oh my God. Well, look, either this podcast or the one that you're doing tomorrow with the baby diaper wearing.
Yeah,
one
adult
of the two.
baby diaper lovers.
One of the two.
And there's a big division in the community.
Yeah, stop. Don't, I swear to God, I can't do it.
But you can probably guess.
I'm sorry that I even brought it back up.
Brought it back up, but you can imagine what the division is. What do you think it would be?
I'm not going to guess. I'm not going to guess.
Well, I mean, the division that I thought is angry baby versus happy baby.
Yeah.
Because babies are, you know, you have a young child, they're not always happy.
Yeah.
And an angry baby has very different activities than a happy one.
Yeah.
Happy is laughing, they read Goodnight Moon, they like milk. And then angry baby,
yeah,
you know what they do? Scream, they throw stuff. But they also...
I swear to God, stop. Oh my God.
So the term for shitting your diaper in the adult...
I knew you were going to get there. Literally, I knew you were going to get there. Stop.
Okay. What is messing?
Is when you do number 2.
For me personally, I don't allow poop. No poop. That's a big no-no.
Oh my God.
I won't tell you, but everyone needs representation. You have any message to the people out there, not adult babies, but just people who might be struggling with addiction or have an uncertain future ahead?
Yeah, I do. And in earnest is that getting clean and sober is the fucking easiest thing you'll ever do. All you gotta do is change everything. But if you do, you know what? I promise you, there is literally, and I'm here to attest, that there is no problem too big that, come here. There's no problem too big that, that being clean and sober doesn't make it 1,000 times easier.
You think that, like, it's easier to do with the program, or do you advise people to just try doing it by themselves at first?
Oh, no. I always try to get support. The best part, look, there's one thing. is that regardless of what you think about the program, it saved my life in so many different ways, and it saved the lives of children. Nothing is a silver bullet. Nothing is ever a silver bullet. But I'll tell you what, having a place to go, to know that you're not terminally unique, having a place to...
Yeah, support is everything, right? And everything you do, like, it helps the momentum, it helps the discipline, it helps... If you have a crew that gets down with it like that, it just, everything from there can go, easy. Because support, that's like any organization, any team, anything great, like you have a group of people that do it. Do it on your own is dope if you can, but it's, don't be too hard on yourself because you can't do it alone, because humans are pretty much like a, they're very social creatures, and help is always good. You never be sad about getting help. So I agree.
To like say, one time realize that there's 6 other people in the room that are listening to you, or that you're listening to. They're like, hey, me too. I'm not so awful, or I'm not so unique. I think one of the things that addiction does to us is that regardless of how many people may be around, it isolates us in the most awful ways. It isolates us and makes us feel as if that we're completely alone. And then one of the things about being in the rooms it gives you is a knowledge that you're never alone.
A different piece of advice to somebody out there who might find themselves in the midst of a scandal of any kind that involves media attention, whether it be warranted or unwarranted. What's your advice to them?
That's a great question. I don't know if I have any advice to give other than this. No matter how awful it is, always remember that you are in control of your life. I mean, what somebody else thinks about you can't affect you unless you let it. Whatever it may be, or whatever being said about you, whether it is true or not true, or whether you need to make amends for it, or whether you need to be able to stand up for yourself about it, is the fact of the matter is that the only people that matter in my life, the ones that I know at the end of the day, the only thing that I can rely on is what I think about myself, based upon what the people I love the most in the world think about me. And the only way that I can garner their esteem is to do esteemable things. So one of the things that we learned in the program that part of it is just try to do the next right thing. That's all you can do, is just try to do the next right thing. I don't know if that makes any sense.
No. Super good.
Yeah.
So prioritize like acts of service and kindness to the people closest to you.
That's what I tell everybody about the program, is that at the end of the day, there's only one thing that you're told that you will achieve, and or that you need to continue to do over and over again, is to get to a point in which you will have the ability to be able to serve those that are still sick and suffering. And the only thing that takes you out of yourself, the only thing that ever takes you out of yourself, is to be of service to somebody else. Whether it's somebody that is in need in the program, or whether it's your family. There's that great quote from, I don't know if she actually said it, but Mother Teresa: if you want to save the world, go home and love your family.
You have any advice out there to, Irish Americans from the Philadelphia area who have a hard time with vulnerability and are scared to open up to their friends and family?
The only advice I have is to fly, Eagles, fly. That's it.
Would you sponsor Jake Tapper?
Would I sponsor Jake Tapper? Of course I'd sponsor Jake Tapper. I don't think Jake Tapper has that problem, though. And he's got one good thing going for him. He's an Eagles fan, so
really,
he can't be that bad. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks so much for the great interview, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Wow. That was crazy.
That was it. I really hope that you guys enjoyed this interview with Hunter. Now, at the time of the interview, which was conducted about a month ago in the beautiful foothills of rural Delaware, a corporate tax haven just a stone's throw from Kensington, Hunter wasn't really in the news and was enjoying something of a long-awaited break from the constant onslaught of attacks from Trump and co. that had been a near weekly occurrence in Hunter's life for 4 years straight. But a few weeks after this interview, that would all change, of course, when President Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi dropped what may have been the worst deflection of all time related to the Jeffrey Epstein files. I'm sure you guys have seen this footage, so I'm not going to go through the process of putting it on screen. But in short, the White House, FBI, and DOJ dropped a report unanimously signing off on the fact that there was no significant wrongdoing to report inside of the Jeffrey Epstein files, alleged client list, and flight logs that were seized from international underage sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, to the shock of the entire world. And not just on the progressive or liberal side, this inflamed the core Trump base to an apocalyptic degree. Because after all, Donald Trump, along with Kash Patel and J.D. Vance, had ran nearly an entire campaign promising to release these files and framing themselves as the protectors of children sent by God to wage a holy war against a satanic pedophile cabal of Democrats and Hollywood actors. And then boom, Trump's lambasting reporters in real time for even asking about the Epstein files and shaming them for not instead focusing on the victims of the floods in Texas. And of course, evoking the Hunter Biden laptop conspiracy once again in a desperate attempt to divert attention away from himself and back toward his former adversaries, pleading that MAGA supporters stop asking about the Epstein files, which by the way are simply an Obama and Bill Clinton false flag, and instead focus on more important things, like the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop. This resulted in a renewed surge of headlines about Hunter, and I felt like, given the rapport that him and I had, it warranted a second interview to get his thoughts on the Epstein matter. To my surprise, Hunter was not at the Biden estate in Delaware, but instead in Southern California at his home studio working on some art and spending time with his wife and son. So I figured I'd pay him a visit, and it goes without saying that our second interview was a bit crazier than the first as far as like the stuff that we talked about. Unpopular opinion, if there was no underage kids at Epstein Island.
Nice place to go?
Yeah.
I can't believe you suckered me into saying that. Like, that's something that could definitely be taken out of context, motherfucker. So you cut that, all right?
All right,
What
we'll
the
cut
fuck?
that.
Now I feel like I just got fucking trapped.
No, we'll cut that.
Yeah, that's gonna be the whole interview.
Well, no, I've always
Hunter
said
Biden says, fucker. Fuck you.
If you'd like to see a complete, unedited cut of our second interview, which revolves around Epstein, artwork, and an upcoming trip to Ireland, head to our Patreon now at www.patreon.com/.
I thought I had this cocksucker right here, bro. Fuck. He just got lucky with that. Ugh.
As I mentioned early
Fucking got
on,
lucky,
we are an
bitch.
almost completely crowdfunded, totally independent documentary filmmaking and news gathering platform that is only able to remain free and uncompromised by corporate interests due to the loyal monthly support of our Patreon base. So if you want to see the Hunter Biden interview and support us while doing it, I'm going to put the link in the description and the pinned comment of this video along with the others. Again, that's www.patreon.com/channel5. I appreciate each and every one of you guys and hope you have a great weekend.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood.
Damn, you would think, yo, Andrew came up. He came up on that shit, bro. That's insane. He's humanizing Biden? That's crazy. Oh, the Nelk Boys. Netanyahu. Backlash. There it is. I gotta see. Yeah, so he's pretty much like giving. That's crazy. An hour? How much time we got? We got 30 minutes left. The Nelk Boys brings everyone on their show.
Hassan wants to come back in, so yeah, I feel like we got cut short. He wants to come back in. What do you think about Hassan?
So I'm
I want to
waiting.
get Destiny with Hassan. Hassan's such a puss, though.
True!
I'm so down to pull up the Moscow and interview Putin too. Yeah, we'll do everybody.
This is what sets off podcasts. You could put a small microphone here, but no, you have to see this thing, right?
Kill me. The Nelk Boys. Political leaders of our time. Hassan is live debating them? Oh, well, in that case.
All right, so I haven't seen what you guys did, but
Wait, you can hear us, right? Where are you at right now?
Where am I at right now?
Yeah.
I'm in LA.
LA?
I'm in my house.
Steiny said you were doing a little bachelor party today.
Yeah, no, I just got back from Vegas yesterday. I was in Vegas.
Nice.
All right, so you guys interviewed the Adolf Hitler incarnate, Benjamin Netanyahu, and
Adolf
now
Hitler
everybody's
incarnate.
yelling at you guys. I assume, right? Is that what's going on?
Yes, we're getting definitely some yells.
Yeah. Okay, so first and foremost, who the set that up? Was it Miriam Adelson?
Jesus!
Well, we actually toured the White House right before.
He's such a f***ing loser, dude. Was it AIPAC? Was it all the Jewish donor?
Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't like, I love the Nelk Boys. I'm a big consumer of Happy Dad. And then was like, let's do this.
Well, we've had Trump on a few times.
Someone from the communications team at the White House hit us up, connected us with their communications team, and presented us the opportunity to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it a Jew? Was it a Jew who did it?
We're like, let's do it. Sounds great.
I mean, yeah, I can say it again. I've said it a few times, but I can't speak to podcasting as a whole. And other podcasters, they'll have people on with just people they've had good relationships with, or their friends, or people they agree with. But with the Full Send podcast, hate it or love it, right or wrong, if we ever get the opportunity to have a controversial guest on, we're never going to turn it down. Because in my opinion, what we want to do with the Full Send
Content is king, baby. That's why Nuckboy spoke to everyone today, Sneeko, and that's what he's actually covering right now. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I saw them cover Hassan covering it, and then out of nowhere, the fucking stream just went crazy when they were getting into like the whole Mossad thing and Netanyahu and why they were assholes for doing it. I feel like Israel Attila just stopped that whole shit right then and there. I was like, dang, it's getting kind of coincidental right now.
Cast on is we're not afraid to have controversial people on. We're going to ask them questions. Sure, we're probably not the best at asking questions. We're not the best journalists, never claimed to be, so we might not be the best at pressing them. But in my opinion, it's up to the viewer to form their own educated opinion. Like, we have someone controversial on, we ask them questions. I think people give us a little too much credit when they say, "Oh, you're."
Hey, Connie, what's your take on it, bro? Did they fuck up, or do you like the Nuck Boys? I'd never really seen them before. I've heard about them, but I've never seen them before today. And I was like, gee, I mean, I get it. You're with the allies, of the USA, but damn, people are like gunning for their heads now, and they're known for partying or something like that, right? That's what all I know is they're known for partying and hanging out and vibing out, but then they get this hardcore prime minister who is an ally to us, and I'm pretty sure they're like, yeah, why not? Why wouldn't we? You're one of the USA allies, and yeah. So now the left is putting them under scrutiny.
Forming him, or I think, sure, we have a young audience, but they're not stupid.
4 minutes and then I can chat.
Stupid whatsoever.
Fuck, how do you get onto the stream?
Is a perfect example of that. If you go and read the comments, just because we have someone on and we're sitting beside someone, people aren't going to be like, "Oh my God, Nelk's with them. I love this person."
Yeah, wait,
that's just not the way it works. Our audience is a lot smarter.
I don't think anybody loves Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't think American
that's
like
that. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying though. Is
the initial
just because we have
Listen, I don't think you can platform the fucking prime minister of Israel. That's not my argument. I don't really give a shit about that.
But I just want you to know my point.
My question is, do you feel like there is a culpability that you have? Because look, Donald Trump is a contentious figure, and obviously he's responsible for a metric ton of pain and violence as well, but so is every other American president. That's one thing. But Benjamin Netanyahu is unique in the sense that he's also a foreign leader. So I guess the question is what because he's getting something out of this, right? He's getting something out of this where he gets to,
that's the thing that's on is we'll have anyone on. Next episode, we're going to have someone on with the complete opposite ideology that we've already been planning before this podcast came out. The Full Send podcast.
Who are you guys having on?
I mean, I'd love to hear your suggestions. We have a few from different friends. You can DM us after if you don't want to say
crazy
live,
tanky leftists, bad empanada?
We're talking to a few different people, and we want to choose the right person to kind of represent the opposite side. So that's what we're gonna do.
Isn't just a podcast there, you know what I mean? He's literally the fucking prime minister that is a war criminal by the international criminal.
God, he's such a oh my God, look at that graying, disgusting fucking beard. What, did he stop dyeing the rest of it? This fucking old 50-year-old, unmarried, disgraceful to his billionaire fucking family. Is his brother at least married? Is somebody making kids for these fucking degenerate losers?
So many children.
Did any of the wealthy college women that he raped, did any of them have any kids? God, I hate this guy so fucking.
Dude, I don't love Destiny like that, but Destiny is fucking hilarious for content purposes, bro. He's just getting pissed off going in, bro. It's just funny as fuck. Alright, let's kill this asshole. Alright, let's do this. Wait, I almost forgot. There we go.
much. Imagine going on a show like this and being like, Netanyahu's a fucking war criminal. Meanwhile, this dude has a fucking cum reservoir built up of Nasrallah in his fucking in his closet that he sits there and chugs while he's got videos of dead Syrians in the background playing because he fucking loves Hezbollah. He fucking loves every fucking terrorist as long as they're against Israel, I guess.
Ask him some questions that I think people wanted to know.
Okay. What did he say? I mean, of course he said.
So for starving children in Gaza, he said that they bring the food in and Hamas steals it and then sells it.
No, that's a lie.
That's a lie.
They would never do that.
Like, that's so.
They would never do that.
So what's your opinion?
They would never do that.
You gotta remember, one side's gonna say one thing and the other side's gonna say it's a lie. So you're gonna tell us something.
I don't think you guys having a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu is the interesting point of contention here for me, at least. Like I mean, I think it's in and of itself, it's like worthy of scrutiny because it's like, you know, you guys, it's like interviewing Adolf Hitler. Like, would you interview Adolf Hitler during the Holocaust if you had the opportunity?
This guy literally interviewed a dude who bragged about going onto a ship with hostages taken by a bunch of terrorists and post pictures of Jews on pikes.
Because we get to see it in real time because we have the internet.
Okay, so wait, what's your response to what he...
Damn, Destiny going in, bro. I didn't think I like him, but he's kind of going in.
answered us? You didn't even talk about that.
Oh, it's a fucking lie. No human rights organization that works on the ground from the UN to the World Food Program has ever agreed to the Israeli position that this is all Hamas stealing aid or whatever. As a matter of fact, they've openly said that that is not the case at all. It's just a way for Israel to continue justifying its starvation policies against the entire civilian population of Gaza so that they can claim that, like, oh, Hamas is just like stealing this aid. It's bullshit. They've never actually given a single piece of fucking evidence for this. It is just a claim that people have to supposedly take at face value because Israel said it.
And what's the other side's? What's the other side's proof? Just so we can play both sides here.
Well, the other side is not even like the side of the Palestinians. I'm not even offering the side of the Palestinians. The Palestinians obviously think that that's bullshit as well. But the other side is an unbiased third party. The World Food Program is not, on board with Hamas. The World Food Program or the UN is not Hamas or anti-Semitic or anti-Israel beyond, the obvious reasons why you would be anti-Israel because they're doing these things and then lying about it.
Mm-hmm. So what's your overall opinion of us? Like Kyle just stated that we're having a world leader on. That's what we're more focused on. And we're not kissing his ass.
I think it was dumb. I'll be honest. Because
But you would do the same thing, Hassan, if you had the opportunity. 100%.
Yep, he would.
Sure, you could have pressed him a little harder.
There's a difference, though.
He would.
I'm
a responsible platformer.
Well-equipped to
No, you're
have a
not.
conversation
Oh my
with Benjamin
God,
Netanyahu,
he's so
because when he says
stupid.
something
God, he
like
triggers
that,
the fuck out of me.
I can turn around and be like, well, the World Food Program has said that, there is no evidence to suggest that Hamas is stealing aid. Whereas you don't have that follow-up in that situation, and Benjamin Netanyahu knows that, and his team knows that, which is precisely why he went on the Nelk Boys podcast, and he didn't go on, my stream or something. And I don't even know if I would honestly have a conversation.
But in my opinion, I think that, like, for example, I think Trump is really good on a podcast. Like, obviously, that's why he did his whole I mean, he's clearly a good speaker. Like, you can't deny that. But I think, in my opinion, just because we platform someone, it doesn't necessarily equate to like a positive outcome for the guest. And I think this is like a perfect example of that. Like, this could even be a negative thing for him coming on.
No, I think in the grand scheme of things, like,
so like why I just don't.
Because Benjamin Netanyahu gets
that's what I'm saying.
coverage from every outlet. He gets positive coverage from every outlet. So you guys are marginal in that regard. It's not like all that
positive coverage from every outlet. Oh my God, dude.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say though. It's like if Fox News has him on and they're more supportive of him, and then we have him on. CNN has him on.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying
how do we divide that?
Like you having him on is marginal, as opposed to like him going on Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, CBS, all of those other outlets, and then not just Benjamin Netanyahu, but like Israeli envoys going on CNN every night and saying, well, we blew up this mosque, or we blew up this church because Hamas was in it, or whatever. That is ultimately playing a role in crafting this elaborate narrative that Israel is always in the right, Israel has a right to defend itself, and that they have to do these things. They have to contextualize this violence. Like, all of that plays a much larger role you guys just basically are presenting a similar perspective that you get from CNN.
Are you DMing them? I'm typing in their chat. I don't know where the fuck I DM them,
but
Alan.
now to a younger audience that's going to look at, I guess, maybe Benjamin Netanyahu and be like, he's a chill guy that you can hang with, but I don't even know if he's capable of doing that.
Here's kind of where I disagree with you, is if you watch CNN or you watch Fox News, you kind of know what narrative you're looking for.
This fucking cocksucker had Cyrus. Fucking asshole.
And with us, playing that neutral ground, you don't know what you're going to get, right? So that's the differentiator. And like we told, I don't know if Kyle mentioned this earlier, but we're having a pro-Palestinian on as our very, very soon here. So we're going to
I don't know who you guys are having on, but
But what I'm trying to say is, like, how are we, if we're a neutral podcast, how are we anything like either side if you know what you're going to get when you tune into either network?
Well, no one is fully neutral in that regard, right? Because like that's why I asked, like, would you, if Osama bin Laden wasn't dead, would you interview him?
Do you want? I mean, honestly, I don't know. That's a tough question.
Would you?
Yes.
If Osama bin Laden wasn't dead, yeah, of course.
So then why?
And the same but it would be contentious in the same vein as the Benjamin Netanyahu interview.
It would be contentious.
Like, there are
what about the
people
Houthi
that
interview?
What
about fucking Tom Tim?
Well, if you got bin Laden, you'd never be able
How
to
contentious was that?
Because you would have had to go to Afghanistan.
No, Obama. If Osama bin Laden came on, he would ask him what his favorite anime is. Why is he? I know why he's lying. God, fuck, he lies with impunity. He lies like he breathes.
Discord, you know what I mean?
Oh
Like,
my
obviously,
God, he's such a piece of shit.
I'm not gonna fucking interview bin Laden with a gun trained on my head. That would not be a situation.
Right.
Like,
but that would be the situation. You're getting a terrorist or like Netanyahu has a gun to their head, low key. Like they can't ask too much.
That would not be the case. He's dead anyway. In the hypothetical,
Well, I mean, we interviewed him. We interviewed him in the White House with fucking 20 people standing around us in suits that we didn't know who they were. So it's almost.
I think in that
maybe not the same situation, but
different.
yeah,
So
I mean,
respectfully.
Yeah, I need pirate software to hack me into the call.
My point is, it would not. Would you be neutral with bin Laden in the same way that you're like a neutral podcast?
I think we would. Yeah, we would do our best to ask him tough questions.
Okay.
I think there's a sense of understanding too, right? Well, Hassan, I think there's.
What about Adolf Hitler?
I think we'd always kind of play the neutral role, to be honest, and just
you would play a neutral role interviewing Adolf Hitler. I don't think that's the case. I think you're just saying that right now because you want to.
We're just not the best at grilling guests and pushing back on them, to be honest. Like I said, we're not claiming to be good journalists. Like we can ask a question, but when it comes to like a follow-up question, I'll be honest, we're not the most like I've never claimed to be super educated on this.
Hassan, you haven't even watched the podcast.
I haven't. I haven't had time.
Okay,
I don't know. I don't know what kind of questions you guys ask, but I assume.
Wait, listen. The first few minutes is us sitting there like, yo, we are not qualified to do this. This is fucking insane. We acknowledge the fact that, yeah, you're right. We're not the best journalists. We're not the most fit to do this. But the fact that we had an opportunity to interview a world leader, two guys like us, we're going to jump on that just as I know you would. So you can say what you want.
Yeah, but the difference is, the difference is like, if there was a...
Yeah, Hassan kind of got trumped right there. He just said that, yeah, but the difference is, but so he would do it. But the difference is like, no, you would do it. You just would have a different way of approaching it. But a nobody like you guys, or like us, why wouldn't I take the chance? What's there to lose? My stock name goes up either way. You know?
So if there was a situation where I felt like I was ill-equipped for the task, I would just not do it.
He's such a fucking liar. Remember when he got dogged?
That's fucking lies.
By that, like the 19-year-old Christian Walker. I don't know if he was that young. On his fucking stream.
I mean, this is a unique opportunity.
The Full Send podcast is, I'll be honest, no.
Remember he got dog walked by Willie Mack on this issue?
Best line of questioning. Like, I'll be honest. That's the honest truth. Let's be fucking real here. That's exactly, and that's why they choose us, and that's why the show is what it is because we're kind of dumb and we're not the best fucking, we're not the most educated. That's why the Full Send podcast is what it is.
Let's hear what you have to say,
Is there
Hassan.
a person that you guys wouldn't interview? Because like we're also like now stuck on whether you guys should be interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu or not. I think
in today's age, like right now, I think that's a fair question to ask. Right now,
like, would you? What did you say?
Like
I think
you got to speak to people that are alive because
you can't
going back in time is
We're saying right now
going back in time is impossible.
Pretty much where we're at. So if we could interview anyone right now, like who would we say no to? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I can't think of someone.
Okay, so like even out of like because the reason why I have to go back to historical figures that have conducted genocides is because like Benjamin Netanyahu is doing one right now, and he's not even the singular
that's
force
what you're
of
talking
evil
about
here.
hypotheticals, bro. That's where you lose me, is because you're talking about things.
Well,
I could talk about stuff.
Like I mean, people. What do you think about having Putin on? Like, what do you think about having Putin on? Like Tucker Carlson had Putin on. Other journalists have. There's war, Russia and Ukraine.
Tucker Carlson had Vladimir Putin on, and when Tucker Carlson had Vladimir Putin on, he did that in a capacity to do propaganda for Vladimir Putin. For sure,
Right.
he didn't push back at all. He was there.
Because
he was in Russia, and
you
he
really
did it
can't.
specifically
You
so
really
he could
can't.
do-
You really can't in that situation.
I know, but that's precisely why, like, sometimes it's better not to take that opportunity. You know what I mean? That's my
Right.
my position.
Like for the Tucker, when I saw the Tucker,
We're
believing, okay? Don't worry, we believe.
Still more equipped to at least have like follow-up questions. Like, think about the Ted Cruz interview that he had. Like, he obviously
of
is.
course. Tucker's the man in my opinion. But when I watched that Putin interview, like I thought Putin was like dodging questions and he like didn't answer anything. So that's what goes back to my point of like platforming someone. And I think just because we have someone on, it doesn't always mean a positive for the guest. And I think. I mean, you go read this comment section, like, I don't think this is necessarily a positive thing for Netanyahu. So,
Yeah, but it's not a positive thing for you guys either, because most of your audience is probably already anti-Israel and anti-Netanyahu. So now they're
That's
yelling
fine
at you
because-
guys.
Listen, look at the propaganda model working in real time. He's actually so slimy and gross. He's actually so disgusting to see how the fucking pro-Pali like elite fucking deep state is working in real fucking time. Don't talk to any, like, also just imagine the ludicrousness of telling people, hey, I know you have the opportunity to interview a world leader, but you guys should probably pass on that because he's a disgusting rat fuck Jew. So like you should stay as far away from that as possible. Like like nobody would pass up this opportunity. You know that, right? Like no podcast in the world,
Exactly.
no matter how retarded you think you are, would pass the opportunity. Oh, can I interview a fucking like a world leader in like a very relevant country? Like everybody would say yes to that.
Genocide in a somewhat neutral light, and you can't be neutral when you have someone like Benjamin Netanyahu directly in an opportunity to talk to him. But that's what happened. So there is moral culpability here for you guys.
well, I think this is
individually.
the way we roll with this is it's going to give us the opportunity to get the biggest people in the world, and I think you'll know by the Full Send podcast when you watch it. It's like, hey, we're going to watch these guys are going to get big guests. We might not necessarily get these guys grilling these people, and that's just what you're going to come to expect with the Full
I know,
Send
but
podcast.
if you don't grill them, then all you're doing is like, you know.
We're having them on, and people are watching, and they're forming their own opinions. And people are not. I just don't think people are.
Hold on.
No, I don't think so.
Hassan,
because
you're
people are
missing
not fucking stupid.
Wait, Kyle, you're missing the biggest point here. Is Hassan, we're looking to have someone from the opposite side and give them the exact.
Hassan's not even doing a good job at explaining why you shouldn't host propaganda. He's not even a fucking intelligent person.
Like there's one side that's being genocided and the other side that's doing the genocide.
Bro, he pops out so good. This shit is hilarious.
Who has opposite views or is on
Like,
the
it would
other
be
side.
like interviewing the leadership of Hamas. You know what I mean? And that's illegal under. I mean, I don't think you
Is
would
it
be
illegal?
able to
We would
conduct
100%
on
do
your
that
own.
if we were.
It's illegal? What?
If the Iranian supreme leader called me right now and we knew we were safe, we would obviously do
Yes.
this.
And
Okay.
going to the interview,
Iranian
Hassan, which I
supreme
think
leader
it's
is not-
funny. I think it's funny that you haven't watched yet because you're going kind of ham on us and you haven't watched. Which I understand.
I haven't had the opportunity to watch it. I was.
No, I
going
understand.
to
You're
get
busy.
To it.
But what I was going to say
But-
is that we did talk about Hamas. We did talk about a lot of these things.
I know, but just simply talking about it without having the proper knowledge and the proper equipment to be able to push back when he's lying only turns it into an opportunity for him to, like, why do you think Benjamin Netanyahu did this?
No,
He
we
did this
agree with
because-
you.
No, we agree with you.
Hassan is retard. He kind of low key is. He'll like twist words and stuff like that. Like he wouldn't do something like you did though. You support terrorism, dude. Like it's crazy. Like you support the Houthis. Yeah, they're fucking broke, but they're also taking our ships. So that's USA, bro. Like you're not in the interest of USA. And that's the weird part. I don't know what he's like. He says he's not a Democrat. He's not a progressive. He goes for trans rights, like, and he goes for the Houthis. So I'm like, where's your allegiance to? You know?
Not. We know that,
bro. That's the reason anyone does a podcast.
Used you guys,
but I don't know if that was necessary. I don't know if it was necessarily
knowledge on this issue.
I don't know if that was necessarily successful though.
Yeah, with Kyle, I agree.
I think everyone's seeing what Trump did, and Hassan, after the whole election, the whole story was how podcasts won the election, blah blah blah. That was every story. Like, I even did a bunch of interviews on it too, and I think obviously the Israeli team sees that and they're like, oh, we need to do podcasts. But in my opinion, not everyone is a Trump and that good of a speaker that can go on and kind of adapt to any environment. And I think that Netanyahu came on, and I think you see the response. And I think that podcasting doesn't work for anyone. We saw what happened with Kamala, too. Like, she was a fucking disaster on pods. So I think just because we platform someone, it doesn't necessarily, like, mean that we're trying to help them. Or I think viewers are a lot smarter than they think they are. Like,
okay, Benjamin Netanyahu is a multiple decade politician and has been the leader of Israel in perpetuity.
Right.
He is a lot better at.
But we know he's a piece of shit. All right. If Netanyahu Bibi was like, yeah, I'm like, dude, you just bombed the shit out of Iran, killed some kids, and like, I get it, you're in a war, right? And people are shooting left and right, so it's like they're getting killed with innocent people, especially in a tight area, and like they're trying to secure Gaza. Like, not everything's gonna go according to plan, or maybe in their case it might be, but it's like you can't really press them too because they're our allies. You know, it's like should have been on our team. Should have been on Team America.
Than you think he is. Okay, first of all, let's just get that out of the way. The idea that you think that he is not capable of like weaving through a couple softballs that you thought were hard-hitting questions that he has probably addressed a million times over is silly. Let me.
Oh no, yeah, I agree with you on that.
So my question to you is, why do you think he wanted to come on the Nelk Boys podcast?
Of course he wanted to. Of course he wanted to come on to try to win over the young audience. We're not disagreeing on that. I'm saying I don't necessarily know if that's successful. And I think just because you come on the Full Send podcast and sit beside Nelk Boys and take some softball questions, if you say that, it doesn't necessarily equate to a positive outcome for the guest. I don't think platforming people, I don't think that's always a positive thing.
Right? The question is the same. Like, Adolf Hitler
you could just go read the comments. Like,
Adolf Hitler
it doesn't look like a positive
having
thing.
A conversation with him, and he starts, and you're like, why are you?
We can't speak to Hitler. I think we should.
He's not even explaining any like actual facts. God, how does anybody listen to this guy? He's so embarrassingly fucking stupid. Holy shit! Actual Goomba from the first Super Mario movie. Jesus.
He's dead.
He's just been like woke scolding them for 30 minutes. He hasn't said anything of fucking substance.
Speak to anyone alive. Speak to anyone alive.
I'm using that as an analogy because Adolf Hitler is a figure that you and I both agree is a truly evil.
But I think, why don't you just name one person alive for the analogy?
But I'm using this as an analogy because you already.
I don't think it's a fair analogy.
Hitler is like doing something akin to what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing.
I know. I don't think it's a fair analogy.
That's why I'm using this as an analogy. There's no modern contemporary that I can use at this moment that you would have the same, that would have a similar impact for you. That's why I'm using it as an analogy.
But you're talking about completely hypotheticals.
Yeah, of course, that's what an analogy is.
I understand that, but you're saying it's like...
As long as the crimes are comparable, which is genocide on both ends, as long as the crimes are comparable, then you know, and you understand that the crimes are comparable.
It's too hypothetical. I can't speak to it. I can't speak to it.
Why I'm using it as an analogy, not just
I can't speak to it. I wasn't alive.
Analogy.
I can't speak to it. I wasn't alive. But if you can make the analogy with anyone alive.
But you know the Holocaust happened, right? Like, obviously.
Yeah.
Did it though? Some would debate.
I would say so.
Okay, so since you understand that the Holocaust happened, okay.
I mean, then there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that hate Netanyahu that say it didn't too, which is like, I don't understand that.
True.
So like, there's a lot of different fucking points of view going around that are like.
Yes, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
But yeah, I'm not gonna. If you want, I can explain to you what the reasoning behind it is. Why Nazis don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. Nazis who deny the Holocaust don't like Benjamin Netanyahu because he's Jewish, and they think that Israel is a Jewish state, and that, you know, they're doing this for Judaism or whatever the fuck. Wait, hold on. I think Am I dropped? What's going on?
Just to be clear, he won't even say the real reason. Nazis don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. It's nothing to do with Judaism or nothing to do with even Jewish people. It has to do with the idea, the same reason you don't like him is because they think that he's controlling the U.S. government. That's why they don't like him. They don't like him because of Zog, because of Zionist-occupied government. But he can't even say that because it's why he doesn't like him.
Let me try to fix it. It's not... It's not the... No. It's not on my end. It's not my internet.
Oh, looks like he's getting dropped. See ya. Bye. Kick him.
That's broken is it's like glitching.
No, that's your brain that's broken, bro.
I'm gonna try to hit a. Hold on. I'm gonna try to hit an ingest fix on my end. Hopefully that'll fix it.
What are you talking about? You got an expert setup in there.
I do, but it's I think they're getting like DDoSed.
Okay, so Hassan, last while we have you here.
Wait,
what? They would dislike him even if it wasn't Zog? This is Hassan hate brain rot? No, you're fucking retarded. If you look at any neo-Nazi talking point today, the neo-Nazi talking point is not going to be, we need to go to Israel and kill all the Jews. It's that Jews are controlling our country and they're forcing things on us like mass immigration, which is causing white genocide, and they're causing us to waste our military and our money getting involved in wars with Iran and all these other things, and the clean break memo to go and blow up all of Israel's enemies in the Middle East. That's the neo-Nazi talking points. Get out of here with this fucking retarded, like, oh, Nazis want to go to Israel and kill all the Jews. You're actually fucking retarded.
Yeah, my what the frick is going on?
What the frick? What the frick is going on? Oh shit, did you see my name pop up in chat? And he's like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
The thing that the toolkit that every streamer uses is getting heavily fucking DDoSed.
What?
So that's the problem. Like the toolkit that people are using.
What is he even talking? What is the toolkit? What is he even talking about? Pirate software
is getting attacked all the time, nonstop, and they haven't been able to like withstand these attacks at all. So they're.
That's true. XQC like, the same issue. Wait, what's being
showing?
What is he even talking about?
I don't know if they can hear me.
No, we can hear you fine. You're just. I'm telling you. Just
no, not you.
Okay, your guys. On our side, you're just a little bit.
Every streamer's been using IRL toolkit. Oh, okay, I don't know what it is. Sorry. Well, kick him out. He's gone. Get him the fuck out of here.
This is crazy.
Get him out of here.
Fuck. Jesus Christ, this is so goddamn annoying. Holy shit. What is happening?
Oh no.
What is DDoS? You know? The streamer term?
I think we use
DDoS is direct denial of service when people just like swarm.
It's distributed denial of service, but consistently
hit a server and attack it. It's like it basically gives it the hug of death.
I just want to kill myself.
You seem good now.
I ain't listening to him talk about anything. Oh my God, kill me. Holy shit, kill me.
No, I actually hit the BRB screen on my end. I'm not lagging on your end, which is fine, but I'm looking at my ingest here and it's like completely cooked. Hold on.
Should we try to hit Hassan back then?
Do you want to come back?
Wait 1 second.
We can take a couple minutes.
Uh-oh.
We have people that want to come in too.
Uh-oh.
Everyone's saying you're faking it.
Uh-oh.
I think this is your exit plan.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no.
Don't do that.
I definitely want to continue this conversation, but like.
Can we do
There's so many visual artifacting going on on my stream.
Can we do a lifting stream, me, you, and Kyle, when we're back in Cali?
Sure.
You don't seem too enthusiastic about that.
Well, because I'm fucking. This is
gotta fight
so
off the
goddamn
DDoS.
annoying. I have like 50K people watching, and then it just.
Why
like,
does that happen? He said.
Does Hassan drink or no?
DDoS. People are the service that a lot of streamers,
He lifts
myself
heavy.
included, and the FaZe Boys use is getting fucking consistently attacked by people, by nefarious actors, and it's a service that we pay a lot of money
They're
for.
saying
so
this
it's
is what
really
Hassan
fucking
does.
annoying.
Whoa, are you notorious for this?
What?
Hypotheticals to crazy exit?
Oh no.
No, I want to continue this conversation. It's just I'm incapable of doing so right now. But
Our chat wants us to add Myron too. So why don't we just have a
we
three-way?
can't do that. We can't do that. I promise.
I can't be on with like Myron or Nick
I got
Fuentes
you.
or any of
Hassan,
those
I
guys
told you. I
because
got
I'll
you.
get banned.
I told Hassan we'd have
I'll get
him
banned if
on.
I'm
He's
on
on
with
Twitch.
them because they're
I'll
banned
get
on
banned.
Twitch.
No, I told you. I told you. I
Always
got you.
the ultimate escape. The ultimate escape.
Do you want to take a couple minutes, or are you
Kick
good
him
now?
out.
I think we might be. Hold on. I think we might be able to. We might be able to work through this.
Come on,
but
Hassan.
I don't know.
Come
I
on,
don't
bro.
know if it will.
I would just kick him out.
We're new to this shit. You're supposed to be a veteran.
No, I know. And I am.
And I am. I got fucking AirPods in my ear and shit.
All right, I'm just gonna skip this part and get to the next person.
Bro. I don't
Jesus.
think so.
Apparently, the stream is having
It's on dip.
huge
Everyone
problems.
said he faked it, bro. I don't know. I don't
Jesus.
Think so. He brought up the hypothetical.
Which one is it? The back one? Shit.
Twitter, Instagram, DMs. I'm in them both.
All right, what's the next person?
That's not what I lost that debate.
We need
too.
Lamy. We need Lamy for Myron. We need Lamy for Myron.
You're super lagged, but your audio's lagged.
There he is.
Your audio's fucked.
Wait,
Camera-
somebody's
camera
saying
looks
that
phenomenal.
all these streamers are buying into IRL Toolkit because they don't know how to use the multi-RTMP plugin just to stream to multiple services? What else does Hassan even stream to? What is happening here? Really?
Dang, that's crazy because I figured it out. They should be able to figure it out too. It's just a fucking plugin from Japan, baby. Come on, man. Hey, your boy Soul the Reject got the fucking plugins. They can't even figure this shit out. I did. Took me 2 days. Fuck them.
Can you turn it down?
So my audio's coming in bad, you said?
Yeah, your audio's just.
He's fixing it, guys.
Test.
But mic right now is something else. He's fixing.
Fuck. Are you sure this isn't on our end? If Hassan and Myron's?
No, buddy, we're locked in right now.
The fuck?
He uses it with his IRL backpack, so anytime on stream he can switch to his backpack and go IRL.
So it still sound bad right now?
One more time.
Can you guys hear me? Does it still sound bad now?
A little bit. Chat, how's the audio?
Yo, can we turn on the headphone a little bit?
Well, I think that's just
It's
Myron.
like choppy or?
There we go. There we go.
it is.
There we go.
Yeah, we're good.
What's even happening?
We're good?
Yep, now
Oh,
we're
there
good.
you go. There you go.
Myron Gaines has joined the chat.
What's up, guys?
Myron, how you
Myron.
doing, bro?
I seen you in Miami. We dabbed each other up, and then next thing I know, you seen us kissing the wall, and I don't know if we're still friends or not.
Man, dude, look, I'm not gonna knock you guys too hard like Hassan. Well, let me start off with this.
No, he didn't knock us. He didn't knock us that hard.
Dude, nah, bro, he was been trying to fuck his son, you guys, the whole time, dude. He's such a fucking cocky dickhead.
True.
Like, look, you guys didn't know what you got into. It's not that big a deal. You know what I mean? Instead of coming in and trying to be a pompous fucking prick, what he should have done was kind of like educate you guys on the dark history of Israel and why Netanyahu is such a fucking scumbag versus trying to come in like a dickhead. So I'll keep it nice and simple for you guys. Here's the problem. Jews run America and they use their influence to subvert our government, our culture, and get us into a bunch of foreign wars.
Facts.
Be our greatest ally
There it
when
is.
they're really not.
Based.
They were involved in 9/11.
Based.
They got a U.S. president killed.
Don't go conspiracy theories, Myron. Myron, no cons-
This is all the stuff Hassan wanted to say, but he's either too stupid or was unwilling to say.
Sure, and it's not a conspiracy theory. I'm going to go through with you guys with what's the real deal.
Well, wait, Myron. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but let's start with what we're talking about now is having Netanyahu on the podcast.
They're getting scared, bro. They say, well, Israel's tapped in, bro. They got us locked out. Like, hey, don't be saying no crazy shit about, You know, we just got Netanyahu, baby. Like, don't fuck up the deal for us now. I do need to get some water, bro. I'm fucking thirsty. Hold on. Hey, hold on. Let me play some music video real quick while I get my fucking water, because it's downstairs. Hold on. I'll play the greatest hits of Soul to Reject. Hold on. I'm going to get my water real quick because I want to continue this shit, because this shit got interesting with Myron. All right, let's see. Videos. Video hoes. Let's go to the next one. At least there's some at least there's some pretty bitches on this one, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I missed it. My bad, y'all. I meant to stop it right here. That's where we're gonna stop that video. All right.
Let's start there.
What's your opinion on that?
Just your overall opinion. Us having a world leader on, as we said.
Look, he's a war criminal, bro. He's currently wanted by the ICC. He's killed, we know 50,000 confirmed, but other estimates put it at around 330,000.
Oh no.
Harvard came out with this number because in Gaza there's a lot of people buried under the rubble. So there's all kinds of shit going on as far as when it comes to him.
Right. Are you so what's your opinion on us just having him on? Do you think we should have not had him on?
Well, look, my thing is, I think if you guys have him on, okay, so if I'm going to Monday morning quarterback this, like, let's say you guys had Netanyahu on, and then you had someone that was, like, critical of Zionism on, and you guys dropped the interview on the same day, that would have been great. Like, if y'all had done his interview, then done somebody else, then dropped both interviews same day, you guys would be getting.
Well, we're gonna drop it next. We're gonna drop it next episode.
Yeah, but like,
it's not our first, bro. It's not our first time getting backlash. And I understand it, and it's, you know what, it's rightfully so. I understand how passionate and touchy of an issue this is, and I don't necessarily disagree with their perspective. I understand, but from our point of view, like we said, and I'll tell you again, but with the Full Send podcast, we're gonna have everyone on, we're gonna ask them questions, and we're gonna leave it up to the viewer. I think people give us too much credit just because we have someone on and they sit beside the Nelk boys. Our audience isn't gonna fucking go like, oh my god, I love that person now because they fucking went on the Full Send podcast. No, our audience is actually, they're fucking smart. Everyone watching right now is fucking smart. They're not idiots. Just because Netanyahu comes on our pod and sits beside us and we ask him questions, they're not going to instantly go like, oh my god, I love this guy now. And this episode is a perfect example of that. Go read the fucking comments. People doesn't look like we did him a great service. It looks like we had him on and
Okay, well, let's hear Myron's response.
No, but I want people to know that.
Yeah, no. Look, bro, I'm for free speech. I'm a free speech absolutist.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna sit here and knock you guys for having them. I'm just saying the reason why people are pissed off is because you kind of just came in there and just lied the whole time and exaggerated stuff. Talking about
Okay, wait.
burning
But
babies.
I think people saw right through that.
Myron, I think you're actually wrong. I think people didn't even watch the episode and they're just upset with the fact that we had him on in the first place.
100%.
Well, I watched it and he lied to y'all about a bunch of shit. So that's kind of what it is. Like, I know Hassan didn't watch it, so he's over here lecturing like a fucking dickhead, but I actually watched the interview. You lied about a bunch of shit. Like, for example, one of the things he lied about was like, oh, they were burning babies alive. That's not true. A lot of the shit that happened on October 7th was a lie. There was no mass rapes. There was no beheaded babies.
Whoa. Really?
Yeah, dude. Like that's bro. He fucking was just saying, look, if you guys want me to really go through this, I can. But a lot of the stuff that went down on October 7th was sensationalized and a fucking lie. Look at your chat. They know I'm telling the truth.
Let me see.
Look at your chat right now. A lot of the shit that went down on October 7th was a fucking lie. And most people don't have the balls to fucking call this shit out, dude. There was no beheaded babies, no babies in ovens.
Okay.
Mass rapes were a lie. Look at your chat, bro.
But murders happened?
They're saying facts, but...
Murders happened or no murders?
Chill.
No, murders happened, but it's very important for you guys to understand how the murders went down. So there were 1,200 people that died on that day.
Hannibal Doctrine.
Right?
Hannibal Doctrine.
400 of those people that were killed
Israeli
were
military
IDF soldiers, which by international law means they are enemy combatants.
Not true. Not true. Not
Next
true.
was about 800 people died. Now this is the part that no one wants
Hannibal
to talk
Doctrine.
about.
Hannibal Doctrine.
The 800 that died, right, that were civilians. We'll also keep in mind that everyone in Israel has
an
to
IDF
join
soldier.
the IDF at some
Yep,
point. And
so
do
they're not
service.
really
So you can make
civilians.
the argument
Do
that
it.
they're enemy
Do it.
combatants, but
Do
that's
it.
fine.
Do
Let's
it.
go with 800 civilians, right?
Do it. 400.
Those 800 civilians.
Say 50%.
We don't know
how many were
who
killed by
Hamas killed
and
versus who the IDF killed.
There
And
it
I know
is.
you guys are probably saying
Yep.
like, yo, what the fuck?
There it is.
The reason for that, guys, is there was a controversial directive activated that day called the Hannibal Directive.
There it is.
The
Yes.
Hannibal Directive.
No evidence of this at
is,
all, by the way. Zero
authorization
evidence of
from the
this.
government
Zero
to
evidence.
kill
No evidence of
Israeli
any of this
citizens
at all,
and/or
by the way.
soldiers when they're about to be kidnapped by Palestinian militias. And the reason why they do this is so they don't end up in a position where they have to exercise diplomacy and do hostages exchanges. They learned this with a guy back in 2006 named Gilad Shalit. So what Hamas did when they went in there, the goal was to get as many hostages as possible to negotiate the release of Palestinian prisoners that are in Israel.
Hey, Mikey, check this out. He's going to try to stroke. He can't get any energy, bro. It's so good. I fucking hate Charizards, bro. Check this out. He's going to try to stoke and get some more energy, and it's going to deny his ass. Watch. Check this out. I can't get energy? What? Fucking retard. That's why I fucking win the game, baby. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They never met somebody like me, alright? They don't know how to fucking act. This guy thought his Charizard was gonna save his ass. Fuck him. I just schooled his ass. Now his stupid ass looking dumb with one energy. Fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking mook. Get the fuck out of here. So now he's gonna go for his other Charizard. Fucking guy. Alright, let's do this. Let's put another guy here just in case they want to switch me up. Fucking trash player, bro.
Again, I'm not here to condone their behavior, but I'm here to tell you guys why they did the said behavior and what really went down and what the intention was. So when we talk about the 800 Israelis that were killed, innocent people were killed. I'm not refuting that. But what I will say is a lot of those innocent people that were killed by the IDF. How do we know this? Because they were shot by Apache helicopters with Hellfire missiles. Hamas doesn't have that. There was some of them in the kibbutzes, which is their homes.
He tries to stoke again. What a fucking idiot, bro.
Alright, this is crazy now. We're going conspiracy theories.
This is not conspiracy theories, bro. This is 100% fact.
Because didn't on October 7th, Hamas captured American citizens as well, right?
Yeah, they had like a couple U.S. citizens, but they just got one of the guys back.
We just went at I'm gonna let you speak, but we just went at Hassan for hypotheticals.
This clown got fucking mad. Look, he left the game waiting for opponent to return. This bitch ass is not gonna return. Oh wait, he did return. All right, I'll give him that.
Conspiracy, so we gotta just keep that same energy. And I want to tell you one thing. Wait, I'm going to tell you really quick. You watched the podcast.
Bro,
wait, Myron. We went at Netanyahu for... Okay, go ahead.
Hear me out. Everything I just told you, I got from Israeli media. When I'm talking about the people that were killed, the Hannibal Directive that was activated that day, their defense minister, a guy named Yoav Gallant, admitted on October 7th the Hannibal Directive was activated, which means they killed innocent civilians. IDF did this because they didn't want them to get kidnapped, okay? And none of this stuff is a conspiracy theory. Another thing, this comes from the Israel Times. They could have got the hostages back on October 10th, but guess what? They didn't want to get the hostages back because he wanted to bomb the fuck out of Gaza and invade. Because he used what happened on October 7th as
Is there any evidence of that whatsoever? I don't even know how real like the Hannibal Directive is. Is there any evidence whatsoever that Yoav Gallant ordered this? Is there like a recording? Is there a media reporting from anybody credible at all? Or
I don't know about everything you just said, but I will tell you that one of the things that we did press Netanyahu on is, as you know, IDF being one of the probably the best military out there besides USA, is that they allowed October 7th to happen. Completely unacceptable if you're the IDF. If you're Netanyahu, to allow that to happen, there's no merit or no understanding of why that happened and how you're not prepared for that, why the response took so long. So with that, I agree with you that there is something there that's missing. And the fact that, how are you not prepared for a situation like that when you're prepared for everything else? I'll agree with you on that.
Well, here's the thing. You know, there's people out there that say that they think Netanyahu allowed this to happen.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. So that he got worked out. Yeah, there we go.
Maybe
yeah,
Nick. Somebody said that earlier.
Yeah. I kind of agree with Nick on that, and let's just go through why, okay? Instead of us saying, oh, he let it happen, let's go over what happened and how he benefited. So after October 7th happened, it's very important that you guys know that he's in the middle of a corruption trial right now for bribery, right? So he was in the middle of getting prosecuted and going to court for this crime. What ended up happening was when October 7th happened, he was able to consolidate all the power and avoid the trial, and the criminal investigation was suspended because they were in active war. So what he was able to do was he invaded Gaza. Once he invaded Gaza and killed Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas at the time, then they invaded Lebanon. Then after they invaded Lebanon, there was a ceasefire that happened that led to the downfall of Syria. After Syria was toppled, then they launched Operation Rising Lions. And then they used the U.S. to bomb the Houthis. So this was all a systematic plan that is helping Netanyahu stay in power while simultaneously allowing him to get into wars to expand Israel. This is all about regime change and effectuating destabilization all across the Middle East. This is what they've been doing for a very long time. That's his intention, and that's what went down. So he benefited a lot from October 7th. This is why so many people believe that he at least he allowed it to happen or stood down.
Okay.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time there's been like a false flag in order to start a war, so I wouldn't rule that out.
Wait, but Myron, what were your other biggest takeaways from the interview?
Well, the other thing also is that he didn't talk about why Hamas attacked, right? I think it's very important to understand why your adversaries hate you, right? And the thing in American media that we don't do enough of is we don't talk about how Israel constantly gets into wars, does false flags, bombs innocent people, destabilizes Middle Eastern countries, and the reason why they're able to engage in this reckless foreign policy is because they know that the United States is going to back them unequivocally. And the reason why we back them so much is because we have rich Zionists and high levels of power in the United States across different sections. There's a reason why talking about this topic gets you in trouble and or banned. It's probably one of the most taboo topics, especially before October 7th. It's why I got demonetized, talking about Israel and Jewish power in America. They run this shit, and for you to call it out, there's
you in contact with anybody?
No, it's realistic.
We're working our connections, okay?
I don't know if Steiny told you, but yeah, what we're gonna do next episode, and we were already planning to do this even before this episode came out, was we want to find a really good person to have that represents, the opposite side, and that's gonna be the next episode of the Full Send podcast.
I'm gonna tell you right now, dude. I'm gonna tell you right now. Me and Nick are by far the best at this. No one comes close because everyone is too pussy to call out the real problems. Because here's the thing, right?
But Myron, we want someone that's there.
What was that?
Someone not in America.
Someone not American?
Yeah. Yeah. Because I think that makes it difficult.
What do you mean makes what?
Well, we're not ruling anyone out, but we're just gonna, we'll talk to people. We're gonna talk to a lot of our Palestinian friends. We have a lot of them too. I mean, a lot of UFC fighters that we're close with and got their opinions.
Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, if you want to get a Palestinian perspective, that's cool. But what I'm saying is,
okay, wait, Myron, we're seeing a breaking news, a tweet. LMFAO having Nelk interview Netanyahu who's like Ted Bundy doing a podcast with a woman. These dudes are fucking retarded.
Wow, Myron.
But here you are.
I thought.
Uh-oh.
You didn't say that was retarded. You said we're retarded.
Because you're using the platform, right? Just like. I'll give you a chance, but I'm just saying.
No, that was retarded to have him on. It was.
I knew this motherfucker was gonna have Mars. Fuck him.
You're not interviewing him if you had the opportunity?
Well, here's the thing. Like I said before,
I just need a Cyrus. One Cyrus.
Told y'all. If I was gonna go interview Netanyahu, I would have interviewed someone else that opposes Israel's government.
Well, we're gonna do that.
Interviews on the
We're gonna do that.
You can't do that at the same time. It's really
We can handle backlash for a week.
Bro. Let's be 100%
with
honest here.
Netanyahu, Myron.
Guys. Let's be 100% honest.
Top fucking deck. That's what we fucking do. I got the card that I needed out of fucking what? How many cards have I got? Out of 5 cards that were available, I got the one that was needed. This guy's gonna be so fucking pissed right now. Fuck this guy. Check this out. He's gonna leave before I can even attack. Fucking clown. Get out of here, bro. Fuck Charizard. Alright? Fucking bitch ass nigga.
Bullshit. You guys didn't think you were gonna get this much backlash, and now you're damage control.
Bro, are you crazy?
Like, that's what it is.
Myron, can I tell you? I'll be honest. Like I said on the pod, I'm not the most educated on this. When we got the opportunity, I started asking my Jewish friends, and I was like, "Yo, we're gonna have Netanyahu on the pod. Like, what do you think?" And they're like, "Bro, I fucking hate him." And then I asked another person, and they said the same thing. And then I'm like, "Oh, what do your parents think about him?" They're like, "Oh, they don't like him." So that's when I really knew. I was like, "Dude, this guy is the most hated man on the planet." And I realized that before we did the interview. Myron, this is not a shock to us at all, whatsoever. We actually posted. I posted on my Instagram story. You could check. We're going live on Kick before we drop this pod.
Oh God.
No, I know you guys were. But what I am saying is,
the hate is not a surprise whatsoever.
The whole fucking clown crew of the Zog shit.
No, what I'm saying is.
Oh. Who did that?
Should we do Sneeko for a little bit?
Well, yeah, we don't wanna.
I think we're all on
We
the
do
call.
both at the same time?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
I can join after Myron's done it, unless you want to do a group call. But Myron was doing his thing.
All right, let's.
Yeah, I mean,
we
I
have
don't-
one
I
at a
don't
time to
mind.
make it simple. If that's cool.
Yeah. Okay, I'll join. Just join back in.
Let me ask really quick. The
when
chat's
he's-
also going crazy. Real quick, both you guys. The chat's going crazy to add Destiny. What's your guys'
I don't
situation with
mind.
either of them? Or with him,
I get
sorry.
along with Destiny fine.
Sneeko, what about you?
Well, I don't see the point. I mean, he agrees. He's pro-Israel.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he is pro-Israel.
I don't think there's a point of
If
having.
you are
I don't
looking-
think there's a point of having pro-Israel people on tonight.
With them?
Yeah, if you guys are going to get more backlash from that than less.
Well, it could be entertaining.
I think
but-
it's entertainment.
I want to hear from Sneeko though.
By the way, we can't see either of you.
What was that?
We just don't see your cameras.
Oh, okay. I'll turn mine on right now. But yeah, dude, just to finish what I was saying, like.
Let's let Myron finish, and then we'll
go
chat
ahead.
with Sneeko.
Yeah. When I said that having him on is retarded, like, yeah, it is retarded because if you're gonna have somebody like that on, you gotta have like a juxtaposition immediately set up.
Honestly,
right?
you're right. It is kind of retarded.
You know, and then like again, I'm not shitting on y'all because you didn't know. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and try to little bro you guys and be like, oh fuck you guys, blah blah.
Myron,
but
show your camera, bro.
all right, let me hold on. Give me 1 sec. Sneeko could talk while I get it on. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was
Wait,
talking to
Sneeko, hold on.
Sneeko, I just want to say your house looks fucking immaculate.
Oh, thank you. This
Holy
is
shit.
in New York.
The furniture is not cheap. Furniture is not cheap.
Send me your interior designer.
That's me. I'm the designer.
Damn. Guy's got a zebra carpet.
Are we invited to stay at the crib?
Got to.
Holy shit.
Of course you guys can.
All right, Myron, your camera's good.
All right, we're back on.
Should I let Myron finish before?
Yeah, let Myron finish.
I mean, bro, it's up to you guys. I don't mind Sneeko
No,
on the call. I'm not like
we'll do one at a time. We'll do one at a time because we want to bring on a bunch of people. So you finish up, Myron.
I'll join back in after.
Well, no, Sneeko, stay
yeah.
on and just stay. Okay.
Okay, go.
So yeah, what I was saying before, bro, is basically the reason why a lot of people don't like Netanyahu is obviously he's committing a bunch of war crimes. And the other reason why people are pissed off is because Israel claims to be our greatest ally, but they've been involved in a bunch of bullshit. They've stolen nukes from us. They were involved in 9/11. They had foreknowledge it was going to happen. This is all declassified information. It's not a conspiracy theory, contrary to what people tell you. The guy that owned the building got the biggest insurance payout ever, and he's a close friend of Netanyahu. They were involved in the assassination of John F. Kennedy because he tried to take their nukes away. Like, this is all factual stuff that's come out from declassified documents. And we give these guys an enormous amount of aid, and then they drag us into foreign wars. Like Iraq, for example, in 2003. We had no business over there. Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with Osama bin Laden. We ended up in fucking Iraq, and 1 million people died. For what? Wars for Israel. Because Israel has a reckless foreign policy that we back, that Netanyahu's been a part of for the past 30 years, where we drag Americans into conflict for no fucking reason. And they have way too much influence in our government and with AIPAC, and not even have to register in NEFERA. So that's why so many people have issues with Netanyahu and the Zionist lobby in America.
Myron, my quick question to you is that
Makes sense.
Do you have a problem with, how do you separate having a problem with Jews and having a problem with Israel?
Sure, that's a good question. So there are people, right, that have been vocal about this that are Jewish, right? There's people like Max Blumenthal, Dave Smith, Norman Finkelstein, you know, there's a bunch of people
my God, all the worst
that talk about this stuff.
the
and they talk
nightmare
about the
blunt
atrocities and
rotation.
bad foreign policy. Jeffrey Sachs, etc. A lot of intellectuals. But I think the important thing that people need to understand is that most Zionists are actually evangelical Christians, right? But most Jews are Zionists. So this is why, you know, you run into the problems that you have. Now, every Jew is a Zionist. A lot of them are actually, you know, anti-Israel, which is great.
That's not true.
But it's not about having a problem with Jews. It's about having a problem with Zionists. It just so happens that most Zionists tend to be Jewish.
Okay, because I think that's a big problem, especially on the internet. Is that everyone at this point is grouping two and two together, and I think that there's a differentiator between being Israeli and being an American Jew. And like your buddy, like you're never gonna turn down a collab from Aiden Ross, right?
Yeah, I'm cool with Aiden, but like again, Aiden's not committing a genocide right now. Like,
For sure.
It's not the same. You know what I mean? It's a completely different situation. And again,
yeah, he's not saying he don't have no Jews on. He's just saying that Jew, that Netanyahu guy. That's just one guy.
Said before, it's a very sensitive topic. People are terrified to talk about it for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But you know, if we're gonna go ahead and really have this discussion, I think people need to understand that Israel is not our greatest ally like they claim, and we give them way too much money, and they're dropping bombs on kids, and they make us look bad, and they don't deal with accountability for their reckless foreign policy ever.
All right, Myron, we appreciate you, bro. We're gonna bring Stico on.
No problem, man.
What do they mean when they say Israel stole nuclear weapons? So the meme, I actually repeated this a lot, that Israel probably pursued nuclear weapons by taking U.S. Nuclear secrets. I don't actually think that's true, though. I think it was because they were working with France when they got them, and I think later on they did nuclear testing with South Africa. I think they just liked the theory of they took it from the U.S. because we think that Israel and the U.S. are always have worked together since its inception, which is not true, and that Israel and the U.S. are obsessed with loving each other. But I think Israel did their nuclear testing and everything, I think, with South Africa. There was some island to the south of South Africa where a lot of nuclear testing happened. And then I think France, gave them their first reactor because Israel was close with France initially.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who's the other one, bro?
Actually, I shouldn't say initially. After 48, but before 73. Before,
it makes no difference.
Yo.
Can you hear me?
What year did Israel get their first nuke? I don't know if we know for sure, but I know that
what's up?
There were talks of them internally using it in 73, and I don't think that they were talking about it in 67. So sometime between then, maybe?
You go get adjusted here.
I can't wait to hear Sneako's opening.
It's my favorite.
Sneako's opening.
I can't hear you.
Yeah,
Sneako's opening bars are gonna be crazy. I know it.
Discord, come on!
Sneako's been loading the ammo up. I want to hear this opening rip.
Fuck. Are they making fun of my? They look like they're making fun of my room.
Yo, chat. We're not gonna have Destiny on tonight because he's pro-Israel, and we've already covered that side.
Why don't we have him on at the same time with Sneako?
Sneako, you want to go at him?
Fireworks.
Sneako doesn't want this.
I'm down to sit back.
Why don't we and you host a debate?
I'm down. No, we should do that.
Well, we can do it.
Yeah.
Sneako, are you cool with that, or can you hear us or not?
That's Destiny?
Yeah,
I
know.
hear you now, but it's on my headphones. It is what it is.
No, you're good. I'll tell you when to bring him on. But tell him it's gonna be with Sneako. We gotta make it clear with him.
Can you hear me? Everything's good?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna do this.
My oldest friend. My friend of 6 years. My oldest friend of
It's likely the USA didn't approve of Israeli nuclear weapons because we didn't approve of French or South African ones. I mean, we didn't have to. I don't know if we had to. Everybody was trying to get nuclear weapons, right?
No, I'm not gonna lie. We had a fucking great time. We missed you, bro. I don't know if you're still up to that activity, but we would love to have you.
What activity?
No, just going out and stuff.
A lot of haram in San Tropez.
Yeah,
let's just say that.
I know I've been going out a little more this summer.
Oh, bro, you should have attended. It was a wild time. Wait, Sneako, before we do this, at some point, can we bring Destiny on, or what's your guys' standing right now? We'll wait. We'll talk to you for 10, 15 minutes before.
Okay, hold on. I just want to fix my audio if we're gonna do this prop. I don't know why the fucking thing.
Everybody's having problems.
You're perfect.
Damn.
And also, did you watch the pod or no?
Every big interview, this happens. This has been happening years and years and years for me.
What's that?
Shit, why is this not working?
Is it us? Like every.
They said they're gonna talk on the for a bit before they're with me. I'll be back in a second.
Alright, fuck it. I'm just gonna use the speakers.
Sneako, did you watch the interview?
Yeah. I mean, you sent it to me.
So you saw the clips.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much the interview, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So, yeah, at first I was really upset because I'm somebody who hates Netanyahu, and I know what he's doing, and it's a genocide. I think he's worse than Adolf Hitler. I mean, at least, you know, the differences or a comparison. Netanyahu's starving people in Palestine right now, and I thought that you guys knew, but I could hear based on we've been talking about the signing, and I've seen the back and forth that you guys had with other people. I don't think you guys know too much about this conflict. And when I was talking to you, Sonny, privately, you were saying, like, oh, I don't want to hear about conspiracy theories. And when I mentioned, you know, Epstein's connection to Israel. But a lot of what they were saying was a conspiracy theory. You guys know that has been revealed over the past 5-6 years as being true, right? Like the COVID vaccine, for one, they called you a crazy conspiracy theorist. So it's not, I wouldn't write people off that quickly by saying that anymore.
Sneako, I wouldn't say conspiracy.
I'm not against conspiracies.
I'd say off topic, rather.
I'm not against conspiracies.
Like I think having Netanyahu on the podcast and then jumping into.
Bro, chat's gotta chill. We're gonna have Destiny on.
Yeah, Destiny's gonna come.
Destiny's gonna come.
What I was saying, Sneako, is going from having Netanyahu on the pod to what we talked about earlier. We jumped fucking through hurdles to get to what we were talking about. So that was the only thing, is I want to stay more on topic than go into rabbit hole conspiracies.
Yeah. So when I first saw that, when I first saw it was leaked, I was thinking, okay, you guys are close with the Trump administration. We know the relationship you guys have. We know how Trump is basically owned by Netanyahu, whether or not you like to believe that. You guys have seen the picture of Trump pulling out Netanyahu's chair while he's sitting down, right? Every other world leader, Trump does the handshake and brings him in. Netanyahu, he just like, come sit right here, come sit there. He's the only person that Trump seems afraid of, right? And you guys are Trump supporters. You know the slogan, America First, correct? Mm-hmm. How can we put America first but send $4 billion to Israel every year?
So, wait, what about the point that I think that a lot of people make this, and I'm not saying this, but I feel like a lot of people want to say that Israel's America's strongest ally. That's what I've heard.
Right. What do we get from Israel as our greatest ally?
No, but I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that when you talk about him and Trump having that different relationship, I think it's the fact that they probably talk the most.
Yeah, we got it.
Who knows their relationship? But I feel like that's not that important, right?
Oh yeah, well I'm asking you guys, as Trump supporters, you guys want to put America first. You don't want to fund Ukraine, right? We don't.
I'm gonna actually agree with you, and I actually said to Netanyahu's face, I was like, "Yo, you're making it harder and harder for Americans to want to support Israel. Like it's like almost non-existent at this point. It feels, from a social media perspective or just from an American perspective, it's like you go to the average American, you think they're going to be free Palestine. So I agree with you that I don't think that Netanyahu or Trump is making it any easier for an American to want to support Israel.
Trump has failed in a lot of ways. I know you guys are very, pro-Trump for a lot of years, but he said no more wars, and then he ended up bombing Iran. And he didn't bomb Iran for America. We have no involvement in this conflict. He bombed them for Israel. Because if you notice in your podcast, Netanyahu, he always says, you notice this, Kyle, whenever he mentions Israel, the United States, he says we. He says we, like, this is our
He
war,
was.
this is
I
us.
noticed that he was very trying to, like, obviously, Yeah, like go after Americans and like speak to Americans. Obviously, that's why he came on.
Well, he was trying to align Israel and America the entire
included
time.
as one.
Yeah.
That's
We
the
noticed
that's
that.
the double speak that's the double speak they've been doing for a long time, and you guys are releasing the podcast at the worst time ever because there's the biggest mass awakening to this
I
problem
know.
ever
The
right
mass
now, and you
awakening.
dropping it at the height of that awakening, which is it's strategic from him because he wants to get some support, but I don't think it's going to reflect well upon him. But as Americans, you guys have a very strong American fan base.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Fuck, bro.
Sorry.
You touch it.
I pressed. I meant to refresh that.
Rip.
Judd, can we add him back in?
My bad. My bad, boys.
So, Sneeko, we're bringing you right back in.
I meant to fucking refresh my screen. My bad.
Oh my god.
Let Judd do it. Do we have Red Bulls?
No, fix up that coffee for you. Fuck is the coffee? Oh, it's time to get.
That's mine.
I just made a coffee for you.
My girl will make.
My bad.
Stop spamming
That
chat
might
if
have
you're
been the
spamming chat,
Massage.
okay?
Did Mossad just shut it off?
It
Yeah.
might have been. Or I might have hit Command R by accident.
Okay, so go ahead with what you're saying.
I can't see your camera.
Shit. I think that's a problem on your end.
No, that's you guys for sure.
Judd, he can't see our camera. Are we screen sharing the monitor?
We all good, bro. Our side.
Well, he can't see us.
milk? No? Is there any milk in? Oh, thank you.
You can call him again.
You can hear us though, yeah?
So many technical fucking problems. Like, come on, bro.
Okay, but you can see me. It's fine.
Yeah. We can see you. If you can't see us, I don't know how that.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
I was just saying, about putting America first, right? Like Do you think that we should spend as American citizens? You guys have a big American following. You are a representation of young American culture. Should we be giving our tax dollars to Ukraine?
Oh my God.
I don't think so.
So why should we be doing the same thing for Israel? Like you said, they're our greatest ally. I don't even know if you believe that. What do we get? What do we get from our greatest ally?
It's a good point. I mean, again, I'm not super educated on it all, but I mean, yeah, it's a good point.
We don't get anything from that. The truth is, they'll say that's the answer. They'll reply with military aid. But the military aid is to fight their wars. I noticed, and I'm glad you guys said this in the podcast. I think, Kyle, you said specifically we have PTSD and trauma from going into Iran, going into Iraq. Yeah. We fought all these wars. And do you know remember the lie of the weapons of mass destruction?
Mm-hmm. That was
Remember when they
Jewish.
said that? You know who said that in front of Congress? That was Benjamin Netanyahu. He told our government, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. They have chemical weapons. We need to go there and stop them. We were in that war for over 10 years. We found out they had no weapons of mass destruction. They need us to have, they need American base in the Middle East, right? Because Israel's so hated. There's a small little nation in the Middle East surrounded by Arab countries and other people that don't want them there because they have nukes, but nobody else can have nukes. We'll say we have to invade Iran because they can't have nukes. Israel has a nuclear bomb. And all the surrounding countries, they're not okay with that. So they need to have some support. They drag us time and time again into the Middle East to go and fight their wars for them.
Should have been our allies then, motherfuckers. That's what I'm saying. If they don't have nukes, they're not our allies, right? Why the fuck would we not, why the fuck would we give an enemy a nuke? That don't make sense. Yeah, Israel's gonna have a fucking nuke, fine. We know they don't. I'm just saying, why would the fuck would we give it to the rest of the enemies? I don't know at this point.
That we're their greatest ally while we receive no benefits from them at all.
I think there have been some benefits. I'm not sure, but there has to be. Sneeko, you gotta know.
The Suez Canal?
There are none.
I mean, one of the most important trade routes in all of fucking, in all the world economy.
But we don't need them. Our country, we're surrounded, on both sides, we have oceans, we have the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic.
I'm saying so what I think is what Destiny is right. The Suez Canal, right? I didn't know that, but I'm just saying our foreign policy is on Israel's fucking back. We don't know what the fuck is going on like that, like they do. They have us all the greatest intelligence in the world, all right? So they can tell us shit that we need to know or what they want us to know. But we still have that alliance in the Middle East. That's why we're winning all those wars. That's why we're coming out on top most of the time. You know, that's how we got Osama bin Laden in the caves and shit like that. That wasn't our intelligence. That was their intelligence. So it's like they give us the means to win these wars real fast because they don't have the manpower like we do or the firepower like we do. But we do. They have the intel. We're like they're like the brain. We're like the brute strength.
Canada.
I mean, would you say that? Yeah.
I think Sneeko, I think that there's some sense of like they have similar ideology, they have similar beliefs that America does. And I think that's
they're
why
an ethno-state. Say, bring up the ethno-state thing.
they consider Israel as not maybe our strongest ally, but our most
Say it.
comparative.
No, they don't. And this is where.
In what sense? In where they are? In the Middle East, and where they are, because they do believe in like.
Ethno-state.
And I'm not trying to get too fucking.
Democracy. They believe
yes, exactly. There's democracy there.
They
believe in all this.
And the Arab countries, they're going to say like they oppress women and you know the hijab.
I wasn't going to say that, but I was going to say that they do have a democracy in Israel. So I think that that's maybe why there is that.
But this is the secret that they have. Israelis hate Jesus Christ. They spit on Christians. They're bombing churches and they're killing Christians as well.
And they do. I mean, I'll fight a motherfucker up here who spat on me. Trust, we're getting the 1-2 punch combo with the soda on the fucking side. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm about to beat their ass with the combo. So, and I know they're frail, bro. Most Jews people, I'll beat the shit out of them. But best believe, like, you saw me commenting on that comment, like, on the comment section with that idiot. But still, like, they're still the ally. You know what I'm saying?
Real. Wait, hold on. We're gonna interject there.
I was never spit on.
We also went to where Christ was born.
You guys were there. You guys went there to kiss the wall, and you were there as a.
That's not even true. We went there and we saw the Christian quarters, we saw the Muslim quarters. We went to where was it? Christ was born, or what did we see there?
Yeah, I think we were hammered at the wall too.
Yeah. So we did go to where Christ was born.
No, at the wall. I can't.
But I'm just Sneeko. We're being 100% transparent. Like we saw they showed us everything.
The difference is.
And Kyle being Catholic, and yeah, go ahead.
So if the United States is a majority Christian country and it was founded as a majority Christian country, the difference is those surrounding countries that you're saying don't have democracy, they love Jesus, and the Israelis hate Jesus. They believe that they rejected Jesus and they're waiting for their own Messiah. That's the main difference, is that we have more in common theologically with those countries than we do with Israel. If you ask any Israeli what they think of Jesus Christ, they will say that he's burning in feces and excrement in hell. They have rejected him.
Bro,
this is brain broken.
Oh, Sneeko.
That's not a conspiracy.
You said if you ask any Israeli.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
They hate Jesus. And you're a Muslim, right?
Yeah.
So if I ask any Muslim this question and they're gonna give me that response, like that's where I just like
Muslims
I feel like
believe that Jesus was a Muslim.
grouping everybody together, and I feel like that's where it makes it difficult.
I'm just telling you what's true. Muslims,
but you're not. You're saying if you ask anybody this, then they're going to give you that response. That's not a fair thing to say about any group of people out there. I'm going to be honest. And I agree with a lot of things that you said, but that's a crazy.
Netanyahu. Those are the hard-hitting questions that I would have asked to somebody like Netanyahu. Right.
Do you hate Jesus?
If you ask any Muslim this question, they will tell you that they love Jesus, that he's the Messiah, he's the prophet. If you ask Israelis, I can send you videos of the Israelis spitting on Christians as they walk through.
I've seen those videos too, and it makes me mad because I'm like, if it weren't for us, bro, you beat the bricks out you. Don't be spitting on us.
That's the major difference.
Well, I think there's a lot of.
But I also seen videos of the other countries beheading Americans. All right, so who are you gonna go for, the spitting or the beheading? I'll take my licks with the spitting. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to tussle, but when you have a bag over your head and you fucking getting your throat's fucking slit open, you can't really fight back on that one, right? Because they're kicking your ass. But a spit, that's nothing. That's LA, baby.
People in Israel too that don't agree with what's going on, though. I know that for a fact.
The prophet is Jesus Christ for Muslims? Is that? Did I miss
said
that?
this to Nick too. Is that Jews just get boxed in as a whole? You know, like obviously there's rich Jews that run fucking Hollywood, but like
he said the prophet.
Our guy that runs our fucking
he said the number
chat
one
right
prophet.
now is in New York.
Me.
You too, but no, I'm saying our guy that runs our fucking shit.
He's in Hollywood.
Everyone says that.
That's what Nick was saying. That's why he's.
That's what Nick said. But I'm saying they box those Jews in with like normal Jews. Like the guy that runs our shit, he's a guy from New York. He shares an apartment. He's lucky to pull
Muslims accept him as a prophet from Allah, but his message got corrupted. Yeah, I think Muslims rewrite I think they believe in most of the things from the Gospels and everything, but they say that Jesus was actually Muslim, and the message got fucked up or whatever. Or corrupted somehow, I don't know.
You know, Rabbi Shmuley with all Jews, because most Jews that I know are good people. Like Aiden's my best. I'm part Jewish myself. Steiny and I were good friends. And I was talking to Steiny, he's like, man, the hatred is rising a lot. And yeah, Jews should not be responsible for this. I saw Myron talking about it earlier. People like Dave Smith, people like Norman Finkelstein. A lot of people have been speaking up about this properly.
A lot.
You know who one of the major American politicians are that did not want to send more money to Israel? Was Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders, yeah, we're educated over here.
He's a Brooklyn Jew, and he's the only one saying, hey, we should stop giving all our... Why is every politician owned by AIPAC? Right?
Yes.
Why does people ask the questions, why is an Israeli flag next to the American flag all the time? Why are they getting all their money from Israel?
By the way, we got, if you're curious, we got zero bag for this, obviously.
Yeah, right.
I thought you guys did, and
we didn't get the Sneeko Rumble back. I promise you that. It was
buddy. I don't have an interior designer.
Yeah,
not just yet.
We don't have the couch in there. We're furnitureless over here.
You know, there are 20 people in that room that was CIA and Mossad, even if you weren't aware of that.
No, I'm not. I mean, it probably was. There was 20 people in suits.
But there was not even. There was a lot of there's a lot of women in there too.
I mean, that doesn't really mean that.
That doesn't mean shit. We don't know who was in there. Sneeko, we will tell you there was 20 people in there. We don't know what the fuck their role was.
Dude, we were in the Blair House. That's where they
Wait, but
that's like a part of the White House where anyone that foreign comes, and that's where they stay and sleep.
Sneeko, this is my
how crazy is that?
That makes it more difficult to conduct that interview. But what I will say is, I agree with you, and you're right that I don't agree with a lot of things Netanyahu's done at all. And I think he was way too aggressive. He's been too aggressive with continuing to bomb Arab countries. But I am telling you, one thing that I brought up to him was it's harder and harder as an American Jew even, to support you. It's becoming nearly impossible with the backlash, with the way that America now feels about Israel. It's becoming nearly impossible. So that was my biggest issue. That's why I don't really empathize with Netanyahu's, because I'm sitting here bro, I put America first. Yes, I understand the situation, but it's becoming difficult.
So do you put America first or Israel first?
America. I'm an American.
Jesus.
So then Netanyahu is trying to bring us into another world war. All right, and even though this seems like it's subtle right now, Trump bombing Iran was the first step of World War III potentially happening.
Oh my God.
Right, that is an act of war. They called it up.
Who is gonna fight us on that? Is it China that's gonna back them up? Is it China that's gonna back them up? That's the only way it works. So you're telling me the terrorist groups are ran by China too? So China and Iran are aligned right now, is what he's saying. Or Russia, but Russia's busy bombing Ukraine.
A 7-day war or something short, that was not supposed to happen. And best believe that Iran is looking to retaliate in some sort of way. And we're going to try to blame them again, but we struck them first. So this is not a good sign. And if anybody says they're America first, Netanyahu is the biggest enemy to that statement. Netanyahu is the one that's taking our tax dollars, is the one who's blackmailing our politicians, and is the one who's trying to drag us into another war. Every American should say that we should stay far away from this guy, that he should not have any influence. And when he says things like we need to separate that and draw a line between the two. And I'm very disappointed in Trump. As a former Trump supporter in 2016, seeing what he's doing, it makes me embarrassed. And
you were a supporter in 2020, were you not?
In 2024 was difficult in the beginning. Towards the end, I knew that it would be, how strategic it would be to remind people about what America first really was. The reason people like you guys and your fan base supported Trump in 2016 was because he was saying America first. Let's go back to that idea. Let's put our country first. We spent too much money and too much time in these other countries fighting wars. We have problems right here. We don't need to keep funding other places.
Yeah.
But that would take away our superpower. You know what I'm saying? That would take away like our influence. So it's like this, like, how much influence do you want to save on the budget? You know, it's like one of those hard questions of like, our money says a lot of shit. You know, we fucking run a lot of shit out there. So yeah, it's one of those like balancing acts that you got to deal with.
Yeah, shit's a mess, bro.
But yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, no, we're gonna bring. What about having you and Destiny at the same time?
Every time I have a big interview, this he comes around. You guys can have enjoy and have a great conversation with him. I'm sure you'll love him.
Get on the fuck
Wait, but
out.
Cinco, let's get the overall message. Last time,
True.
this has been the biggest negative.
Damn, my boy was running away from Destiny, dude. Is Destiny that scary? Come on, man. Sneaker should have stayed.
We've had Nick Fuentes, Myron, everyone's talked about it. Us platforming Netanyahu, in a sense where we're trying to interview a world leader. What's your opinion on that? And Hassan.
Yeah, you know, I'll be real. I mean, I like you guys, but I think Netanyahu saw you as a useful tool. I thought that, you know, his.
I agree. But they use Netanyahu too. Like, look how much content they're getting. Their content they're getting. Their name is coming up. I've never heard of the Notebook. I've heard of the Notebook before, but I never like saw their faces. Never cared to. Dude, they use Netanyahu for platform just as much as it was vice versa. You get a big politician like that on your podcast, like it's gonna bring your stock up no matter what.
Is the worst it's ever been, and I think the Trump administration was somewhat kind of pressuring you guys to do that. Am I wrong?
No, not at all.
Yeah, then you guys have.
Yeah, kinda, because they're like, would you like to have it? It's like the president people telling you, like, would you like to have this podcast happen? Like, you know, like trying to get that sway, and you're like, well, I fuck with the president, and like I want to, you know, I'm in the White House. Why wouldn't we? You know, we're gonna be like assholes if we didn't. You know.
To gain from that, if you guys were doing it from like, okay, let me be neutral and ask.
We honestly we did have nothing to gain.
But wait, Sneeko,
we gained nothing.
Sneeko, as a good friend of mine.
I don't think you should have done it from a business standpoint because
they gained more clout. They gained more publicity.
You know how good of a businessman you are. I think that was a major mistake.
For sure.
It's gonna.
Sneeko, let me tell you this.
Let me ask you this. You did a great job today.
Let me ask you this, Sneeko, as a friend of mine we've had some good times in the past. But you always preach being a brand risk, being all this. This is the most brand risk thing you could ever do. So shouldn't you?
I don't preach being a brand risk.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You do preach being a brand risk.
No. I don't preach being a brand risk, but I know how difficult it is to criticize Israel. It's the most difficult.
But shouldn't you have some sort of support or empathy in the fact that it's like, we're having someone on who's the biggest brand risk of all time? Sure, you might not agree with them.
But there's a difference between being canceled for the right things and the wrong things, right? Netanyahu's hated because he's killing people and starving children. I've been canceled because I criticize Israel. And a lot of people don't know this and they don't want people to wake up. There was a moment when Kyle was interviewing Andrew Tate, and Tate asked you the question, like, what's the one thing you can't criticize in America? And Kyle's like, the Dems? And it's like, no, you can't talk about the Jews. You can't speak about them.
I'm telling you, bro, I'm not super tapped in with that entire situation. I was super into the, the American politics because I think it affects where I'm from too, and America obviously controls the world, so I was super interested in that. But when it comes to the Israel Palestine and that whole territory and the history of that, I'm really not educated on that entire situation. So
yeah. But the reason why there's a difference between me and Netanyahu when it comes to being a brand risk is I got banned on Instagram for being Free Palestine. They never messaged me why. If we're really gonna look,
I got shadow banned. Hey, Mikey, you fucking left, you fucking bastard. You bastard. She's supposed to be here for me, brother. Come on, man.
why I got banned off of all social media platforms. It wasn't really because of misogyny or because of, you know, COVID misinformation, election misinformation. It was because I criticized Israel.
Oh, it said one watching. I thought I was the only one. My bad, bro. My bad. Hey, relax, bro. I knew I was just testing. My bad. No, it did say one person was watching. I'm the one watching, obviously for chat. But I forgot what I was gonna say. But yeah, anyways.
Subject you can't criticize. And you say,
how do you know that?
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. When I was on IG and I was critical about the war with I think it was Palestine and Israel. I even just mentioned it. I didn't even say anything crazy. I was just like, so this is going on and fucking they're all bombing each other. I got shadow banned too, and I was like, man, fuck both of them. I was pissed off. Remember? I was like, oh, I got shadow banned, and it was a couple months back. It was a big old thing. Oh, it was during a whole moderation thing, during Biden's thing. So I was like pissed off to the Biden administration for like silencing me. I'm like, bro, I'm a nobody, and you're gonna silence me? Like, fuck you, dude.
I mean, look at the pattern between all the people you just had on. Myron has been banned on Instagram at the same time.
Hassan's fine.
Israel. Nick Fuentes.
What about Hassan?
The difference. The leftists have a shield. If you wave the transgender flag as well, you have a different shield. Like,
oh
that's
my
the reality.
God.
Wait, did Hassan
Why would
wave that
Israel
flag?
care about that?
Yeah.
Hassan's waved the flag.
How about gays for Gaza though? That's one thing we could agree on, no?
See, that's Hassan's thing. Like, I mean, that's what they do. I think that they do that.
How does that work?
That's fucking crazy.
I don't agree with that. Like, that's the whole, you know, Zoran Mamdani's doing that too. But it's kind of embarrassing. But that's how the whole movie.
We gotta send Gabe to one of those.
Is Mamdani doing or preaching gays for Gaza?
Is Mamdani pushing? I mean, he was at a pride parade and he's also pro-Palestinian. He's kind of like a Hassan, but it gets complicated. The point is, this is the one thing.
No, I saw the interview with Mayor Adams. Don't worry.
You saw what?
With Mayor Adams.
Yeah, I had a great. Let me show you something real quick. Okay, so
I'm just trying to take in how rich you are, but yeah.
Yeah.
I know that white couch is not cheap.
That's what you notice, my white couch.
Restoration Hardware is all over that place. Chat, this guy's living good.
So look, I do an interview with Eric Adams the next day, the New York Post, the day after Trump bombs Iran. So this is major news right here. Ayatollah, you see Trump on the front. Page 2 of the New York Post is the New York Post calling me an anti-Semite and also putting at the top, it says Free Palestine. This is a vlog I made about Free Palestine, and they put that here. They call me an anti-Semitic, you know, all this. They mention how, you know, things I've said about Palestine and Israel.
Yeah, that's the bullshit thing. It's like any little criticism you do anti-Semitic, or like I made fun of that Jewish dude. Oh, you're anti-Semitic. No, bitch, you're just a Jew, and I made fun of that. How does that make me anti-Semitic? It's fucking hilarious. You could have said I'm a fucking wetback spick. I would have laughed my ass off. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you hate Mexicans. Like, fuck that. You don't hate Mexicans. You're just good at telling jokes and roasting people.
So, to make it a headache for people like Eric Adams to have me on.
Yeah.
Right. This is the number one brand risk thing.
Yeah.
This is the control of the media, the control of these, you know, of these major establishments, and everything that you need in order to have a career. Yeah. That's how they'll shut you out. Netanyahu controls these. People just don't like him because he's killing people.
Netanyahu controls these things.
No, we understand that. We appreciate you coming on.
Dr. Sneeko.
Sneeko's been a friend of mine for a time. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, good luck. I'm gonna watch the full podcast on stream right now, and I gotta say I do appreciate you guys having these conversations with difficult people.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
bro, like we said,
you know,
we're gonna have next episode is gonna be someone that has the complete opposite point of view. So I think that's our duty, and we understand that, and that was our plan all along. We're not just doing that because we were well aware. Sneeko, you know I'm not an idiot. I was well aware of what was going to happen when we released this in an interview.
Yeah, but I don't realize the strategy. Like, that's just such a bad strategy for
bro.
me.
At the end of the day, it's just like I said this. I'll say it one more time, but Full Send Podcast, bro. If we get an opportunity, we'll have anyone on the planet. It's not up to me to censor the guest, even someone that is that people think is a war criminal.
we'll
I respect that because yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow, bro. You fucking leaving me, bro? We got another hour, baby. You can't leave me now. No, I'm just kidding. So I believe I agree with what this Note Boy is saying. He's like, I'm not gonna censor anybody. That's what freedom of speech is all about. Let him talk his shit. Let him try to do his propaganda, so people will see through it. And if they don't see through it, then they're gullible, whatever. But I'm saying, like, you can't just silence people. That's fucked up. Like, have a KKK person on. Let him speak his shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck it. And then you can bash it out afterwards. There'll be consequences, yeah, but at least you know what the fuck is going on and not be silenced. Like, I think it's dangerous to quiet somebody or quiet a group and they're moving in silence. Like, you got to know what they're moving, what their agenda is.
Let me word that. Even someone that is wanted for being a war criminal, we will have them on. We will ask them questions. They'll give their answers, and then we'll let our viewers formulate their own educated opinion based on what the guest says.
Sneako.
And that's what we did. We will do that with anyone on the planet.
Sneako,
that's what the Full Sun Podcast is. Obviously, other podcasters, they don't do that.
You gotta respect that, Sneako. You gotta respect that. I know you're the brand risk king. You gotta.
I believe you wholeheartedly.
But do I understand these perspectives? And I'm actually learning a lot by reading, and I'm actually learning now by like.
That's why we went Nick Fuentes, Myron, Hassan, and then Sneako.
And I'm sure our whole audience is learning now. I bet you some people, dude, I know there's people that are just like me that don't really know what's going on. And what did they just do? They just watched the Benjamin Netanyahu pod. Now they just watched a stream with 3 people that had the complete opposite viewpoints. Next Full Send Podcast episode, they're about to watch someone with the complete opposite viewpoints. So what we're really doing is fucking educating our audience, and they're hearing both sides. They're hearing the very far, someone that's wanted as a war criminal, and then they're hearing the complete opposite side. So I think in the end, right now we're getting backlash, but I think, in another week or a week and a half or 2 weeks, I think we're actually doing a service to the entire internet. And we're biting the bullet for it, but I think...
Why do you guys take a strong stance? I understand that perspective, and I do believe you're doing it. But why take a stance when it comes to Trump, but not something like? Is it because your lack of expertise on the Israel-Palestine issue?
Yeah.
Why go all in?
Lack of expertise.
And then what is it about Trump that you guys support?
I mean, I like this whole message now. I like this whole message leading up to the campaign. I mean, I think Sneako, one thing he did, if Kamala was in office, I mean, there's obviously some sketchy shit going on now with the Epstein stuff. I'm not a fan of that.
Gotta tell them files, man. We need to release those files.
I agree.
Yeah, but Kamala would have never fucking give you the chance to see those files. Come on now.
One thing I think that Trump did for sure is, free speech is. If Kamala won, do you know where free speech would be right now?
It would be in the fucking shitter because they were moderating everything, giving a free speech to fact checkers. That's why I didn't vote for her.
I deal with all these platforms. Like, what you're allowed to do now on YouTube and the way YouTube, like Sneako, I've told this story before, but when we uploaded our podcast with Trump in 2022 or whenever, remember when we got him first?
Yeah.
And they deleted it and shit?
That's why I got a strike for the same thing, election misinformation.
Yeah, election misinformation. So when we had him on there too, it was like, it was crazy. YouTube deleted it. And then I went to the inauguration this year, and I went to, there was a YouTube event, like a YouTube Google event. I walked in, the CEO of Google's there, the CEO of YouTube's there, and in the corner of the TV, there's a fucking TV, and on like repeat is like a montage of all the content that people did with Trump leading up to the election. And I'm just sitting there like thinking like, wait a second, 2 years ago, you guys literally deleted our fucking interview.
Right.
Gave us a strike, almost got our channel deleted, and 2 years later, you guys now have a TV and you're praising him in the corner at a Google event. So,
I'm still banned on YouTube for that.
Yeah, and you're still banned on YouTube too. We actually, so one thing I'll say. Wait, I want to finish this point. One thing I want to say that's positive about that is, bro, if Kamala won, that would absolutely not be the case right now.
Exactly, bro. I can't have that. I can't have that in my fucking America, bro.
I know from even the Nelk videos we upload, like YouTube is kind of, they're now forced in a corner where, of course they're following the money. Like you saw Zuck bring on Dana White on the board and stuff like that. But one positive we've definitely got out of that was all these platforms were forced to follow the money, and they're forced to kind of support free speech.
But Sneeko, after Kyle,
I've noticed that firsthand being a creator.
After Kyle goes in, I want to just mention one more thing. You're forgetting the fact that everyone thought, after how bad all the Biden TikToks, all the Biden is too old, everyone expected a continuation of Biden's America with Kamala. So I think that made it a little bit easier for Trump, as everyone's expecting, oh, Kamala's just gonna continue Biden's fucking presidency.
She wouldn't denounce Biden. Every time they asked Kamala, what would you do differently when there was shit ton she could have done differently, she said, I think he did everything all right. I wouldn't have changed a thing. And so it's like, all right, so you're not going to change shit. You're going to continue the fucking wheel that your whole Democratic Party is telling you to do. It's not even Kamala at the helm. She's just a talking mouth, talking point. So there would have been nothing changing, all right?
So I feel like it was very hard at that point to support the Democratic Party.
I don't know how much you can give credit to Trump for free speech. I mean, he has been deporting students with student visas that are saying free Palestine.
Are those Americans?
Across college campuses, you're seeing students have to...
They have visas. They're not American, all right? They don't have the fucking right to say shit. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm just saying, they're not American. They're not citizens like that. So what's the difference?
Deported, not for committing crimes, but for criticizing Israel.
I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point. I was referring to personal experience from being a creator, and I've dealt with like being censored since the beginning. So I've just noticed, as being a creator, I think
being a creator and an American, all right, very important.
This is the best it's ever been, in my opinion.
But for the rest of the country, that's not the case. I'm still banned. I'm still banned across social media. Part of the reason why I was hoping if Trump...
Yeah, but you love that shit, low-key.
Love being banned? Absolutely not.
You love to announce I'm banned, I'm banned, I'm banned, I'm banned.
Sneeko tells birds at the bar that he's banned on YouTube. That's your line.
Last time we went out, I'm not gonna say where we were, but I know you were saying, yeah, I'm banned, I'm a badass, all this shit. Like, I'm not gonna say what you said.
No, go ahead, you can say.
No, I don't even remember.
He's like, I'm banned and I'm also an interior designer.
Yeah. Playing both sides.
No, I mean,
playing both sides.
I speak about being banned because I know what it's like to be in this position, and I mean, life isn't fair, but it makes no sense that Netanyahu you could literally be a war criminal, but if you criticize Israel, you get banned everywhere.
Wait,
why
Sneeko.
is a war criminal allowed on websites that I'm not allowed on? If you see that, I say this to wake people up to, okay, where
that's a fair point.
Is the control really? Who is?
I agree, but you also. I'm not defending anything that you said, but you said some crazy shit about about gays. Like historically, you've said some crazy shit. I'm not gonna get into all that. We know this.
Your F-bomb count's probably crazy.
Yeah, don't act dumb. But you said some crazy shit.
But he's in the Guinness Book of World Records for F-bombs.
Yeah, we know you've said some crazy shit.
So let's not act when the camera's not off that every YouTuber's not dropping the F-bomb. Come on, we're all saying F slurs.
You choose to say it when it's rolling. But yo, Sneeko, you didn't respond to my point about. Would you agree that a lot of people did not want to continue Biden's America, and probably fucking you as well.
But I'm not even sure at this point, seeing how much Trump has failed with Epstein. He's done a terrible
job. I'm saying before Trump, pre-Trump. Would you?
Yeah. He's saying before Trump happened, before definitely the Epstein, before he got elected again.
That most American voters did not want to continue that presidency.
How is Trump's second term any better than Biden's America?
It does not matter.
That wasn't the point. The point is, nothing was going to change before that happened. Were you okay with that happening?
Saying is before Trump was elected, were you not one of those people that were like, yo, I cannot continue Biden's America?
I needed somebody that was at least coherent,
There it is. And there it was.
If we're looking now, I don't see how Trump's been any better. I do want radical change.
Hindsight's always easier. Yes, I do agree with you that a lot of the things that Trump did preach, he's gone back on. It's unfortunate, but it's reality. I agree with you. I agree with you. I'll tell you this, Nico. Nico, I'll tell you this. For a guy that campaigned so hard about the Epstein files and now or releasing the Epstein files to now advocate against that, it is a little weird. I will agree with you on that.
That's just one thing, though. We gotta take, bro.
He had people jumping up and down with the binders, and now he said on Truth Social, if you still want the Epstein files released, I don't want your support. He's alienating people and dividing people on this issue.
And that's true. And he's gonna lose the next presidency because of that. Who's gonna step in? Either J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, or fucking who else on the fucking cabinet? I'm just saying, who on the Democratic Party do they have to rely on to take that away from the Republicans? They got AOC, maybe Kamala again, or Gavin Newsom, who's making a run for the campaign. But the city was burning down, so it's like, really, AOC has no experience in that regard, but she's the cleanest of the slates.
And they're texting or vaping, I don't know. You guys have a
Sorry, I'm actually actively working. I'm actually actively working on getting the guests.
Yes.
I'm texting my boy Bilal Muhammad. I think he's gonna be the guy to really help us get the best person, because I follow all his shit that he posts.
Bilal Muhammad's great, man. He's one of my favorite fighters. He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
I think that.
Bilal Muhammad sucks ass, all right? He's the most boring fighter I've ever seen. He'll push you up on the gate, the UFC fence, and he'll hold you there, and he'll fucking just do enough to not get called off by the ref. Fuck Bilal Muhammad, bro.
Yeah, so I think he's gonna help us get someone too. I just want to make sure we get someone, really good.
Wait, speaking of band name, why is my name banned in your chat? They're saying.
I don't think it is.
I don't know.
What? The band guy.
What?
No, you're good in our chat. Don't try and do some bullshit brand risk in the chat. Sneeko.
It is banned. What the fuck?
Well, unban it. Sneeko should be able to be banned.
You guys do that?
Masad!
It's
Jesus
Masad.
Chat, they kissed the wall and then banned Sneeko's name. Unbelievable.
So Hassan.
No, they're spamming stars on purpose.
Yeah, Hassan wants to come back in, so yeah, I feel like we got cut short. He wants to come back in. What do you think about Hassan?
All right.
Last words. What do you think about Hassan?
I mean, we've had a back and forth for a lot of years. I think that he does well in the Palestine issue.
Oh my God.
I'm not a socialist. I think you guys should
Shameless.
press him on that. I want to hear what you guys think about
Which part?
socialism.
Is he more of he's a Bernie Sanders socialist guy?
Yeah, I mean, socialism has never worked in the history of the world, and now they want to bring it in America.
Look, this is what I think about socialism. In my heart, in my hardest of hearts, I wish socialism would work. Okay? I wish we could all get along and pay taxes and help each other out, and everything was free for everybody, right? I wish we were that. I wish I could rely on Bernie Sanders in that regard. But knowing human people, they're fucking greedy as shit and corrupt as fuck. So whoever's on top of the socialist elites gets all the benefits of it, all right? They get to say how many, who many, how many, what many. And you can't rely on that, people, because they'll take as much more than the next person when it's all supposed to be equal. But the elites will always fuck that up. Every fucking time. You can't rely on a human being with all this sharing resources shit. Because at the end of the day, they're going to take what they want. And that's why socialism will never work. Because humans are greedy as fuck. If you had the chance to take more than the next guy without nobody knowing, wouldn't you? For your family's sake? Come on.
Okay, wait, Hassan's a socialist?
Yeah.
Hassan's the richest between all four of us.
Bro, my brain's being dragged in so many different fucking...
Sneeko, is that fair? Hassan definitely has the most money out of all four of us.
Hey, Steiny, we're trying to lower the anti-Semitism and you keep talking about money.
No, I'm just saying, for a socialist to support that when you're the richest guy, it's weird. That's the problem.
There is some, I would love to see you guys question him on that.
All right, well, give us a question to ask him.
I'll get out of here.
Give us a question to ask him.
When has socialism ever worked?
Oh God.
Great, amazing question.
No, I like that. Sneeko, it's good to see you, my friend. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, take it
All
easy,
right, brother. We'll see you soon.
All right, bro. Riyad Hassan.
Oh, fuck.
I like Sneeko.
I know.
He's always been my boy.
I need a water.
Baby, can you get a water for Kyle? And do you know where my Spellegrino is? Is that mine with the lemons? All right, let's get Hassan back in here because he's gonna come in hot. That's what he does. Is he definitely went and got his research. I'll call him out right now.
Oh no. They said they had me in the roster. I'm on their DM, so I'm
I want to
waiting.
get Destiny with Hassan. Hassan's such a puss, though.
True.
Hello? Are you good now? You changed your fit. You changed your fit.
DDoS hacker.
No, we have. This is the same problem that's persisting with. What do you call it? With the FaZe boys too, and like Kai Cenat. Anyone that uses IRL Toolkit's been getting.
I like how he has to bring up all the youngest, hippest things. Like, yeah, like I don't even know any other people besides that.
Mediator between
all these guys
OBS
that you know that are young and hip and cool. They have the same issue,
their
guys.
servers are getting fried, which is why I was unable to continue streaming. So I had to shut off my stream and restart it.
Oh shit.
But you changed your fit as well.
Yeah, I put on a jacket.
You threw on the black jacket.
You gotta look good for the big interviews, all right?
Yeah. No, it's cold in here. All right, so we were talking. For those of you in my chat who are just tuning in, I'm talking to the Nelk boys. They interviewed war criminal.
Oh my God.
War criminal with an arrest warrant out.
Oh, it's so
by the International Criminal Court.
Our greatest ally.
Hold on.
Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. This is part two of the conversation that we were having.
Hassan, you want absolutely nobody in here, even if they're allowed on Twitch? Real quick before I cut you off.
No, I can't. I can't have someone who is not allowed on Twitch to be on the.
What about Adam Friedland?
Oh, Adam Friedland's fine. Yeah.
Okay, you can add him.
Of course.
Let's spice it up for part 2.
Okay, we'll bring Adam in now.
What happened is these guys, the Brilliant Minds of the Nelk Boys podcast, went and interviewed war criminal Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and now they're getting they did.
Guys, in the middle of a war?
This is genocide.
Adam, it's a war leader. We had to do it.
You know, 60,000 people, lowest estimates are dead right now.
We understand. We have empathy with everyone who's been affected by the war in general, but we are going to have a pro-Palestinian on next week. That's what we do here. We do not...
He's charged with as a war criminal by the ICC. So you could have Slobodan Milosevic on?
We would have a lot of people on.
We'd have anyone on.
They said they would have Adolf Hitler on.
No, we did not say
never
that.
said that.
Hassan, twisting words,
Okay, they
using
said they would have
hypothetical
Osama bin Laden on, but not Adolf Hitler.
Okay.
That was too long ago. It's too hypothetical of a
I'm
question.
catching up right now. Did you press him? Did you you dunked on him?
We asked him what was his response to starving children in Gaza. Could he have stopped October 7th? Is he looking to have regime change in Iran? And we told him that Americans don't want to see another regime change war in the Middle East.
We've told him
We asked him why he thinks he's so hated.
They asked him if he was starving children in Gaza, and he said no. It's Hamas starving children in Gaza. Adam.
Wait. Answer this. Hassan, did they glaze?
I don't know. I haven't seen the excerpts yet.
I was editing the G Herbo interview, and it's one of my finest moments, and now you've ruined my day. What are you guys doing? Wait, guys, can I get Aaron?
That's just what we do. That's just what we do. So, listen. That's just what we do. So I think what we did is we had someone on right now. We
But he
wanted.
watched-
Let me
Aaron,
finish.
I
Let me
know this
finish.
boy.
Let me finish.
He watched
And I want to
4
tell Hassan
podcasts and
too.
did-
Adam.
I think
Let
this
us
is actually.
begin.
I think this is actually going to be a great thing. If everyone thinks we have such a big platform, would you guys agree or no, Hassan?
Yeah, you guys have a decently sized platform.
People wouldn't be pissed, right, if we didn't have a big platform. So if we have such a big platform,
No, I think people would still, your fans would, depending on how they feel about it, they
Right,
probably would
so
be.
Right now, we just had Netanyahu on. A bunch of people watched it. I think a lot of people saw through what he was saying. Now, already on the same day, we've had 3 people on with complete opposite viewpoints. Hassan, Sneeko, Myron,
Nick Fuentes.
So what? And then,
Okay.
wait. Let me finish. Let me
Don't
finish.
loop me in with those
Let me
guys.
finish. I said opposite views.
Don't put me in the same category as these guys.
Let me finish. So already we've had 4 people with opposite viewpoints on the very same day, and then the next episode of the Full Send podcast, we're gonna have someone very, very reputable with the complete opposite viewpoint of Netanyahu. So I personally think, and listen, there's a lot, you guys got to understand though, Hassan, there's a lot of people, I know, there's a lot of people like Hassan though that are educated on this issue, and there's a lot of people like myself who are really not, and I know there's a lot of people watching right now that are the same way as me, that just read shit and don't know what to believe. And you read stuff and you really don't know what to believe. Like, I know, Hassan, that might be tough for you to understand because you're so educated on the topic, but there is a lot of people that don't know what to believe. So I think what we're doing is,
you're giving more reason as to why it's bad that you guys interviewed him.
Because
though.
I think people are going to listen to
No, that's the
Netanyahu.
problem. Because
they're already listening to you, Hassan. A lot of people in our audience have honestly never heard of you. And I'm sure likewise, they've never heard of us, so they dislike us. So we're putting you on to our audience now, and they're hearing your point of view. And then next week on the podcast, they're going to hear someone really reputable with the complete opposite view of Netanyahu. So I personally think right now we're going to bite the bullet, and I think we're going to take a lot of flack. But I think within a week or 2 weeks' time, we're actually going to be educating our entire audience and probably the entire internet on everyone's point of view.
You're doing crisis PR right now, and I can tell this is really stressful because everyone's mad at you. But please,
it's not, bro.
You guys just do pranks. And people like to see you guys partying. Why you guys keep?
We'll still party, bro.
In the middle of a fucking, you know, people can't leave.
Adam, we're still partying. Adam, we were in Saint-Tropez for a few days after this.
Half the people that live there are children.
We agree with you.
People that were children. Why are you wading into that? I like you guys because they like to party. You hit zaps. You do happy dads. You guys are fucking chill. Like to see Steve will do a chug. Just don't. Why are you touching that?
Adam,
I agree. You know what? Adam's right. We don't have to do it.
It is a brutal blood. It is blood.
See,
it is
Adam,
violence.
that's the problem. That's
Why
the problem. I'm gonna tell you something. Adam, I'm gonna tell you something. We're gonna drink. We're gonna hit zaps, and then we're also gonna interview world leaders. When it comes to it, we're gonna do all
It's not just like, dude, you're not like interviewing the Prime Minister of Albania, okay? You're like, this is a guy.
Hassan,
if you did that, you wouldn't be doing this video or this video call anyway. If you were doing that, nobody would give a shit.
We planned to do this stream. You can check my story. We planned to do this before we launched.
And Hassan, you're coming in here all hot, but it's like, bro, we told you exactly what was gonna happen. I texted you ahead of time. You know we're gonna have someone who's pro-Palestinian on the other side, and you're coming in here.
Okay, but that doesn't change the dynamic. I found out about it. I found out about the interview after you had already conducted it.
You haven't even watched the episode. You're trying to come in here and just press.
I know, but if you were to have asked me ahead of time, I would have told you not to do it.
Even if he watches it, he'll still think the same thing.
No, I know. But I'm just trying to press him.
I've watched so much now. I love you, boys. Listen, boys. This is let's zoom out. This is a problem with today, with our society. Like even the fact that you're talking to Sneeko and Myron from Fresh and Fit, like that's not like these are content creators. These aren't fucking historians. These are people that like. These are the fact that like the experts on its politics and its war and its violence. There are people that study this. Right? It's just not everything's content, guys.
But that's what we're gonna have on the next episode, bro.
You had
But everything is content, baby. Come on now. This is America. We're capitalists. We're gonna capitalize on every fucking opportunity we get. Alright? First money to be made, there's money to be had.
Would have never allowed this were he here.
Oh,
Jesse, he told me he watched this episode.
Adam
I don't know enough about the Nelk history.
He comes very studious.
I don't know about the Nelk history to know what Adam is saying, but it seems to be impactful.
That's one thing about Adam is he will fucking know everything that's ever happened.
Do you think that they just didn't realize? You think that you think it's banality of evil? Guys, there's a book by this lady Hannah Arendt that I want you guys to read, The Banality of Evil. And I want you guys to get back to me on it. Because it's sometimes like, you know, like it's sometimes I'm doing a podcast. It's just a podcast, but you don't realize that there's like a gravity there. There are powerful people wanting access to your fucking platform that have an agenda. It's just like when I was asking about like.
But they're saying the people watching the podcast are not fucking idiots, or they can make their own opinions. You know, that's what they're saying. Like, yeah, so they are, but still, they can make their own opinion out of it. But we're given the opportunity to give that opinion to be had, and they're gonna get both sides. I think no, both is fine.
Zuckerberg, right? His stock plummets when he's like doing the censorship around COVID, and then everyone's like, "You're anti-free speech Democrat," and then he puts a chain against muscles, and then his stock goes back up. But like it's this, everyone that says you're an anti-free speech Democrat is like, "No, you're sick because you do bow and arrow." But he's like, he's going on podcasts now because his stock price. It's an advantage for them, and it's like
they're using you guys. They're using you guys to look good.
We understand that, bro. Why does anybody, Hassan? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Hassan, anyone goes on a podcast to promote whatever they're doing. We're aware of that.
Yeah, but they're not. But Benjamin Netanyahu's not promoting a book, dog. He's promoting a genocide. That's the point.
Simpson on. We had Andrew Tate on. It's the same shit. This one might be a little bit more.
None of those things.
You're right.
You do realize that, like.
No, I agree with you.
This is the one instance. This is the one instance where it's the worst guess you could have.
We agree.
These guys are bad people, but what you're talking about is the worst person.
It's the most hated man on the planet.
But Hassan, we agree. But also, if we're not going to do it, then who's not going to do it?
I'm gonna hook your ass up. I said BB to that guy Yossi, who's your Mossad handler, and Aaron said, "Who's that?" He didn't know that. He didn't know that his name BB. I'm just
even I knew
protecting you. No, you said, "Who's that?" Which is
I found out about that like last week, so can't really hate on that one, you know.
Good. I mean, like, guys, just it's like unless you know, like, it's wading into fucking like it's violence and they're bombs and
no, Adam, you're right. You are right. We definitely realize that.
Content about it. You don't have to do like we're gonna fucking collab with him. We're gonna collab with BB and Bonnie Blue. Guys, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just a way. It's a sign of the world nowadays.
Adam, you would have him on in a heartbeat. To be honest, Adam, you would have him on in a heartbeat. If you have the opportunity, you'd have him on in a heartbeat. So don't try and.
BB?
Yeah.
I would have only if Bonnie Blue was there to defend Palestine.
You would have BB on in a heartbeat. Don't even try and fucking fade the fact.
You know what? Like, I am very like, well, like I know a lot about this subject. You know, that even maybe is a step, a shade beyond. It's a little bit like it's very painful for me. Aaron, your grandparents were the Holocaust, right?
Yes.
Okay, please. Our parents' generation, right? We're told that like we have to protect these people, and if we don't protect these people, the Holocaust will happen again. I'm Jewish, by the way, Kyle. I don't know if you could tell. I don't really read as Jewish, but okay.
I honestly am not.
Our parents were told that, right?
Could tell
and
right
they're really
away.
scared. They're really scared.
I don't know if you can tell by my big ass nose, my curly hair, that I'm Jewish, bro.
They knew Holocaust survivors, right? And it really freaked them out. And they're like, we got to protect Israel and stuff like this. But like, it hasn't protected Jewish people. It is.
I agree with you. That's why Adam, you even watched Adam.
It's been a failure of a project. Think about the way Jewish people were treated prior to the Holocaust. For 1600 years, we were losers. Everywhere we went, they said, go away. Everywhere we went, they were killed. It sounds a lot like the Palestinians.
Adam,
because
I'm gonna
they
tell
are
you
people who are dispossessed, and everywhere they go, they get killed.
Adam,
and if we can't see ourselves in that, it's a shot.
I am Emma69. Hello, how you doing? Welcome to the show. We're just fucking going through this. We got 20 more minutes left. Let's get through this shit. Welcome to the chat, though.
Adam, I'm gonna tell you something really quick. I don't agree with Netanyahu. I disagree with a lot of things he's doing. I think he's acting. It doesn't matter. I think in certain aspects he's acting the same way as Hamas is. We've talked to him about this. Hamas.
No, there's no. See, this is what I mean. You're saying like he's acting.
No, but Hassan, you're disregarding the point. And Adam, you're not listening.
There's no comparison between Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas. That's my point. The point is that
You tried to compare them earlier. I agree with you.
No, Benjamin Netanyahu is infinitely worse. That's the point. Israel is the Israeli military, and its conduct is a million times worse than anything Hamas could have ever done. It is hundreds, if not thousands of October 7s that Benjamin Netanyahu has done with superior firepower over the course of the last 2 years. There's a mass starvation happening. Israel is the much more powerful entity in this process, and it's backed by the most powerful country on the planet, the United States of America.
Yeah.
They say that, but why are we so scared about China and fucking Russia then?
Bottom line, guys, on the Full Send podcast, we're willing to have anyone on the planet. That's just the way it is.
To think of it. All you have to think of it is in this way: you have the longest occupation in modern history, right? And you have a group of individuals that don't have a right to self-determination. They don't have a country, right? And it's been this way in Gaza since 1967. Okay, in Israel, it's a country. They're in the United Nations. They can vote in their government. These people don't have those rights. And guess what? Right now, there's a fence around them, and they're trapped there. It's not it's not a one-on-one. You don't even have to. It's not like
it's literally.
Hamas better than Israel. You don't even have to frame it that way. That's just the situation with the Palestinians and the Israelis, right? Who are like living on either side of that fence, and it's just like, guys, like. I get what you guys got to be fucking stressed as shit right now, but like it's just like
we're all good, bro.
It's just
Adam, we're good. Trust.
It's not. Have it like get in trouble for anything else.
You're right, Adam. I understand your point of view though. We do a lot of comedy, we do a lot of fun stuff. So you're right. We actually definitely didn't need to do this. I totally agree with you. I totally agree.
There is no good purpose. There's no good purpose to interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu unless you're like literally there to fucking laser him or directly arrest him and send him to The Hague, which is not going to happen under any circumstance, especially not inside of the White House. So the only thing that happens here, even if it's a failure overall because of how fucking how intensely disliked Benjamin Netanyahu is, the goal on his end was to basically use your platform in the same way that they use CNN. So in a way, you guys turned into CNN.
I don't.
Yeah, of course, but like people could see through that.
I don't think that. We've already talked about this, but I don't think just because we platform people, they fall for everything the guest says. And this is a perfect example of that.
No,
exactly.
Oh, I know that, and they clearly aren't.
Just go read the
and people are going to be more mad at you guys as a consequence of like interviews.
No, I'm not mad at them. Fuck that. They're giving this man a platform to speak. Now they're giving a Palestinian dude to fucking speak. So I'm not really mad at that at all. I don't really know them, but I'm not mad.
Yeah, my point is that if you're asking me,
what up, Raisha? How you doing on Twitch? Twitch. I said Twitch and Twitch. How you doing? Thanks for stopping by in the chat.
Morality of it, there were journalists that were implicated and also charged with crimes in the Nuremberg trials, or literally participating and doing propaganda for the Nazis, right? So in that regard, if you were to ask, will there ever be a Nuremberg-style trial for Israel? I don't know. Probably not. Okay, that doesn't mean that the crimes are not comparable, and that doesn't mean that your moral culpability in this regard is not close to what those guys did. I'm not saying that you guys are going to be tried in the Nuremberg-style trials, but the moral culpability is still there for not. For conducting an interview such as this one.
I can definitely understand your perspective, Hassan, for sure. I just think that, that's just what we're going to do at the Full Send Pod. And I don't know, maybe we got to get a little better at grilling them, or maybe next time when we have a guest like this, we can hit up people like you, Hassan, and get what you would ask and stuff like that. But
no, Benjamin Netanyahu is never entering the same room as someone like myself. If I were to be in that room, he would not do this podcast with you.
But wait, Hassan,
or maybe they would assassinate me.
Hassan, why wouldn't you do someone from both sides?
What do you mean?
Guys, we've already debated this.
But if you could do Netanyahu and do somebody else, why wouldn't you do that?
Well, I don't think that there's both sides in the situation. There is the perpetrators, like that's why I'm saying it's like akin to interviewing Adolf Hitler. There is no both sides in the situation. That's why I'm saying it's like interviewing a concentration camp survivor and then interviewing Hitler. You know what I mean? Is there both sides in the situation? No. Interviewing the leadership of the Jewish partisans in World War II versus interviewing Adolf Hitler or like
Did Destiny go to the gym? You know that motherfucker did not hit the gym, bro. Come on now.
His loyal advocates or whatever is not comparable. There are no both sides in a genocide. That's why it's a genocide. It's such a big crime that it doesn't even justify a genocide in retaliation to said genocide. It's the crime of all crimes.
Guys, I think you're getting in the weeds a little bit, right? It's not.
I mean, no. I'll be honest. Hassan makes a great
you guys are well known not for politics, right? And it's like, unless you're not gonna research more and get ready. Look, you're Rocky. That's just like politics sucks, right? I got made fun of for liking it when I was a kid. It should go back to fucking being like for losers, right? Everyone's into fucking politics now. It sucks. It's just like you don't have to like. You don't have to purport to like that to know about it, and just like leave it to fucking like the fucking Wolf Blitzer. You know, it's just
Adam,
like, it's not everything.
Whatever fucking happened to Wolf Blitzer.
Me too.
He did.
No, he's still kicking. How dare you guys come for the Wolf?
Wolf Blitzer still wasn't around.
I don't know.
He's still at CNN, yes. But Wolf Blitzer also, ironically, literally worked for AIPAC before he did CNN.
Like understands like what's happening in the world, like, and you guys don't have to, because like people love you for prank and lifestyle content.
Yeah,
you know,
I think I'm gonna be honest. I think that's where you're a little soft.
What?
Yeah. No, go ahead. You're good.
I gotta go.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Guys, Kyle, it's really nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, bro. We'll link up soon.
I'll talk to you soon, man.
Are you in LA?
I went up to Steve. No, I'm in New York.
New York? All right.
Adam, I'll see you, buddy.
Easy, bro.
Peace out, bro.
Take care.
Did he just shut off his laptop? That's so funny. Oh my god, he's such a fucking boomer.
That's actually what I want to ask you, is because...
Wait, how do I... Why is he still in the call?
I don't know, but he gets pissed at us. Understandably, he gets pissed at us for platforming. But that's what I'm trying to figure out, is like, when are we supposed to say no? When are we supposed to not do certain things?
I mean, look, there are certain people that that not everyone is equipped enough to be able to talk to, because that conversation, instead of being a productive one, turns into one where they could just like do propaganda and use the platform that you have to get their message across. I would use the same principle for Nick Fuentes, for example, except with Nick Fuentes, he's a neo-Nazi, but he hasn't done literal fucking crimes like Benjamin Netanyahu has, while also simultaneously being a neo-Nazi of a different sort.
Yes.
So it's even worse than someone like Nicholas Fuentes, and I don't think that Nicholas Fuentes is appropriate to also platform in this situation.
What do you think about the goal of the Full Send podcast to be to platform anybody? What do you think about that overall? If that's the direction we're gonna go, right?
The reason why I think it's up to you guys, whatever you want to do. I obviously can't fucking advocate for deplatforming, especially in this day and age, especially in this time and place, because a lot of these institutions that would otherwise be tasked with like taking people... Hello? Oh, your camera pooped for a second. A lot of these institutions that are tasked with deplatforming people spend way more time deplatforming someone like myself, or at least trying to deplatform someone like myself, for having a consistent, moral, anti-genocide and anti-Zionist position than people who are actually anti-Semitic. They call me anti-Semitic, despite the fact that I'm not anti-Semitic. The reason why I would still choose not to platform neo-Nazis and things of that nature, regardless of how equipped I am at talking to them about these issues and being able to push back adequately, is because a lot of these guys are simply looking for any opportunity to get their message to a broader audience. They don't actually care about the truth. They don't actually care about coming across like good or bad. They just want to be heard, because every single time they go in front of a larger audience, they end up winning over some people in the margins to their side. Okay? And if you understand that they are not honest brokers here, that they don't like care about, back and forth discourse, then ultimately you're playing a role in allowing people to be recruited to that side. You're playing a role in getting more people to be recruited to neo-Nazis, to neo-Nazi groups.
I understand.
And I think that ultimately that is very dangerous.
We're gonna have both sides on.
That's exactly, he's gonna have both sides on. So what's the problem?
But yo,
But no,
Hassan,
but having both sides on doesn't actually make up for that. Is my
I agree
point.
with you too. Hassan, I've told you.
And
many
then there's
times.
also no comparison to Benjamin Netanyahu on the
Hassan,
other
I've
side
told you-
anyway.
I've told you multiple times. Me and Kyle disagree with a lot of things Netanyahu has done. We do not agree. We stand neutral. But I mean, I understand. The whole problem is platforming, but that's why we're gonna have from each side a representative that's gonna fucking tell us exactly what we, like, you know what I
Well,
mean?
the best possible thing you guys could have done before this interview, I mean, the best possible thing would have been to not have this interview at all. But the second best possible thing, if you were like adamant about having this interview, would have been to potentially bring someone that is knowledgeable before you did the interview, so it didn't just simply, so that Benjamin Netanyahu didn't use you guys like a fucking fleshlight, is what I'm saying, to just make himself look like not the demon that he is, but instead of a personable person. Like, here, I have something here that was sent to me from an excerpt from the interview that you guys conducted, where you asked him if he prefers, Burger King or McDonald's or whatever. And it's really interesting because, like, people have yelled at me for doing this with, like, a dude in Yemen that they claim is a fucking terrorist.
Right.
Okay? That dude is a 19-year-old in Yemen. He has no power. He holds no power on the planet. He is, at any given moment...
It just came up in the conversation.
At any given moment, he could be fucking assassinated by American bombs, by Saudi bombs, or any other... Like, he is one of the least powerful people on the planet. This, Benjamin Netanyahu, is one of the most powerful people on the planet. So in this opportunity, instead of humanizing him, you guys could have had someone that is knowledgeable enough not to ask that question. And instead, when you say, like, are you starving children? And he says no, the person could turn around and say...
Yeah, no, I mean, Hassan, you make a great point, and I understand your comparisons to Hitler. I see your perspective. And yeah, I think just with the Folsom Pod, like I told you, we're just not here to choose the guests. We're going to have anyone on, even if it is a wanted war criminal, and we're just going to let the viewers decide. And I think they spoke very clearly, and I don't think just because we platform people that people fall for the person's message.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, that's just the bottom line. Like, go look at the...
Where'd you get that little fucking, the little stick figure from, bro? Oh, my nigga, nothing, nigga. You're fucking hilarious with that little stick figure, dude.
We give you an opportunity.
Like,
it's not,
don't
I mean,
think
it doesn't work out.
I don't think that you guys would do that, is my point. Like, if there's no other... You already said you wouldn't. You already said you would not. If given the opportunity, you would not interview Adolf Hitler. So there is a limit to it. Like, there's an upper limit.
We didn't say that. We said it's hypothetical. We said it's hypothetical.
But also, Hassan, it's crazy. And
I think it's evident that just because we platform someone, just because Nelk sits next to them, doesn't mean we agree with everything they say or do. One, because we definitely don't. And number two, just because we platform someone, it doesn't. Our viewers are fucking smart. Like, go read the comments. Like,
yeah, but also
it's proof that just because we have someone on, it doesn't necessarily mean a W for the guest.
Hassan, I want to point out
one thing. I understand that. There are plenty of people that I disagree with, that I communicate with. But there's a difference between, there's an upper limit to it, is my point. And that upper limit
is shaking my whole apartment.
It comes to fucking someone like Benjamin Netanyahu. My limit is
why
far
did
before
it turn
Benjamin
like this?
Netanyahu. It's
How long are they
going
gonna loop on the same fucking conversation? Holy shit!
But even if I were to engage with people like that, it depends on the platform that they have and how much prominence and how much influence they hold over a large enough audience. Because I feel like it's unproductive, it's counterproductive if they hold no staying power whatsoever. So I'm not saying that it's bad to interview Benjamin Netanyahu, but if you were going to do that, it's such a important task that you have to take it seriously, and you have to have someone who is knowledgeable to be able to push back. Because
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. As you know, that they're going to be very specific with who they allow to interview them. We've already covered that, right? Is his PR team going to allow him to go on a Hassan Abi fucking live stream? No. Probably not.
No, of course not.
Someone that's had Trump on 3 times.
No, I think. Listen, I think we're gonna wrap this up soon. It's fucking.
Wait, last thing I want to ask.
12 a.m. We're in Europe right now.
Can I do one more thing? Sure. Hassan, last thing. We text off stream. Obviously, we are boys. We've talked about lifting together, hooping together. So there are things that we can't agree on, but when it comes to this stuff, it creates animosity. So I just want to point that out.
Okay, but All right, but you have to. There's a reason why there's 6,000 comments here. I'm looking at the comments right now, and everyone's cooking you guys.
We know. Hassan, we're aware. But
I mean, that should be evident that the Full Sun podcast has people on, and the viewers decide.
All right. Well.
Yeah. But Hassan,
all right, good luck, guys.
I understand.
You should have Gabor Mate or Gabor Mate is a Holocaust survivor.
I'm gonna have Steiny text you, and if you'd give us some suggestions on who to have next week.
You can't platform somebody that you can't push back against. But here's my guy to platform that you couldn't push back against.
But if you were to ask me ahead of time, I would have told you not to do this interview. For the record, I only found out after you did this interview.
But when you texted me and you said, "Yo, you had so and so on the podcast!" ! Was that more of a shock, or what was that?
Yes, it was a shock.
Shock factor. Okay, making sure. Hassan, thank you so much.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
Bye, guys.
All right, take care. Wow.
All right. Well, that was interesting.
Do you want to take the earpiece out? I think now it's just me and you.
What a day.
Oh my God, are they really cutting it?
We're happier with who we had. We had Nick Fuentes, Myron, Sneak.
Destiny didn't get no love.
Hassan.
Yeah, but I think the main thing, guys, is next week on the Full Sim podcast, we're gonna have someone very reputable. We got a lot of next episode. We're not sure when it'll come out, but the next episode, we're gonna have someone from the complete other side, and we're gonna get their point of view. And I've said it a bunch of times, but that's just what we do at the Full Sim podcast. It's fucking 12. Oh, did it gas? Oh, fuck. Yeah, we're in Europe right now, so we're fucking 6 hours.
Your name is blocked in chat? Yeah, I think they're blocking anybody's name they spam. That's why they blocked Sneako's name there too.
Tune in.
Tune in.
We're gonna have a whole fucking episode of different people, I think, right?
We'll see how it plays out over the next 2 weeks. We'll see, boys. But it's
love it or hate it. Appreciate
you. No, this is just what we fucking do.
Someone has to do it.
Someone's got to do it.
And
straight
we're
up.
here to do it. So I appreciate you guys.
Yep. All right.
Cringe. Their producer told me 3 times I was going on. What the fuck? I wonder if Hassan told him something. Or maybe they only wanted pro pallies on this episode.
Destiny got left the fuck out.
The annoying thing for when I need to stop pretending that Hassan is acting in good faith. I was gonna say Hassan's doing a bad job at explaining why you shouldn't platform people, but Hassan actually doesn't give a fuck about platforming. He wants there to be irresponsible platforming. He just wants them to irresponsibly platform his side. The what somebody should really tell them is if you really want people to come and like debate an issue or to come and like give both sides of an issue, then you have to have 2 people from the issue to come on and have a conversation about it. Like the idea that you can platform one propagandist from one side and then one propagandist from the other side, and then you have all of a sudden magically your audience can be able to figure out the answer is fucking. This just doesn't work that way. It's fucking retarded.
Right.
They'll just say it's not comparable because Netanyahu is a war criminal. Yeah, but you could counter that with a billion different things, right? Like Hassan would let them interview Nasrallah. He'd say if they would have interviewed Hania or Sinwar or Mohammed Daif, like he would have been okay with all of those people. If you would have talked about interviewing fucking Assad, they'd probably be okay with that. Maybe he wouldn't have been that. I'm not sure. Yeah. The basic claim that you shouldn't interview people if you don't have the chops to push back is correct. This is fucking retarded. Never mind. Actually, I don't know why I'm even reading this comment. The basic claim that you shouldn't interview people if you don't have the chops to push back is correct. It's exactly the problem with Joe Rogan. Bring on a second person to do it then. Bring on somebody to have the debate because people are doing this no matter what. Also, that wasn't the argument that any of those people were putting up. The argument that all those people were putting up was don't interview this guy because you can't push back against him. Bring on this guy who's on my side that you can't push back against. I don't know why when you have like a super ultra bad faith actor, you guys try to extract some nugget of truth from what they're saying to pretend that like any part of what they were saying had anything to do with that. Because if these guys had brought on any like insanely like Norman Finkelstein, any other like uneducated retard about Palestine, people like Hassan would be clapping and saying, "Oh, good, they got educated. That's really great." So yeah.
Shit. Okay, I want to leave this with one more thing, guys. I'm like fried, but I need to get frailed. All right, Frail just put out an episode that we gotta watch, and this will be the last one for the night.
You're back with another video, and this time the beautiful and curvy Joe Dog will welcome you all to the amazing Late Night Munchies tier list. Now, what does that mean, you may ask? Well, in this video, we will be talking about the food that you eat during the night when you decide to have some fun with the za.
Hell yeah.
If you all catch what the Joe Dog is throwing down. You know what I'm talking about, Mary Jane, some devil's lettuce, the good, the ganja. You know what I mean when you all have some of that magical herb, some 420 or a Camberwell carrot.
Okay, dude, shut the hell up with all those nicknames. Everyone and their mom knows we're talking about weed, and there's no need to hide it.
Actually, there is, because we're on YouTube, and we can assure the whole YouTube team that we are not talking about any substances at all. And we were referring to some totally random stuff. And when Donald said weed, he was talking about garden weeds and such. We do not endorse any sort of usage of any substances here on this channel.
Yeah, but ketamine is a totally different story, right?
Joe, what the hell? No, that's even worse.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of this hypocrite Barack when we all know that he is the biggest pothead out of the three of us. Joe is just a freak that uses everything in front of him. Just get started with the damn list because my mouth is salivating just at the thought of all this food after a quick little sesh. But aside from that, remember, Barack, that we have to do that thing today.
Oh, Snap, you're right. I'll set the timer on my watch, but yeah, Joe, let's get started on this list, little buddy.
What are you talking about, a timer and a watch? You're confusing me, but more importantly, I couldn't agree with you more, Donald. Like some hardcore straight from Mexico black tar straight in my veins before eating.
Oh my God, bro, shut the fuck up.
And you all already know it'll get the Joe engine roaring louder than a lion. Well, let's get this list started per Donald's request and just letting everyone know that these are all some of our favorites and if you all have other things. Well, feel free to let us know in the comments. And well, up first, we got the Taco Bell Spicy Potato Soft Taco.
Ooh, fire.
This taco changed my life, man. Not only is it cheap, but it's also so goddamn good.
A tier.
You bite in and the spice hits you like a stinky fart that someone crop dusted onto you.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean that in the best way possible because the potatoes are soft and tender and they're warmer than a hug from your therapist who never judged you for what you did at your cousin's birthday when the two of you were 13 and in the bathroom together. This is an absolute banging E tier of an entry.
Good.
You know, I was originally a hater of the spicy potato taco, but then I opened my eyes. See, I thought to myself that a vegetarian taco was going to be complete and utter ass. But man, oh man, for once in his life, the Don was incorrect because, as Joe weirdly said, the potatoes are so tender and soft and it is filled with so much spice and flavor.
It's so
God
good.
damn, this is a banging entry, and I would argue that this is an S-tier entry.
Joe's not wrong.
It's not.
He's insane, but not wrong.
Yeah, S tier close, but not because it's not filling enough.
These things are absolutely to twerk for, and I am definitely siding with Donald on this because it belongs high up into S tier.
The Joe Dog has never gotten this much support from you two. I absolutely hate it. Please
God
mistreat
damn,
me
that
and
was
punish
loud.
me like the bad boy that I am. I hate being treated like I'm correct. It just makes
That sound was my Pokemon letting me know that I got a new pack available.
me feel so wrong and gross inside, and not in a good way like when you play with a bunch of mayonnaise. I know what will ruffle your feathers because we got our next entry up next, and guess what? It is cereal, and this is your childhood in a bowl. We just had the cereal draft recently, and I know how much you two twerk for cereal, but come on. There are so many better options when you're high as hell, and I have to give this a C tier. It bangs when you're shirtless, but again, there are so many better options up next on the list.
Yeah, you're not really pissing me off with this list. The thing that actually slightly irks me is when we go driving for some food when we're off the za, and you bring in a full-ass bowl of cereal and spill milk all over my car.
Oh, man.
And Joe, start wearing your damn shirt in the car. Please, and thank you, little buddy.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with Donald. You also grind my gears a tad bit when you accidentally spill milk in the interior of my car. But you're our little buddy, so we appreciate you no matter what happens.
They keep little buddying him, bro. That's just funny.
Okay, I'm really not used to this. Well, I guess I'll keep the list going, and up next we have the McChicken, and this is to twerk for. I will absolutely throw my ass back for a McChicken, and when the mayo hits your mouth and fills you up to the brim.
Dude, the spicy the spicy one is so good, bro.
Oh my God, there is not a better feeling, and that's why I always get extra mayo on my McChickens, and this gets a banging S tier.
You know, your obsession with extra mayonnaise on everything is kind of weirding me out, but yeah, Joe, this is your list, and we appreciate and hear you on most things. And honest to God, this is an obvious S tier if I've ever seen one.
Whoa, I'm going 3 for 3. Can the Joe Dog make it 4 for 4? Because up next we got some Arby's curly fries, and listen, there is no logic needed here.
Nah.
Arby's fries have some of the best crunch in the whole damn game. You don't have to like everything on this list, but damn, let me tell you that these fries bang hard as hell and they'd get me pregnant if I let them.
Yeah.
These are an automatic S tier because they make the perfect sidekick to any meal.
Damn, Joe, these are one of my personal favorites, and I'm glad we added them to the list because
I disagree on that one. That's a C, B.
absolutely bang hard as hell. You are doing an amazing job.
Oh, hell yeah, all these compliments are actually turning on the Joe Dog even more. Well, let me keep the momentum going because let me tell you something about those Jack in the Box mini tacos. They're actually pretty banging, and when you're fried out of your mind, they bang harder, but I will say that there is one small problem. See, these tacos are so tiny that you don't even end up realizing that they're gone, and that grinds my gears a little bit, and I have to give it a B tier only.
Regular tacos over the mini tacos, for sure.
Just because there never seems to be enough of these things by the time I finish it.
Right.
That's such a Donald thing of you to say, Joe. But that's a compliment because
I'd rather get 4 tacos than the mini tacos because it's, for one, cheaper, more food, and it just, you get better crunch.
love Donald, don't you, Joe?
Hey, stop being an ass, Barack. Remember our agreement.
What agreement do you two have? Is it like a secret fetish or something? But yeah, if anything, I love the compliment, Barack. I sometimes dress up like Donald and do impersonations of him in the mirror and maybe some other things that may or may not involve me touching myself.
Oh my God, bro.
That's besides the point, though, because we have a holy banger up next because we got the damn Wendy's 50-piece party pack. Now I can't think of a better thing to eat when you have the munchies because the party pack from Wendy's has 50 freaking nuggets and with all their sauces. Oh my God, it just leaves me in heaven, quite honestly. This is another obvious S tier, and I just love cramming into a car with 2 of these 50 pieces and just fogging up the windows and leaving the smell of nuggets in the vehicle.
I'm going to ignore that entire first portion of what you said for my own mental health. But yeah,
the spicy nuggets from Wendy's, they're fucking hot, dude. Like, they're hot. And I like that shit. But they're fucking pretty fire.
Nuggets bang, and I am warming up to the idea of them being better than McDonald's nuggets, and I know that's a hot take, but once you have 50 of these bad boys in one sitting, then there's just no contest. Good take here, Joe.
Well, thanks, Donald. Since we're on the topic of huge amounts of food, the Joe Dog will be ranking the White Castle Crave case up next, and it's got the 30 sliders with the cardboard suitcase. You sit in your car inhaling sliders like you're feeding the void. Tastes like ass, but the stink from the burger and the disgusted feeling afterwards just makes me feel so primal that I can't help but give it an S tier. I remember eating so many of these that I ended up puking most of them, and I'm not ashamed to admit that it tasted almost as good coming out as they did going in.
Ooh.
Totally think this is a great take, and who wouldn't like some unknown mystery meat being packed into extremely cheap sliders and then leaving everyone feeling disgusted. Also, I really liked your vomit story, Joe.
Ew.
It was eccentric, I guess.
Eccentric, huh? Usually you guys just goof on me for saying stuff like that, and you and Donald are really starting to weird the Joe Dog out. I'm quite scared, but at the same time still kind of turned on, but not in a good way. Like I'm turned on in a bad way, and I don't know how to feel about it. Let's just talk about our next entry, because up next we got...
Oh, I was gonna say, with White Castle, I've never been to White Castle before. Like, I've had the sliders that they have in the frozen section, and you heat up in the microwave or in the air fryer, and those are really good. But I've never been to White Castle itself, so I can't say anything about it.
Doesn't matter if it's hot, cold, or even a little rotten. If you're high, you fold that slice like a love letter and devour it no matter what toppings are on it. I once saw Donald wolf down some of my Special Joe pizza. Dude was on a different plane of existence, and he didn't even know I added some Special Joe sauce and added sprinkles and chocolate on top of all of it. Seeing him wolf it all down and telling me he wanted seconds was so worth getting sweaty before serving him the pizza, and this is an easy S tier.
Oh my God, Joe. I'm pretty sure that was the night you laced me and told me it was a normal joint, but the next thing I remember is waking up in the middle of the street with my underwear off and sore butthole. God, I freaking, Joe, you know what? It's fine, it's fine. I've survived worse, and maybe it was a funny prank, Joe.
Don't you feel like calling me some names, Donald? I've been a real naughty boy.
No, Joe, just finish the list for the love of everything holy.
I freaking hate you guys. Why won't you all be mean to me? I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Fine, you want your last entry, I'll give you the last entry. It's some damn nachos and they get a B tier?
Oof.
The chips get too salty for me and they make my mouth overly dry.
Well, the timer just went off on my watch. We can go back to our normal selves, Donald.
Thank God I felt like I was going insane. Joe, you're a stupid idiot, and I hate you so much, and I can't believe you fed me jizz pizza when I was tripping so hard I couldn't tell left from right. I swear to God, I am going to make a place worse than Alligator, Alcatraz, and reserve that special spot in hell just for you.
Donald, you're back. I'm so happy, but what timer are you guys talking about? Why did an alarm go off?
How can I word this delicately as to not hurt your feelings, Joe?
Joe, we choose a day out of the year to be nice to you for at least a couple of minutes, because if we don't, we eventually thought that you were going to end it all after receiving constant torment from us, which honestly would be super hilarious to the Don.
Oh, you guys don't have to do that. Honestly, the whole time you guys were being nice to me, I was in shock and awe, and it was probably the closest I ever was to actually wanting to kick the bucket. I need my mistreatment or else I'm not happy.
So you seriously like it when we treat you like garbage? Joe, you don't have to be afraid to speak up, because honestly, I've been feeling pretty bad about myself, too. I've had these dark thoughts pop up in my head from you guys constantly dunking on me in the comments, too. I feel like now I finally have the courage to speak up and...
Shut up, Barry. What you say isn't important. And say less, Joe, because I don't need to hear more. I am forever treating you like shit now, no matter what.
Thank you so much, and I love you too, Donald.
All right, that was an awesome stream. I didn't think we were going to go past fucking 12, but damn, we went 2 hours past. I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. I hope the people that got into the Twitch chat, the Kick chat, and the YouTube chat stick around for the next one. Follow, subscribe, all that good shit. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, Connie, for sticking around. You really make the chat, or make my energy go up, because, yeah, all the stuff that we do. All right, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Bye. Whew. What a day.